Preface. The ways of telling a story are as many as the tellers themselves. It is impossible to lay down precise rules by which anyone may perfect himself in the art, but it is possible to offer suggestions by which to guide practice in narration toward a gratifying success. Broadly distinguished, there are two methods of telling a story. One uses the extreme of brevity and makes its chief reliance on the point. The other devotes itself in great part to preliminary elaboration in the narrative, making this as amusing as possible, so that the point itself serves to cap a climax in the public. Telling of an anecdote, the tyro would be well advised to follow the first method, that is, he should put his reliance on the point of the story, and on this alone he should scrupulously limit himself to such statements as are absolutely essential to clear understanding of the point. He should make a careful examination of the story with two objects in mind: the first, to determine just what is required in the way of explanation; the second, an exact understanding of the point itself. Then, when it comes to the relating of the story, he must simply give the information required by the hearers in order to appreciate the point. As to the point itself, he must guard against any carelessness. Omission of an essential detail is fatal. It may be well for him at the outset to memorize the conclusion of the story. No matter how falteringly the story is told, it will succeed if the point itself be made clear, and this is ensured for even the most embarrassed speaker by memorizing it. Page 8. The art of making the whole narration entertaining and amusing is to be attained only by intelligent practice. It is commonly believed that storysellers are born, not made. As a matter of fact, however, the skilled raconteurs owe their skill, in great measure, to the fact that they are unwearying in practice. It is therefore recommended to anyone having ambition in this direction that he cultivate his ability. By exercising it, he should practice short and simple stories according to his opportunities, with the object of making the narration smooth and easy. An audience of one or two familiar friends is sufficient in the earlier efforts. Afterward, the practice may be extended before a larger number of listeners on social occasions. When facility has been attained in the simplest form, attempts to extend the preliminary narrative should be made. The preparation should include an effort to invest the characters of the story or its setting with qualities amusing in themselves, quite apart from any relation to the point. Precise instruction cannot be given, but concentration along this line will of itself develop the humorous perception of the storyteller, so that though the task may appear too difficult in prospect, it will not prove so in actual experience. But in every instance, care must be exercised to keep the point of the story clearly in view, and to omit nothing essential in the preparation for it. In the selection of stories to be retailed, it is the part of wisdom to choose the old rather than the new. This is because the new story so-called travels with frightful velocity under modern social conditions, and in any particular case, the latest story, when told by you to a PG-9 friend, has just been heard by him from some other victim of it. But the memory of most persons for stories is very short. Practically never does it last for years, so it is uniformly safe to present as novelties at the present day the humor of past decades. Moreover, the exercise of some slight degree of ingenuity will serve to give those touches in the way of change by which the story may be brought up to date. Indeed, by such adaptation, the story is made really one's own, as the professional humorists thankfully admit. Page 10. Introduction. Wit and humor, and the distinction between them, defy precise definition. Luckily, they need none. To one asking what is beauty, a wit replied, that is the question of a blind man. Similarly, none requires a definition of wit and humor, unless he himself be lacking in all appreciation of them. And if he be so lacking, no amount of explanation will avail to give him understanding. Borrow, in one of his sermons, declared concerning wit, it is indeed a thing so versatile, multiform, appearing in so many shapes and garbs, so variously apprehended of several eyes and judgments, that it seemeth no less hard to settle a clear and certain notion thereof than to make a portrait of Proteus, or to define the figure of the fleeting wind. Nor is it fitting to attempt exact distinctions between wit and humor, which are essentially two aspects of one thing. It is enough to realize that humor is the product of nature rather than of art, While wit is the expression of an intellectual art, humor exerts an emotional appeal, produces smiles or laughter. Wit may be amusing, or it may not according to the circumstances, but it always provokes an intellectual appreciation. Thus Nero made a pun on the name of Seneca when the philosopher was brought before him for sentence in speaking the decree that the old man should kill himself. The emperor used merely the two Latin words Seneca. We admit the ghastly cleverness of the jest, but we do not chuckle over it. The element of surprise is common to both wit and PG-11 humor, and it is often a sufficient cause for laughter in itself, irrespective of any essentially amusing quality. In the cause of the surprise, the unfamiliar, for this reason, often has a ludicrous appeal to primitive peoples. An African tribe, on being told by the missionary that the world is round, roared with laughter for hours. It is told of a Mikado that he burst a blood vessel and died in a fit of merriment, induced by hearing that the American people ruled themselves in like fashion. The average person grins or guffaws at sight of a stranger in an outlandish costume, although as a matter of fact, the dress may be in every respect superior to his own. Simply, its oddity somehow tickles the risibilities. Such surprise is occasioned by contrasting circumstances. When a pompous gentleman marching magnificently suddenly steps on a banana peel, pirouettes, somersaults, and sits with extreme violence, we laugh before asking if he broke a leg. The fundamentals of wit and humor are the same throughout all the various tribes of earth, throughout all the various ages of history. The causes of amusement are essentially the same everywhere and always, and only the setting changes according to time and place. But racial characteristics establish preferences for certain aspects of fun-making, and such preferences serve to some extent in differentiating the written humor of the world along the lines of nationality. Nevertheless, it is a fact that the really amusing story has an almost universal appeal. I have seen in an American country newspaper a town correspondent's humorous effort in which he gave C. Perkins' explanation of being in jail, and that explanation ran on all fours with a Chinese PG-12 story, ages and ages old. The local correspondent did not plagiarize from the Chinaman, merely the humorous bent of the two was identical. In the ancient Oriental tale, a man who wore the thief's collar as a punishment was questioned by an acquaintance concerning the cause of his plight. Why, it was just nothing at all, the convict explained easily. I was strolling along the edge of the canal when I happened to catch sight of a bit of old rope. Of course, I knew that old piece of rope was of no use to anyone, and so I just picked it up and took it home with me. But I don't understand, the acquaintance exclaimed. Why should they punish you so severely for a little thing like that? I don't understand it. I don't understand it either, the convict declared, unless maybe it was because there was an ox at the other end of the rope. The universality of humor is excellently illustrated in Greek literature, where is to be found many a joke at which we are laughing today, as others have laughed through the centuries. 500 years before the Christian era, a Platonic philosopher at Alexandria by name Hierocles grouped 21 jests in a volume under the title Asteia. Some of them are still current with us as typical Irish bulls. Among these were accounts of the sapphire-first enthusiast who determined never to enter the water until he had learned to swim, of the horseowner training his nag to live without eating, who was successful in reducing the feed to a straw a day, and was about to cut this off when the animal spoiled the test by dying untimely, of the fellow who posed PG-13 before a looking-glass with his eyes closed to learn how he looked when asleep, of the inquisitive person who held a crow captive in order to test for himself whether it would live 2 centuries, of the man who demanded to know from an acquaintance met in the street whether it was he or his twin brother who had just been buried. Another Greek jest that has enjoyed a vogue throughout the world at large, and will doubtless survive even prohibition, was the utterance of Diogenes when he was asked as to what sort of wine he preferred. His reply was that of other people. Again, we may find numerous duplicates of contemporary stories of our own in the collection, over which generations of Turks have laughed. The tales of Nasir Eddin. In reference to these, it may be noted that Turkish wit and humor are usually distinguished by a moralizing quality. When a man came to Nasir Eddin for the loan of a rope, the request was refused with the excuse that Nasir's only piece had been used to tie up flour. But it is impossible to tie up flour with a rope, was the protest. Nasir Eddin answered, I can tie up anything with a rope when I do not wish to lend it. When another would have borrowed his ass, Nasir replied that he had already loaned the animal. Thereupon the honest creature brayed from the stable. But the ass is there, the visitor cried indignantly. I hear it, Nasir Eddin retorted indignantly. What would you take the word of an ass instead of mine? In considering the racial characteristics of humor, we should pay tribute to the Spanish in the person of Cervantes, for Don Quixote is a mine of drollery, but the bulk of the humor among all the Latin races is of a PG-14 sort that our more prudish standards cannot approve. On the other hand, German humor often displays a characteristic spirit of investigation, thus the little boy watching. The pupils of a girls' school promenading 2 by 2 graded according to age, with the youngest first and the oldest last, inquired of his mother, Mama, why is it that the girls' legs grow shorter as they grow older in the way of wit? An excellent illustration is afforded by Heine, who, on receiving a book from its author, wrote in acknowledgement of the gift, I shall lose no time in reading it. The French are admirable in both wit and humor, and the humor is usually kindly, though the shafts of wit are often barbed. I remember a humorous picture of a big man shaking a huge trombone in the face of a tiny canary in its cage, while he roars in anger, that's it, just as I was about, with the velvety tones of my instrument, to imitate the twittering of little birds in the forest, you have to interrupt with your infernal din. The caustic quality of French wit is illustrated plenteously by Voltaire. There is food for meditation in his utterance. Nothing is so disagreeable as to be obscurely hanged. It was two who sneered at England for having 60 religions and only one gravy, to an adversary in argument who quoted the minor prophet Habakkuk. He retorted contemptuously, a person with a name like that is capable of saying anything. But French wit is by no means always of the cutting sort. Its more amiable aspect is shown by the declaration of Brillat Savarin to the effect that a dinner without cheese is like a beautiful woman with only one eye. Often the wit is merely the measure of absurdity. As PG-15, when a courtier, in speaking of a fat friend, said, I found him sitting all around the table by himself. And there is a ridiculous story of the impecunious and notorious Marquis de Favieres, who visited a Parisian named Barnard and announced himself as follows. Monsieur, I am about to astonish you greatly. I am the Marquis de Favieres. I do not know you, but I come to you to borrow 500 louis. Barnard answered with equal explicitness, Monsieur, I am going to astonish you much more. I know you, and I am going to lend them to you. The amiable malice, to use a paradoxical phrase, which is often characteristic of French tales, is capitally displayed in the following. The wife of a villager in Poitou became ill and presently fell into a trance, which deceived even the physician, so that she was pronounced dead, and duly prepared for burial. Following the local usage, the body was wrapped in a sheet, to be borne to the burial place on the shoulders of 4 men chosen from the neighborhood. The procession followed a narrow path leading across the fields to the cemetery. At a turning, a thorn tree stood so close that one of the thorns tore through the sheet and lacerated the woman's flesh. The blood flowed from the wound, and she suddenly aroused to consciousness. 14 years elapsed before the good wife actually came to her deathbed. On this occasion, the ceremonial was repeated, and now as the bearers of the body approached the turn of the path, the husband called to them, Look out for the thorn tree, friends. The written humor of the Dutch does not usually PG-16 make a very strong appeal to us. They are inclined to be ponderous even in their play and lack in great measure the sarcasm and satire, and the lighter subtlety in fun-making. History records a controversy between Holland and Zeeland, which was argued pro and con during a period of years with great earnestness. The subject for debate that so fascinated the Dutchmen was, does the cod take the hook, or does the hook take the cod? Because British wit and humor often present themselves under aspects somewhat different from those preferred by us, we belittle their efforts unjustly. As a matter of fact, the British attainments in this direction are the best in the world. Next to our own, moreover, in the British colonies, is to be found a spirit of humor that exactly parallels our own in many distinctive features. Thus, there is a Canadian story that might just as well have originated below the line of an Irish girl recently imported, who visited her clergyman and inquired his fee for marrying. He informed her that his charge was $2. A month later, the girl visited the clergyman for the second time, and at once handed him $2 with the crisp direction, "Go ahead and marry me." "Where is the bridegroom?" the clergyman asked. "What?" exclaimed the girl, dismayed. "Don't you furnish him for the $2? It would seem that humor is rather more enjoyable to the British taste than wit, though there is indeed no lack of the latter. But the people delight most in absurd situations that appeal to the risibilities without any injury to the feelings of others. For example, page 17 Dickens relates an anecdote concerning two men who were about to be hanged at a public execution when they were already on the scaffold. In preparation for the supreme moment, a bull being led to market broke loose and ran amok through the great crowd assembled to witness the hanging. One of the condemned men on the scaffold turned to his fellow and remarked, "I say, mate, it's a good thing we're not in that crowd." In spite of the gruesome setting and the gory antics of the bull, the story is amusing in a way quite harmless. Similarly, too, there is only wholesome amusement in the woman's response to a vegetarian who made her a proposal of marriage. She did not mince her words. "Go along with you, but be flesh of your flesh, and you aliving on cabbage, go marry a grass widow." The kindly spirit of British humor is revealed even in sarcastic jesting on the domestic relation, which on the contrary provokes the bitterest gibes of the Latins, the shortest of jokes. And perhaps the most famous was in the single word of Punch's advice to those about to get married. "Don't." The like good nature is in the words of a woman who was taken to a hospital in the East End of London. She had been shockingly beaten, and the attending surgeon was moved to pity for her and indignation against her assailant. "Who did this?" he demanded. "Was it your husband?" "Lord bless you, no," she declared huffily. "Why, my husband is more like a friend nor a husband." Likewise of the two men who had drunk not wisely, page 18, but too well, with the result that in the small hours they retired to rest in the gutter. Presently, one of the pair lifted his voice in protest. "I say, let's go to Nuzzer Hotel's leaks." Or the incident of the tramp who at the back door solicited alms of a suspicious housewife. His nose was large and of a purple hue. The woman stared at it with an accusing eye and questioned bluntly, "What makes your nose so red?" The tramp answered with heavy sarcasm, "That 'ere nose o' mine, mum, is a blushin' with pride, cause it ain't stuck into other folks' business." But British wit, while often amiable enough, may on occasion be as trenchant as any French sally. For example, we have the definition of gratitude, as given by Sir Robert Walpole. "A lively sense of future favours the Marquis of Salisbury once scored a clumsy partner at whist by his answer to someone who asked how the game progressed. 'I am doing as well as could be expected, considering that I have 3 adversaries.' So the retort of Lamb, when Coleridge said to him, 'Charles, did you ever hear me lecture? I never heard you do anything else.' And again, Lamb mentioned in a letter how Wordsworth had said that he did not see much difficulty in writing like Shakespeare, if he had a mind to try it. Clearly, Lamb continued, nothing is wanted but the mind. Then there is the famous quip that runs back to Tudor times. Although it has been attributed to various later celebrities, including Dr. Johnson, a concert singer was executing a number lurid with vocal pyrotechnics. An admirer, page 19, remarked that the piece was tremendously difficult. This drew the retort from another auditor, "Difficult, I wish to heaven it were impossible." Americans are famous, and sometimes infamous, for their devotion to the grotesque in humor, yet a conspicuous example of such amusing absurdity was given by Thackeray, who made reference to an oyster so large that it took 2 men to swallow it whole. It is undeniable that the British are fond of puns. It is usual to sneer at the pun as the lowest form of wit. Such, alas, it too often is, and frequently, as well, it is a form of no wit at all. But the pun may contain a very high form of wit, and may please either for its cleverness or for its amusing quality, or for the combination of the two. Naturally, the really excellent pun has always been in favor with the wits of all countries. Johnson's saying that a man who would make a pun would pick a pocket is not to be taken too seriously. It is not recorded that Napier ever pinched a leather, but he captured Sind, and in notifying the government at home of this victory, he sent a dispatch of one-word Peccavi, "I have sinned." The pun is of the sort that may be appreciated intellectually for its cleverness, while not calculated to cause laughter of the really amusing kind, are the innumerable puns of Hood. He professed himself a man of many sorrows, who had to be a livelihood for a livelihood. His work abounds in an ingenious and admirable mingling of wit and humor. For example, Ben Battle was a soldier bold, and used to war's alarms. Page 20. But a cannon ball took off his legs, so he laid down his arms, and as they took him off the field, cried he, "Let others shoot, for here I leave my second leg, and the 42nd foot." It is doubtless true that it would require a surgical operation to get a joke into some particular Scotchman's head, but we have some persons of the sort even in our own country. Many of the British humorists have been either Scotch or Irish, and it is rather profitless to attempt distinctions as to the humorous sense of these as contrasted with the English. Usually stories of thrift and penuriousness are told of the Scotch without doing them much injustice, while bulls are designated Irish with sufficient reasonableness. In illustration of the Scotch character, we may cite the story of the visitor to Aberdeen who was attacked by 3 footpads. He fought them desperately and inflicted severe injuries. When at last he had been subdued and searched, the only money found on him was a crooked sixpence. One of the thieves remarked glumly, "If he'd had a good shilling, he'd have killed the 3 of us." And there is the classic from Punch of the Scotchman, who, on his return home from a visit to London, in describing his experiences declared, "I had no been there an hour when bang went saxpence." Anent the Irish bull, we may quote an Irishman's answer. When asked to define a bull, he said, Page 21. "If you see 13 cows lying down in a field, and one of them is standing up, that's a bull." A celebrity to whom many Irish bulls have been accredited was Sir Boyle Roch. He wrote in a letter, "At this very moment, my dear, I am writing this with a sword in one hand and a pistol in the other." He it was who, in addressing the Irish House of Commons, asserted stoutly, "Single misfortunes never come alone, and the greatest of all possible misfortune is usually followed by a greater." And there is the hospitable invitation of the Irishman. "Sir, if you ever come within a mile of my house, I hope you will stop there." And it was an Irishman who remarked to another concerning a third, "You are thin, and I am thin, but he's as thin as the 2 of us put together." Also, it was an Irishman who, on being overtaken by a storm, remarked to his friend, "Sure, well get under a tree, and when it's wet through faith, well get under another." Naturally, we Americans have our own bulls aplenty, and they are by no means all derived from our Irish stock. Yet that same Irish stock contributes largely and very snappily to our fund of humor. For the matter of that, the composite character of our population multiplies the varying phases of our fun. We draw for laughter on all the almost countless racial elements that form our citizenry, and the whole content of our wit and humor is made vital by the spirit of youth. The newness of our land and nation gives zest to the pursuit of mirth. We ape the old, but fashion its semblance to suit our livelier fancy. We moralize in our jesting like the Turk. Page 22, but are likely to veil the maxim under the motley of a Yiddish dialect. Our humor may be as meditative as the German at its best, but with a grotesque flavoring all our own. Thus the widow, in plaintive reminiscence concerning the dear departed, said musingly, "If John hadn't blowed into the muzzle of his gun, I guess he'd a got plenty of squirrels. It was such a good day for them." And in the moralizing vein, this: the little girl had been very naughty. She was bidden by her mother to make an addition to the accustomed bedtime prayer, a request that God would make her a better girl. So the dear child prayed, and "Oh God, please make Nellie a good little girl." And then with pious resignation she added, "Nevertheless, oh God, they will not mine be done." At times we are as cynical as the French so of the husband who confessed that at first, after his marriage, he doted on his bride to such an extent that he wanted to eat her later. He was sorry that he hadn't. Our sophistication is such that this sort of thing amuses us, and it is produced only too abundantly. Luckily, in contrast to it, we have no lack of that harmless jesting which is more typically English. For example, the kindly old lady in the elevator questioned the attendant brightly. "Don't you get awful tired, sonny?" "Yes, mum," the boy in uniform admitted. "What makes you so tired, sonny? Is it the going up?" "No, mum." "Is it the going down?" Page 23. "No, mum." "Then what is it makes you so tired, sonny?" "It's the questions, mum." And this of the little boy who was asked by his mother as to what he would like to give his cousin for a birthday present. "I know," was the reply, "but I ain't big enough." Many of our humorists have maintained a constant geniality in their humor, even in the treatment of distressing themes. For example, Josh Billings made the announcement that one hornet, if it was feeling well, could break up a whole camp meeting. Bill Nye Artemis Ward and many another American writer have given in profusion of amiable sillinesses to make the nation laugh. It was one of these that told how a drafted man sought exemption because he was a Negro, a minister, over age, a British subject, and an habitual drunkard. The most distinctive flavor in American humor is that of the grotesque. It is characteristic in Mark Twain's best work, and it is characteristic of most of those others who have won fame as purveyors of laughter. The American tourist brags of his own. Talk of Vesuveha Niaglal put her out in 3 minutes. That polished writer Irving did not hesitate to declare that Uncle Sam believed the earth tipped when he went west. In the archives of our government is a state paper wherein President Lincoln referred to Mississippi gunboats with drafts so light that they would float wherever the ground was a little damp. Typically American in its grotesquerie was the assertion of a rural humorist who asserted that the hogs PG-24 thereabout were so thin they had to have a knot tied in their tails to prevent them from crawling through the chinks in the fence. Ward displayed the like quality amusingly in his remark to the conductor of a tediously slow-moving accommodation train in the South from his seat in the solitary passenger coach behind the long line of freight cars. He addressed the official with great seriousness. "I ask you, conductor, why don't you take the cowcatcher off the engine and put it behind the car here? As it is now, there ain't a thing to hinder a cow from strolling into a car and biting a passenger." Similar extravagance appears in another story of a crawling train. The conductor demanded a ticket from a bald-headed old man whose face was mostly hidden in a great mass of white whiskers. "I give it to ye," declared the ancient. "I don't reckon so," the conductor answered. "Where did you get on?" "At Perkins Crossin'," he of the hoary beard replied. The conductor shook his head emphatically. "Wasn't anybody got aboard at Perkins Crossin' 'cept one little boy?" "I wheezed," the aged man was that little boy. In like fashion, we tell of a man so tall that he had to go up on a ladder to shave himself and down cellar to put his boots on. We Americans are good-natured, as is necessary for humor, and we have brains as is necessary for wit, and we have the vitality that makes creation easy, even inevitable, so there is never any dearth among us of the spirit of laughter of its multiform products, that by PG-25, their power to amuse make life vastly more agreeable. Every newspaper and most magazines carry their quota of jests. Never anywhere was the good story so universally popular as in America today. It is received with gusto in the councils of government, in church, in club, in crossroads store. The teller of good stories is esteemed by all a blessing. Undisguised, the collection that follows in this volume is believed of a sort that will help mightily to build an honorable fame for the narrator. For greater convenience in references to the volume, the various stories and anecdotes are placed under headings arranged in alphabetical order. The heading, in every case, indicates the subject to which the narration may be directly applied. This will be found most useful in selecting illustrations for addresses of any sort, or for use in arguments. History tells us how Lincoln repeatedly carried conviction by expressing his ideas through the medium of a story. His method is rendered available for anyone by this book. Page 27. Stories. Page 29. Jokes. For all occasions. Absent-mindedness. The man of the house finally took all the disabled umbrellas to the repairers next morning on his way to his office. When he got up to leave the street car, he absent-mindedly laid hold of the umbrella belonging to a woman beside him, for he was in the habit of carrying one. The woman cried, "Stop, thief," rescued her umbrella, and covered the man with shame and confusion. That same day he stopped at the repairers and received all 8 of his umbrellas duly restored. As he entered a street car with the unwrapped umbrellas tucked under his arm, he was horrified to behold glaring at him the lady of his morning adventure. Her voice came to him, charged with a withering scorn. Had a good day, didn't you?" The absent-minded inventor perfected a parachute device. He was taken up in a balloon to make a test of the apparatus, arrived at a height of 1,000 feet. He climbed over the edge of the basket and dropped out. He had fallen 200 yards when he remarked to himself in a tone of deep regret, "Dear me, I've gone and forgotten my umbrella." The professor, who was famous for the wool-gathering of his wits, returned home and had his ring at the door PG-30 answered by a new maid. The girl looked at him inquiringly. "You ma his Professor Johnson at home?" he asked, naming himself. "No, sir," the maid replied, "but he is expected any moment now." The professor turned away. The girl closed the door. Then the poor man sat down on the steps to wait for himself. The clergyman, absorbed in thinking out a sermon, rounded a turn in the path and bumped into a cow. He swept off his hat with a flourish, exclaiming, "I beg your pardon, madam." Then he observed his error and was greatly chagrined. Soon, however, again engaged with thoughts of the sermon, he collided with a lady at another bend of the path. "Get out of the way, you brute," he said. The most absent-minded of clergymen was a Methodist minister who served several churches each Sunday, riding from one to another on horseback. One Sunday morning, he went to the stable while still meditating on his sermon and attempted to saddle the horse. After a long period of toil, he aroused to the fact that he had put the saddle on himself and had spent a full half-hour in vain efforts to climb on his own back. Page 31. Acquaintance. The Scotchman who ran a livery was asked by a tourist as to how many the carryall would hold. "Fower generally," was the answer. "Likely sacks, if they're a wheel acquaint." Actors. The tragedian had just signed a contract to tour South Africa. He told a friend of it at the club. The friend shook his head dismally. "The ostrich," he explained in a pitying tone, "lays an egg weighing anywhere from 2 to 4 pounds. Advertising. The editor of the local paper was unable to secure advertising from one of the businessmen of the town, who asserted stoutly that he himself never read ads and didn't believe anyone else. Roman 999. "Will you advertise if I can convince you that folks read the ads?" the editor asked. "If you can show me," was the sarcastic answer, "but you can't." In the next issue of the paper, the editor ran a line of small type in an obscure corner. It read, "What is Jenkins going to do about it?" The businessman Jenkins hastened to seek out the editor next day. He admitted that he was being pestered out of his wits by the curious. He agreed to stand by the editor's explanation in the forthcoming issue, and this was page 32. Jenkins is going to advertise, of course. Having once advertised, Jenkins advertises still. Affection. There are as many aspects of grief as there are persons to mourn. A quality of pathetic and rather grisly humor is to be found in the incident of an English laborer whose little son died. The vicar, on calling to condole with the parents, found the father pacing to and fro in the living room with the tiny body in his arms. As the clergyman spoke phrases of sympathy, the father, with tears streaming down his cheeks, interrupted loudly. "Oh, sir, you don't know how I loved that lil faller you, sir. If it warn't agin the law, I'd keep him and have him stuffed, that I would." Age. The woman confessed to her crony, "I'm growing old, and I know it nowadays. The policeman never takes me by the arm when he escorts me through the traffic. Alibi. The mother called in vain for her young son. Then she searched the ground floor, the first story, the second, and the attic, all in vain. Finally, she climbed to the trapdoor in the roof, pushed it open, and cried, "John Henry, are you out there?" An answer came clearly. "No, mother. Have you looked in the cellar?" Page 33. Amnesty. The nurse at the front regarded the wounded soldier with a puzzled frown. "Your face is perfectly familiar to me," she said musingly, "but I can't quite place you somehow." "Let bygones be bygones, Mum," the soldier said weakly. "Yes, Mum, I was a policeman." Anatomy. The little boy sent to the butcher shop delivered himself of his message in these words. "Ma says to send her another oxtail, please, and Ma says the last one was very nice, and Ma says she wants another off the same ox." Appearance. Little Willie came home in a sad state. He had a black eye and numerous scratches and contusions, and his clothes were a sight. His mother was horrified at the spectacle presented by her darling. There were tears in her eyes as she addressed him rebukingly. "Oh, Willie, Willie, how often have I told you not to play with that naughty Peck boy?" Little Willie regarded his mother with an expression of deepest disgust. "Say, Ma," he objected, "do I look as if I had been playing with anybody?" Page 34. The cross-eyed man at the ball bowed with courtly grace and said, "May I have the pleasure of this dance?" Two wallflowers answered as with one voice, "With pleasure." Appetite. The young man applied to the manager of the entertainment museum for employment as a freak, and the following dialogue occurred. "Who are you?" "I am Enoch, the Egg King." "What is your specialty?" "I eat 3 dozen hens' eggs, 2 dozen duck eggs, and 1 dozen goose eggs at a single setting." "Do you know our program?" "What is it?" "We give 4 shows every day." "Oh yes, I understand that." "And do you think you can do it?" "I know I can. On Saturdays, we give 6 shows." "All right." "On holidays, we usually give a performance every hour." And now at last, the young man showed signs of doubt. Page 35. "In that case, I must have one thing understood before I'd be willing to sign a contract." "What?" "No matter what the rush of business is, in the show you've got to give me time to go to the hotel to eat my regular meals." Daniel Webster was the guest at dinner of a solicitous hostess who insisted rather annoyingly that he was eating nothing at all, that he had no appetite, that he was not making out a meal. Finally Webster wearied of her hospitable chatter and addressed her in his most ponderous senatorial manner. "Madam, permit me to assure you that I sometimes eat more than at other times, but never less." It was shortly after Thanksgiving Day that someone asked the little boy to define the word appetite. His reply was prompt and enthusiastic. "When you're eating, you're happy, and when you get through, you're tight. That's appetite." Appreciation. The distinguished actor had a large photograph of Wordsworth prominently displayed in his dressing room. A friend regarded the picture with some surprise and remarked, "I see you are an admirer of Wordsworth." "Who's Wordsworth?" demanded the actor. Page 36. "Why, that's his picture," was the answer, as the friend pointed. "That's Wordsworth, the poet." The actor regarded the photograph with a new interest. "Is that old File a poet?" he exclaimed in astonishment. "I got him for a study in wrinkles." Argument. "Yes, Mom," the old salt confided to the inquisitive lady, "I fell over the side of the ship, and a shark, he come along and grabbed me by the leg." "Merciful Providence," his hearer gasped, "and what did you do?" "Let him have the leg, o' course, Mom, I never argues with sharks." What? An American tourist and his wife, after their return from abroad, were telling of the wonders seen by them at the Louvre in Paris. The husband mentioned with enthusiasm a picture which represented Adam and Eve and the serpent in the Garden of Eden. In connection with the eating of the forbidden fruit, the wife also waxed enthusiastic and interjected a remark. "Yes, we found the picture most interesting indeed, because you see we know the anecdote." The Yankee tourist described glowingly the statue of a beautiful woman, which he had seen in an art museum abroad. Page 37. And the way she stood so up and coming was grand, but he added with a tone of disgust, "Those foreigners don't know how to spell the name of the statue was Passish, and it was some Passish, believe me, and the dumb fools spelt it Psyche. Tell me, does your husband snore?" "Oh yes, indeed so, delightfully." "What?" "Yes, really, so musical, you know his voice is baritone. He only snores operatic bits, mostly Ada." The packer from Chicago admired a picture by Rosa Ben-Hur. "How much is that?" he demanded. The dealer quoted the price as 5,000. "Holy pig's feet," the magnate spluttered, "for that money I can buy live hogs." And his wife nudged him in the ribs and whispered, "Don't talk sharp. Athletics." The sister spoke admiringly to the collegian, who was calling on her after field day at which she had been present. "And how they did applaud when you broke that record." Her little brother, who overheard, sniffed indignantly. "Pa didn't applaud me for the one I broke. He complained he licked me." Page 38. Authors. A woman lion hunter entertained a dinner party of distinguished authors. These discoursed largely during the meal and bored one another, and more especially their host, who was not literary to wake himself up. He excused himself from the table with a vague murmur about opening a window, and went out into the hall. He found the footman sound asleep in a chair. He shook the fellow and exclaimed angrily, "Wake up, you've been listening at the keyhole." "Babies." The visiting Englishman, with an eyeglass screwed to his eye, stared in fascinated horror at the ugliest infant he had ever seen, which was in its mother's arms opposite him in the streetcar. At last, his fixed gaze attracted the mother's attention, then excited her indignation. "Rubber," she piped wrathfully. "Thank God," exclaimed the Englishman, "I fancied it might be real." The teacher had explained to the class that the Indian women are called squaws. Then she asked what name was given to the children. "Porpoises," came one eager answer. But a little girl, whose father bred pigeons, called excitedly, "Please, teacher, they're a squabs." Page 39. Bait. A gentleman strolling alongside a canal observed an old Negro and a colored boy fishing. A moment later, a splash was heard. The boy had fallen into the water. The old darky, however, jumped in after the lad and succeeded in getting him safely to the bank. There he stood, the victim on his head, to let the water drain out. And it was at this moment that the gentleman arrived on the scene with profuse expressions of admiration for the prompt rescue. "It was noble of you," the gentleman declared rather rhetorically, "to plunge into the water in that way, at the risk of your life, to save the boy. I congratulate you on your brave display of heroic magnanimity." The old colored man answered with an amiable grin, "All right, boss, I don't know nothing 'bout magnanimity, but I just had to get dat boy out the water. He had the bait in his pocket." Boldness. A patient complained to the doctor that his hair was coming out. "Won't you give me something to keep it in?" he begged. "Take this," the doctor said kindly, and he handed the patient a pill box. Page 40. Baptism. On the way to the baptism, the baby somehow loosened the stopper of his bottle, with the result that the milk made a frightful mess over the christening robe. The mother was greatly shamed, but she was compelled to hand over the child in its mussed garments to the clergyman at the font. "What name?" the clergyman whispered. The agitated mother failed to understand and thought that he complained of the baby's condition, so she offered explanation in the words, "Nozzle come off, nozzle come off." The clergyman, puzzled, repeated his whisper. "What name?" "Nozzle come off, nozzle come off." The woman insisted, almost in tears. The clergyman gave it up and continued the rites. Nozzle coming off Smithers, I baptize thee in the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Ghost. The aged Negro clergyman announced solemnly from the pulpit. Next Sabbath dar will be a baptism in dis church at 10:30. In de morning, dis baptism will be of 2 adults and 6 adulteresses. Page 41. Baptists. The old colored man left the Methodist church and joined the Baptists soon afterward. He encountered his former pastor, who inquired the reason for his change of sect. The old man explained fully. First off, I was Piscopal, but I hain't learned, and they done say the service so fast I never could keep up, and when I come out behind they all lookin' ashamed. So I jin the Methodies very fine church, yes sir. But they done has choiry meetins, and sir, us colored folkses can't bear too much queerin' into a man says to me, why don't you jine de Bapties, it's jest dip, and be done wid it, and so I jinned. Baseball. The teacher directed the class to write a brief account of a baseball game. All the pupils were busy during the allotted time, except one little boy who sat motionless and wrote never a word. The teacher gave him an additional 5 minutes, calling them off one by one. The 5th minute had almost elapsed when the youngster awoke to life and scrawled a sentence. It ran thus: Reign o' game. Battle. Teacher, in which of his battles was King Gustavus Adolphus of Sweden slain? Pupil, I am pretty sure it was the last one. Page 42. Bears. The old trapper was chased by a grizzly when he had thrown away everything he carried, and found nevertheless that the bear was gaining rapidly. He determined to make a stand. As he came into a small clearing, he faced about with his back to a stump and got out and opened his clasp knife. The bear halted a rod away and sat on its haunches, surveying its victim gloatingly. The trapper, though not usually given to praying, now improved the interval to offer a petition. "O God," he said aloud with his eyes on the bear, "if you're on my side, let my knife get I am quick in his vitals, and if you're on his side, let I am finish me fust off. But oh God, if you're neutral, you just sit thar on that stump and y'all see the darndest bear fight you ever hearn tell on." The guide introduced a tourist in the Rocky Mountains to an old hunter who was reputed to have slain some hundreds of bears. This feller, the guide explained to the hunter, would like to hear about some of the narrow escapes you've had from bears. The old mountaineer regarded the tourist with a disapproving stare. "Young man," he said, "if there's been any narrow escapes, the bears had em." Page 43. Beer. The father of a schoolboy in New York City wrote to the boy's teacher a letter of complaint. Possibly he welcomed the advent of prohibition, possibly not. Anyhow, the letter was as follows: "Sir, will you please for the future give my boy some easier sums to do at nights? This is what he brought home to me 3 nights ago. If 4 gallons of beer will fill 30 to pint bottles, how many pint and half bottles will 9 gallons fill?" Well, we tried and could make nothing of it all, and my boy cried and said he wouldn't go back to school without doing it, so I had to go and buy a 9-gallon keg of beer, which I could ill afford to do, and then we went and borrowed a lot of wine and brandy bottles, beside a few we had by us. Well, we emptied the keg into the bottles, and there was 19, and my boy put that down for an answer. I don't know whether it is right or not, as we spilt some in doing it. P.S. Please let the next one be water, as I am not able to buy any more beer. The new soda clerk was a mystery until he himself revealed his shameful past quite unconsciously by the question he put to the girl who had just asked for an egg shake. "Light or dark?" he asked mechanically. Page 44. Beggars. The cultured maid-servant announced to her mistress, wife of the profiteer, "If you please, ma'am, there's a mendicant at the door." The mistress sniffed contemptuously. "Tell I am there's nothing to mend." Beginners. A woman visitor to the city entered a taxicab. No sooner was the door closed than the car leaped forward violently, and afterward went racing wildly along the street, narrowly missing collision with innumerable things. The passenger, naturally enough, was terrified. She thrust her head through the open window of the door, and shouted at the chauffeur. "Please be careful, sir, I am nervous. This is the first time I ever rode in a taxi." The driver yelled in reply, without turning his head. "That's all right, ma'am. It's the first time I ever drove one." Betrothal. The cook Nora had announced her engagement to a frequenter at the kitchen named Mike, but a year passed, and nothing was heard of the nuptials, so one day the mistress inquired. Page 45. "When are you to be married, Nora?" "Indeed, and it's neither at all ill be thinking, mum," the cook answered sadly. "Really, why, what is the trouble?" The reply was explicit. "'Tis this, mum, I want marry Mike when he's drunk, and he won't marry me when he's sober." The delinquent laggard swain had been telling of his ability as a presiding officer. The girl questioned him. "What is the parliamentary phrase when you wish to call for a vote?" The answer was given with proud certainty. "Are you ready for the question?" "Yes, dearest," the girl confessed shyly. "Go ahead." Bigamy. "What is the penalty for bigamy?" "To mothers-in-law." The man was weak and naturally unlucky, and so he got married 3 times inside of a year. He was convicted and sentenced for 4 years. He seemed greatly relieved. As the expiration of his term grew near, he wrote from the penitentiary to his lawyer with the plaintive query, "Will it be safe for me to come out?" Page 46. Birth. The little girl in the zoological park tossed bits of a bun to the stork, which gobbled them greedily and bobbed its head toward her for more. "What kind of a bird is it, Mama?" the child asked. The mother read the placard and answered that it was a stork. "Ooh," the little girl cried as her eyes rounded. "Of course, it recognized me." Blessing. The philosopher, on being interrupted in his thoughts by the violent cackling of a hen that had just laid an egg, was led to express his appreciation of a kind providence by which a fish, while laying 1,000,000 eggs to a hen's, one does so in a perfectly quiet and ladylike manner. Blind. A shopkeeper with no conscience put by his door a box with a slit in the cover and a label reading "For the blind." A month later, the box disappeared. When someone inquired concerning it, the shopkeeper chuckled and pointed to the window. "I collected enough," he explained. "There's the new blind." Page 47. Blindness. The sympathetic and inquisitive old lady at the seashore was delighted and thrilled by an old sailor's narrative of how he was washed overboard during a gale and was only rescued after having sunk for the 3rd time. "And of course," she commented brightly, "after you sank the 3rd time, your whole past life passed before your eyes." "I presume as how it did, mum," the sailor agreed, "but bane as I had my eyes shut, I missed it." Blockhead. The recruit complained to the sergeant that he'd got a splinter in his finger. "He should have more sense," was the harsh comment, "than to scratch your head." Bone of contention. The crowd in the car was packed suffocatingly close. The timid passenger thought of pickpockets and thrust his hand into his pocket protectingly. He was startled to encounter the fist of a fat fellow passenger. "I caught you that time," the fat man hissed. "Thief yourself," snorted the timid passenger. "Lego." "Scoundrel," shouted the fat man. Page 48. "Help, stop thief," the little fellow spluttered, trying to wrench his hand from the other's clasp. As the car halted, the tall man next the 2 disputants spoke sharply. "I want to get off here, if you dubs will be good enough to take your hands out of my pocket." During the Civil War, an old Negro was deeply interested in the conflict, but showed no sign of wishing to take part in it. A white man questioned him one day. "The men of the North and South are killing one another on your account. Why don't you pitch in and fight yourself?" "Has you all ever seen 2 dogs fightin' over a bone?" the Negro demanded. "Many times, of course," was the answer. The old Negro chuckled as he said, "Did you ever see the bone fight?" "Well, no. That's all I say, the bone." Breakfast. The Southern colonel at Saratoga Springs, in the days before Prohibition, directed the colored waiter at his table in the hotel. "You all kin, bring me a Kentucky breakfast." "And what is that, sir?" the waiter inquired doubtfully. The colonel explained. "Page 49. Bring me a big steak, a bulldog, and a quart of bourbon whiskey." "But why do you order a bulldog?" asked the puzzled waiter. "To eat the steak," snapped the colonel. Brevity. The best illustration of the value of brief speech reckoned in dollars was given by Mark Twain. His story was that, when he had listened for 5 minutes to the preacher telling of the heathen, he wept, and was going to contribute $50 after 10 minutes more of the sermon, he reduced the amount of his prospective contribution to $25 after half an hour more of eloquence. He cut the sum to $5 at the end of an hour of oratory. When the plate was passed, he stole $2. Bribery. A thriving baseball club is one of the features of a boys' organization connected with a prominent church. The team was recently challenged by a rival club. The pastor gave a special contribution of $5 to the captain with the direction that the money should be used to buy bats, balls, gloves, or anything else that might help to win the game on the day of the game. The pastor was somewhat surprised to observe nothing new in the club's paraphernalia. He called the captain to him. "Page 50. I don't see any new bats or balls or gloves," he said. "We haven't anything like that," the captain admitted. "But I gave you $5 to buy them," the pastor exclaimed. "Well, you see," came the explanation, "you told us to spend it for bats or balls or gloves or anything that we thought might help to win the game, so we gave it to the umpire." Brutality. Two ladies in a car disputed concerning the window, and at last called the conductor as referee. "If this window is open," one declared, "I shall catch cold and will probably die. If the window is shut," the other announced, "I shall certainly suffocate." The two glared at each other. The conductor was at a loss, but he welcomed the words of a man with a red nose who sat near. These were: "First open the window, conductor, that will kill one. Next shut it, that will kill the other. Then we can have peace." Burglary. A young couple that had received many valuable wedding presents established their home in a suburb. One PG 51 morning, they received in the mail 2 tickets for a popular show in the city with a single line: "Guess who sent them?" The pair had much amusement in trying to identify the donor, but failed in the effort. They duly attended the theater and had a delightful time on their return home late at night. Still trying to guess the identity of the unknown host, they found the house stripped of every article of value, and on the bare table in the dining room was a piece of paper on which was written in the same hand as the enclosure with the tickets: "Now you know." Candle. Jeanette was wearing a new frock when her dearest friend called. "I look a perfect fright," she remarked, eager for praise. The dearest friend was thinking of her own affairs and answered absent-mindedly, "Yes, you certainly do." "Oh, you horrid thing," Jeanette gasped, "I'll never speak to you again." Calmness. In Bret Harte's Mary McGillop, there is a notable description of calmness in most trying circumstances. "I have the honor of addressing the celebrated rebel spy, Miss McGillop," asked the vandal officer. Page 52. "In a moment I was perfectly calm, with the exception of slightly expectorating twice in the face of the minion. I did not betray my agitation." Cards. A Tennessee farmer went to town and bought a gallon jug of whiskey. He left it in the grocery store and tagged it with a 5 of hearts from the deck in his pocket, on which he wrote his name. When he returned 2 hours later, the jug was gone. He demanded an explanation from the grocer. "Simple enough," was the reply. "Jim Slocum come along with a 6 of hearts, and just naturally took that thar jug o' yourn." Carelessness. The housemaid tidying the stairs the morning after a reception found lying there one of the solid silver teaspoons. "My goodness gracious," she exclaimed as she retrieved the piece of silver. "Some one of the company had a hole in his pocket." Caterpillars. The small boy sat at the foot of a telegraph pole with a tin can in his hands. The curious old gentleman gazed first at the lad, and then at the can much perplexed. Page 53. Caterpillars, he ejaculated, what are you doing with them? They climb trees and eat the leaves, the boy explained. Yes. And so the boy continued proudly, I am foolin' this bunch by lettin' 'em climb the telegraph pole. Gads. Clarence, aged 8, was a member of the Band of Mercy of his Sunday school, which was a miniature society for the prevention of cruelty to animals. The badge was a small star, and Clarence wore this with as much pride as ever a policeman had in his shield. He displayed eagerness in the work, and grew somewhat unpopular with the other boys and girls by reason of his many rebukes for their harsh treatment of animals. But one morning, his mother, on looking out of the window, observed to her horror that the erstwhile virtuous Clarence had the family cat by the tail and was swinging it to and fro with every evidence of glee. In fact, it had been the wailing of the outraged beast that had caused the mother to look out. Why, Clarence, she cried aghast, what are you doing to that poor cat, and you, a member of the Band of Mercy? Little Clarence released the cat, but he showed no shame as he explained. I whispered, I lost my star. Page 54. The teacher put a question to the class. What does a cat have that no other animal has? A number cried in unison. Fur. But an objector raised the point that bears and skunks have fur. One pupil raised an eager hand. I know, Teacher Whiskers. But another objector laughed scornfully. Ho ho, my papa has whiskers. The suggester of whiskers defended her idea by declaring my papa ain't got whiskers. Cause he can't, the objector sneered. Ho ho, your pa ain't no good, my pa says. The teacher rapped for order and repeated her question. A little girl raised her hand, and at the teacher's nod spoke timidly. Kittens. The little girl returned from church deeply musing on the sermon, in which the preacher had declared that animals lacking souls could not go to heaven. As the result of her meditation, she presented a problem to the family at the dinner table when she asked earnestly, if cats don't go to heaven, where do the angels get the strings for their harps? Charity. Oh, Mama, questioned the child, whose, that he pointed to a nun who was passing. A sister of charity was the answer. Which one, the boy persisted, faith or hope? Page 55. Chicken stealing. The southern planter heard a commotion in his poultry house late at night. With shotgun in hand, he made his way to the door, flung it open, and curtly ordered, come out of there, you ornery thief. There was silence for a few seconds, except for the startled clucking of the fowls. Then a heavy bass voice boomed out of the darkness. Please, Colonel, dey ain't nobody here, 'cept just us chickens. Christianity. A shipwrecked traveler was washed up on a small island. He was terrified at thought of cannibals, and explored with the utmost stealth, discovering a thin wisp of smoke above the scrub. He crawled toward it fearfully in apprehension that it might be from the campfire of savages, but as he came close, a voice rang out sharply. Why in hell did you play that card? The castaway, already on his knees, raised his hands in devout thanksgiving. Thank God, he exclaimed brokenly, they are Christians. Christmas. A political boss wished to show his appreciation of the services of a colored man who possessed considerable Page 56 influence. He suggested to the darky, for a Christmas present, the choice between a ton of coal and a jug of the best whiskey. The colored man spoke to the point. Burns wood. Santa Claus inserted an upright piano, a fur dolman, a Ford, and a few like knickknacks in the Chicago girl's stocking. When he saw that it was not yet half filled, he withdrew to the roof, plumped down on the snow, and wept bitterly. Judge. The young members of the family had been taught to be punctilious in contributing to the collection at church one Sunday morning. When the boxes were being passed, James, aged 6, ran his eye over those in the pew and noticed that a guest of his sister had no coin in her hand. Where is your money? He whispered. She answered that she hadn't any, but James was equal to the emergency. Here, take mine, he directed, that'll pay, for you ill get under the seat. Which he Roman 999. The old Negro attended a service in the Episcopal Church. For the first time in his life, someone asked him afterward how he had enjoyed the experience. Not much, surely, not much, he declared, shaking his PG-57 head. Dat ain't no church for me, no sir, day wastes too much time readin' the minutes of the previous meeting. Cleanliness. The little boy was clad in an immaculate white suit for the lawn party, and his mother cautioned him strictly against soiling it. He was scrupulous in his obedience, but at last he approached her timidly and said, "Please, mother, may I sit on my pants?" The mother catechized her young son just before the hour for the arrival of the music teacher. "Have you washed your hands very carefully?" "Yes, mother." "And have you washed your face thoroughly?" "Yes, mother." "And were you particular to wash behind your ears?" On her side, "I did, mother." Community. The young man at the summer resort, who had become engaged to the pretty girl, received information that led him to question her. "Is it true that since you came up here, you've got engaged to Billy, Ed, George, and Harry, as well as me?" The young lady assumed an air of disdain. "What is that to you?" she demanded. PG-58. "Just this," he replied gently. "If it's so and you have no objection, we fellows will all chip in together to buy an engagement ring." Compensation. Isaac and Moses dined in a restaurant that was new to them and were pained seriously by the amount of the check. Moses began to expostulate in a loud voice, but Isaac hushed him with a whisper. "I have the spoons in my pocket." Compliments. "Would you like a lock of my hair?" asked the gallant old bachelor of the spinster, who had been a belle a few decades past. "Why don't you offer me the whole wig?" the maiden lady jibed with a titter. The bachelor retorted with icy disdain. "You are very biting, madam, considering that your teeth are porcelain." The young man, dancing with the girl to whom he had just been introduced, remarked with the best of intentions, but rather unfortunately, "That's the new waltz. My sister was raving about it. I think it's pretty bad. I expect she danced it with somebody rather nice." PG-59. In former times, when royalties were more important, a lady at a court ball was intensely gratified. When a prince selected her as a partner, she was almost overwhelmed with pride when he danced a second measure with her. "Oh," she gushed, as she reposed blissfully in his arms, "Your Highness does me too great honor." The prince answered coldly, "But no, madam, merely my physician has directed me to perspire." Concealment. The widow was deep in suds over the family wash. When she saw her pastor coming up the path to the door, she gave directions to her young son to answer the bell, and to tell the clergyman that his mother had just gone down the street on an errand, since the single ground floor room of the cottage offered no better hiding place against observation. From the door she crouched behind a clothes horse hung with drying garments. When the boy had opened the door to the minister and had duly delivered the message concerning his mother's absence, the reverend gentleman cast a sharp look toward the screen of drying clothes and addressed the boy thus: "Well, my lad, just tell your mother I called, and you might say to her that the next time she goes down the street, she should take her feet along." PG-60. Concede. "I suppose I must admit that I do have my faults," the husband remarked in a tone that was far from humble. "Yes," the wife snapped, "and in your opinion, your faults are better than other folks' virtues." Conscience. The child had been greatly impressed by her first experience in Sunday school. She pressed her hands to her breast and said solemnly to her sister, 2 years older, "When you hear something white here, it is conscience whispering to you." "It's no such thing," the sister jeered. "That's just wind on your tummy." Constancy. His companion bent over the dying man to catch the last faintly whispered words. The utterance came with pitiful feebleness, yet with sufficient clearness. I am ding eyes go to Fanny, tell her I did with her name on my lips, that I loved her alone always, and Jenya tell Jenny the same thing. Page 61. Conversion. A zealous church member in a Kentucky village made an earnest effort to convert a particularly vicious old mountaineer named Jim, who was locally notorious for his godlessness. But the old man was hard-headed and stubborn, firmly rooted in his evil courses, so that he resisted the pious efforts in his behalf. Jim the exhorter questioned sadly, "At last ain't you teched by the story of the Lord, what died to save your soul?" Humph Jim retorted contemptuously, ye aimin' to tell me the Lord died to save me, when he ain't never seed me ner knowed me." Jim the missionary explained with fervor, "It was a darn sight easier for the Lord to die fur ye jest, because he never seed ye, than if he knowed ye as well as wheels do." Cookery. The housewife gave the tramp a large piece of pie on condition that he should saw some wood. The tramp retired to the woodshed, but presently he reappeared at the back door of the house, with the piece of pie still intact save for one mouthful bitten from the end. "Madam," he said respectfully to the wondering woman, "if it's all the same to you, ill eat the wood," and saw the pie. Page 62. Courtesy. The witness was obviously a rustic and quite new to the ways of a courtroom, so the judge directed him. "Speak to the jury, sir, the men sitting behind you on the benches." The witness bowed clumsily and said, "Good morning, gentlemen." Cowardice. The old farmer and his wife visited the menagerie when they halted before the hippopotamus cage. He remarked admiringly, "Darned curious fish, ain't it, ma?" "That ain't a fish," the wife announced, "that's a reptile." It was thus that the argument began. It progressed to a point of such violence that the old lady began belaboring the husband with her umbrella. The old man dodged and ran with the wife in pursuit. The trainer had just opened the door of the lion's cage, and the farmer popped in. He crowded in behind the largest lion and peered over its shoulder fearfully at his wife, who on the other side of the bars shook her umbrella furiously. "Coward," she shouted, "coward." Page 63. Curiosity. The colored man passing through the market saw a turtle for the first time and surveyed it with great interest. The creature's head was withdrawn, but as the investigator fumbled about the shell, it shot forward and nipped his finger. With a howl of pain, he stuck his finger in his mouth and sucked it. "What's the matter?" the fishmonger asked with a grin. "Nothin', just nothin' at all," the colored man answered thickly. "I was only wonderin' whether I had been bit or stung." Damages. The child came to his mother in tears. "Oh, Mama," he confessed, "I broke a tile in the hearth." "Never mind, dear," the mother consoled, "but however did you come to do it?" "I was pounding it with Father's watch." Danger. One foot in the grave and the other slipping. Dead certainty. On Tuesday, a colored maid asked her mistress for permission to be absent on the coming Friday. She, PG 64, explained that she wished to attend the funeral of her fiancé. The mistress gave the required permission sympathetically. "But you're not wearing mourning, Jenny," she remarked. "Oh no, Mom," the girl replied. "You see, Mom, he ain't dead, yet the hanging ain't till Friday." Dead men's shoes. When a certain officer of the governor's staff died, there were many applicants for the post, and some were indecently impatient. While the dead colonel was awaiting burial, one aspirant buttonholed the governor, asking, "Would you object to my taking the place of the colonel?" "Not at all," the governor replied tartly. "See the undertaker." Deafness. In the smoking room of a theater between the acts, an amiable young man addressed an elderly gentleman who was seated beside him. "The show is very good, don't you think?" The old gentleman nodded approvingly as he replied, "Me, I always take the surface cars, them elevated and subway stairs catches my breath." Page 65. "I said the show was a good one," exclaimed the young man, raising his voice. Again the elderly person nodded agreeably. "They jump about a good deal," was his comment, but they're a on the ground which the others ain't. Now the young man shouted, "You're a little deaf, ain't you?" At last the other understood. "Yes, sir," he announced proudly, "I am as deaf as a post." He chuckled contentedly. "Some folks thinks as that's a terrible affliction, but I don't. I kin always hear what I am sayin' myself, and that's interestin' enough for me." An excellent old gentleman grew hard of hearing, and was beset with apprehension lest he become totally deaf one day. As he rested on a park bench, another elderly citizen seated himself alongside the apprehensive old gentleman, saw that the newcomer was talking rapidly, but his ears caught no faintest sound of the other's voice. He listened intently in vain. He cupped a hand to his ear, but there was only silence. At last, in despair, he spoke his thought aloud. "It's come at last. I know you've been talking all this while, but I haven't heard a single word." The answer, given with a grin, was explicit and satisfying to the worried deaf man. "I hain't been talking, just aquin." Page 66. Dedication. The visitor to the poet's wife expressed her surprise that the man of genius had failed to dedicate any one of his volumes to the said wife, whereupon said wife became flustered and declared tartly, "I never thought of that. As soon as you are gone, I'll look through all his books, and if that's so, I never will forgive him." Definition. The schoolboy, after profound thought, wrote this definition of the word spine at his teacher's request. A spine is a long limber bone. Your head sets on one end, and you set on the other. Degrees in degradation. Phil May, the artist, when once down on his luck in Australia, took a job as waiter in a very low-class restaurant. An acquaintance came into the place to dine, and was aghast when he discovered the artist in his waiter. "My God," he whispered, "to find you in such a place as this." Phil May smiled as he retorted, "Oh, but you see, I don't eat here." Page 67. Delay. A woman in the mountains of Tennessee was seated in the doorway of the cabin, busily eating some pig's feet. A neighbor hurried up to tell of how her husband had become engaged in a saloon brawl and had been shot to death. The widow continued munching on a pig's foot in silence while she listened to the harrowing news. As the narrator paused, she spoke thickly from her crowded mouth. "Just wait till I finish thisher pigs, trotter and yell, hear some hollerin', as is hollerin'. Devil." Some wasps built their nests during the week in a Scotch clergyman's best breeches on the Sabbath. As he warmed up to his preaching, the wasps too warmed up, with the result that presently the minister was leaping about like a jack-in-the-box and slapping his lower anatomy with great vigor, to the amazement of the congregation. "Be calm, brethren," he shouted, "the word of God is in my mouth, but the deal's in my breeches." Diet. The young lady, who was something of a food faddist, was on a visit to a coast fishing village. She questioned her host as to the general diet of the natives, and was PG 68 told that they subsisted almost entirely on fish. The girl protested. "But fish is a brain food, and these folks are really the most unintelligent looking that I ever saw." Meb, so the host agreed, "and just think what they'd look like if they didn't eat fish." Digestion. In an English school, the examiner asked one of the children to name the products of the Indian Empire. The child was well prepared, but very nervous. "Please, sir," the answer ran, "India produces curries and pepper and rice and citron and chutney and." There was a long pause. Then, as the first child remained silent, a little girl raised her hand. The examiner nodded. "Yes, you may name any other products of India." "Please, sir," the child announced proudly, "Indiation." Diplomacy. "Now let me see," the impecunious man demanded, as he buttonholed an acquaintance. "Do I owe you anything?" "Not a penny, my dear sir," was the genial reply. "You are going about paying your little debts." "No, I am going about to see if I've overlooked anybody. Lend me 10 till Saturday." Page 69. Ted had a habit of dropping in at the house next door on baking day, for the woman of that house had a deft way in the making of cookies, and Ted had no hesitation in enjoying her hospitality, even to the extent of asking for cookies if they were not promptly forthcoming. When the boy's father learned of this, he gave Ted a lecture and a strict order never to ask for cookies at the neighbor's kitchen. So when a few days later the father saw his son munching a cookie as he came away from the next house, he spoke sternly. "Have you been begging cookies again?" "Oh no, I didn't beg any," Ted answered cheerfully. "I just said this house smells as if it was full of cookies, but what's that to me?" Sometimes the use of a diplomatic method defeats its own purpose, as in the case of the old fellow who was enthusiastic in praise of the busy lawyer from whose office he had just come after a purely social call. "That fellow, for a busy man," he declared earnestly, "is one of the pleasantest chaps I ever did meet. Why, I dropped in on him just to pass the time o' day this morning, and I hadn't been chatting with I.M. more'n 5 minutes before he'd told me 3 times to come and see I.M. again." The lady of uncertain age simpered at the gentleman of about the same age who had offered her his seat in the car. "Why should you be so kind to me?" she gurgled. "My dear madam, because I myself have a mother and a wife and a daughter." Page 70. Diplomacy is shown inversely by the remark of the professor to the lady in this story. At a reception, the woman chatted for some time with the distinguished man of learning and displayed such intelligence that one of the listeners complimented her. "Oh really," she said with a smile, "I've just been concealing my ignorance." The professor spoke gallantly. Not at all, my dear madam, quite the contrary, I do assure you." Dirt. We are more particular nowadays about cleanliness than were those of a past generation, Charles Lamb, during a whist game, remarked to his partner. "Martin, if dirt were trumps, what a hand you'd have." The French aristocrats were not always conspicuously careful in their personal habits, a visitor to a Parisian grande dame remarked to her hostess. "But how dirty your hands are." The great lady regarded her hands doubtfully as she replied, "Oh, do you think so? Why, you ought to see my feet." Discipline. Jimmy found much to criticize in his small sister. He felt forced to remonstrate with his mother. Page 71. "Don't you want Jenny to be a good wife like you when she grows up?" he demanded. His mother nodded assent. "Then you better get busy, Ma. You make me give in to her all the time 'cause I am bigger, and she is smaller, and Pa, but when he comes in you bring him his slippers and hand him the paper." Jimmy yanked his gawk from baby Jenny and disregarded her wail of anger as he continued. "Got to discipline her or she'll make an awful wife." Discretion. The kindly and inquisitive old gentleman was interested in the messenger boy who sat on the steps of a house and toyed delicately with a sandwich taken from its wrapper. With the top piece of bread carefully removed, the boy picked out and ate a few small pieces of the chicken. The puzzled observer questioned the lad. "Now, sonny, why don't you eat your sandwich right down instead of fussing with it like that?" The answer was explicit. "Dasn't tain't mine." Divorce. The court was listening to the testimony of the wife who sought a divorce. "Tell me explicitly," the judge directed the woman, "what fault you have to find with your husband." Page 72. And the wife was explicit. "He is a liar, a brute, a thief, and a brainless fool." "Tut, tut," the judge remonstrated. "I suspect you would find difficulty in proving all your assertions." "Prove it," was the retort. "Why, everybody knows it." "If you knew it," his honor demanded sarcastically, "why did you marry him?" "I didn't know it before I married him." The husband interrupted angrily. "Yes, she did too," he shouted. "She did so." Doctors. A victim of chronic bronchitis called on a well-known physician to be examined. The doctor, after careful questioning, assured the patient that the ailment would respond readily to treatment. "You're so sure?" the sufferer inquired. "I suppose you must have had a great deal of experience with this disease." The physician smiled wisely and answered in a most confidential manner. "Why, my dear sir, I've had bronchitis myself for more than 15 years. A well-todo-colored man suffered a serious illness and showed no signs of improvement under treatment by a physician of his own race, so presently he dismissed this doctor and summoned a white man. The new PG-73 physician made a careful examination of the patient and then asked, "Did that other doctor take your temperature?" The sick man shook his head doubtfully. "I dunno, sir," he declared. "I certainly dunno. All I've missed so far is my watch." A member of the faculty in a London medical college was appointed an honorary physician to the king. He proudly wrote a notice on the blackboard in his classroom. Professor Jennings informs his students that he has been appointed honorary physician to His Majesty King George. When he returned to the classroom in the afternoon, he found written below his notice this line: "God save the king." The Chinaman expressed his gratitude to that mighty physician Sing Li as follows: "Me very sick man, me get Dr. Yuan Sin, tacky him medicine, very more sick. Me get Dr. Hang Shi tacky him medicine, very bad think, me go die me Cali doctor, kai kan him bezino, can come me get well." The instructor in the medical college exhibited a diagram. "The subject here limps," he explained, "because one leg is shorter than the other." He addressed one of the students. Page 74. "Now, Mr. Sneed, what would you do in such a case?" Young Sneed pondered earnestly and replied with conviction, "I fancy, sir, that I should limp too." The physician turned from the telephone to his wife. "I must hurry to Mrs. Jones' boy is sick." "Is it serious?" "Yes, I don't know what's the matter with him, but she has a book on what to do before the doctor comes, so I must hurry. Whatever it is, she mustn't do it." Doctrine. In a former generation, when elaborate doctrines were deemed more important by Christian clergymen than they are today, they were prone to apply every utterance of the Bible to the demonstration of their own particular tenets. For example, one distinguished minister announced his text and introduced his sermon as follows: "So Mephibosheth dwelt in Jerusalem, for he did eat at the king's table, and he was lame on both his feet." My brethren, we are here taught the doctrine of human depravity. Mephibosheth was lame. Also the doctrine of total depravity was lame on both his feet. Also the doctrine of justification, for he dwelt in Jerusalem. Fourth, the doctrine of adoption, did eat at the king's table. Fifth, the doctrine of the PG-75 perseverance of the saints, for we read that he did eat at the king's table continually. Documentary evidence. During the worst of the spy scare period in London, a man was brought into the police station who declared indignantly that he was a well-known American citizen, but his captor denounced him as a German and offered as proof the hotel register which he had brought along. He pointed to the signature of the accused. It read, "Roman 5 Gates. Dogs." The tramp was sitting with his back to a hedge by the wayside, munching at some scraps wrapped in a newspaper. A lady out walking with her pet Pomeranian strolled past the little dog, ran to the tramp, and tried to muzzle the food. The tramp smiled expansively on the lady. "Shall I throw the little dog a bit, mum?" he asked. The lady was gratified by this appearance of kindly interest in her pet and murmured an assent. The tramp caught the dog by the nape of the neck and tossed it over the hedge, remarking, "And if he comes back, mum, I might throw him a bit more." Many a great man has been given credit as originator of this cynical sentiment. The more I see of men, the more I respect dogs. Page 76. The fox terrier regarded with curious interest the knot tied in the tail of the dachshund. "What's the big idea?" he inquired. That the dachshund answered, "Is a knot my wife tied to make me remember an errand." The fox terrier wagged his stump of tail thoughtfully. That, he remarked at last, must be the reason I am so forgetful. During the siege of Paris in the Franco-German War, when everybody was starving, one aristocratic family had their pet dog served for dinner. The master of the house, when the meal was ended, surveyed the platter through tear-dimmed eyes and spoke sadly. "How Fido would have enjoyed these bones." The young clergyman, during a parochial call, noticed that the little daughter of the hostess was busy with her slate, while eyeing him closely from time to time. "And what are you doing, Clara?" he asked, with his most engaging smile. "I am drawing a picture of you," was the answer. The clerical visitor sat very still to facilitate the work of the artist, but presently Clara shook her head in discouragement. "I don't like it much," she confessed. "I guess I'll put a tail on it and call it a dog." The meditative Hollander delivered a monologue to his dog. Page 77. "You vas only a dog, but I wish I vas you when you go your bed and you just turn round 3 times and lie down when I go to bed and I have to lock up the place and wind up the clock and put out the cat and undress myself, and my wife wakes up and scolds, and den the baby wakes and cries, and I have to walk him the house around, and den maybe I get myself to bed in time to get up again. When you get up you just stretch yourself, dig your neck a little, and you vas up I have to light the fire, put on the kiddle, scrap some vit my wife, and get myself breakfast. You be lays round all day and have plenty of fun. I have to work all day and have plenty of trouble. When you die you vas dead. When I die I have to go somewhere again. Some persons are born to have honor thrust upon them, and such is obviously the case of the actor named in this story. The colored maid of an actress took out for exercise her mistress' dog, a splendid St. Bernard. A passerby admired the animal and inquired as to the breed. The maid said, "I don't just exactly know myself, but I done hear my missus say he am a full-blood Sam Bernard." Domestic quarrels. After a trip abroad, a lady inquired of her colored washerwoman, "Lucy, do you and your husband quarrel now the same as you used to?" Page 78. "No indeed, ma'am," was the reply. "That is good. I'm sure you're very glad of it, aren't you?" "Ah, surely is." "What caused you to stop quarreling, Lucy?" the lady asked. The explanation was simple and sufficient. "He died." The newly married pair quarreled seriously, so that the wife in a passion finally declared, "I am going home to my mother." The husband maintained his calm in the face of this calamity and drew out his pocketbook. "Here," he said, counting out some bills, "is the money for your railroad fare." The wife took it and counted it in her turn, then she faced her husband scornfully. "But that isn't enough for a return ticket." The good wife, after she and her husband had retired for the night, discoursed for a long time with much eloquence. When she was interrupted by a snore from her spouse, she thumped the sleeper into wakefulness and then remarked, "John, do you know what I think of a man who will go to sleep while his own wife is akin to him?" "Well, now I believe as how I do, Martha," was the drowsily uttered response. "But don't let that stop you. Go right ahead and get it off your mind." Page 79. Doubt. Small Jimmy discussed with his chief crony the minister's sermon, which had dealt with the sheep and the goats. "Me," he concluded, "I don't know which I am. Mother calls me her lamb, and father calls me kid." Ability to look on two sides of a question is usually a virtue, but it may degenerate into a vice. Thus, a visitor found his bachelor friend glumly studying an evening waistcoat. When inquiry was made, this explanation was forthcoming. "It's quite too soiled to wear, but really, it's not dirty enough to go to the laundry. I can't make up my mind just what I should do about it." Drama. The new play was a failure. After the first act, many left the theater. At the end of the second, most of the others started out. A cynical critic, as he rose from his aisle seat, raised a restraining hand. "Wait," he commanded loudly, "women and children first." Dreams. The group of dwellers at the seaside was discussing the subject of dreams and their significance. During a PG-80 pause, one of the party turned to a little girl who had sat listening intently and asked, "Do you believe that dreams come true?" "Of course they do," the child replied firmly. "Last night, I dreamed that I went paddling and I had dress. Oh, have you heard Mrs. Blount died today while trying on a new dress? How sad. What was it trimmed with?" The son of the house had been reading of an escaped lunatic. "How do they catch lunatics?" he asked. The father, who had just paid a number of bills, waxed sarcastic. "With enormous straw hats, with little bits of ones, with silks and laces and feathers and jewelry, and so on and so on." "I recall now," the mother spoke up. "I used to wear things of that sort until I married you." Drink. It was 9 o'clock in the morning, but this particular passenger on the platform of the trolley car still wore a much crumpled evening suit. As the car swung swiftly around a curve, this riotous liver was jolted off and fell heavily on the cobblestones. PG-81. The car stopped, and the conductor, running back, helped the unfortunate man to scramble to his feet. The bibulous passenger was severely shaken, but very dignified. "Collision?" he demanded. "No," the conductor answered. "Off the track?" was the second inquiry. "No," said the conductor again. "Well," was the indignant rejoinder, "if I'd known that I wouldn't have got off." The very convivial gentleman left his club happy, but somewhat dazed on his homeward journey made tackingly. He ran against the vertical iron rods that formed a circle of protection for the trunk of a tree growing by the curb. He made a tour around the barrier 4 times, carefully holding to one rod, until he had a firm grasp on the next. Then, at last, he halted and leaned despairingly against the rock to which he held, and called aloud for succor. Help, somebody, let me out." The highly inebriated individual halted before a solitary tree and regarded it as intently as he could, with the result that he saw 2 trees. His attempt to pass between these resulted in a near concussion of the brain. He reeled back, but presently sighted carefully and tried again with the like result. When this had happened a half-dozen times, the unhappy man lifted up his voice and wept. PG-82. Lost, he sobbed, hopelessly lost in an impenetrable forest. The proprietor of the general store at the crossroads had his place overrun by rats, and the damage was such that he offered $100 reward to anyone who would rid him of the pests. A disreputable-appearing person turned up one morning and announced that he was a professional rat killer. "Get to work," the storekeeper urged. "I must have a pound of cheese," the killer declared. When this had been provided, "Now give me a quart of whiskey." Equipped with the whiskey, the professional spoke briskly. "Now show me the cellar." An hour elapsed, and then the rat-catcher galloped up the cellar stairs and leaped into the store. His face was red, the eyes glaring, and he shook his fists in defiance of the world at large as he jumped high in air and shouted, "Whoopee, I am ready, bring on your rats." 2 Southern gentlemen, who were of very convivial habits, chanced to meet on the street at 9 o'clock in the morning. After an evening's revel together, the major addressed the colonel with decorous solemnity. "Colonel, how do you feel, sir?" The colonel left nothing doubtful in the nature of his reply. PG-83. "Major," he declared tartly, "I feel like thunder, sir, as any Southern gentleman should, sir, at this hour of the morning." The old toper was asked if he had ever met a certain gentleman also notorious for his bibulous habits. "Know him," was the reply. "I should say I do. Why, I got him so drunk one night, it took 3 hotel porters to put me to bed." A farmer who indulged in sprees was observed in his Sunday clothes, throwing 5 bushels of corn on the ear into the pen where he kept half a dozen hogs, and he was heard to mutter, "Thar blast ye if ye're prudent that orter last ye." A mouse chanced on a pool of whiskey that was the result of a raid by prohibition enforcement agents. The mouse had had no previous acquaintance with liquor, but now being thirsty, it took a sip of the strange fluid, and then retired into its hole to think. After some thought, it returned to the pool and took a second sip of the whiskey. It then withdrew again to its hole, and thought. Presently it issued and drew near the pool for the 3rd time. Now it took a big drink, nor did it retreat to its hole. Instead, it climbed on a soap box, stood on its hind legs, bristled its whiskers, and squeaked, "Now bring on your cat." PG-84. The owner of a hunting lodge in Scotland presented his gamekeeper with a fur cap of the sort having ear flaps, When at the lodge the following year, the gentleman asked the gamekeeper how he liked the cap, the old man shook his head dolefully. "I've nae worn it since the accident." What accident was that his employer demanded? "I've heard of none. A moan offered me a dram, and I heard neathing of it." The old farmer was driving home from town. After having imbibed rather freely in descending a hill, the horse stumbled and fell, and either could not or would not get to its feet again. At last, the farmer spoke savagely. "Dang your hide, get up thara, ill drive smack over ye." Mrs. Smith addressed her neighbor, whose husband was notoriously brutal, and she spoke with a purr that was catty. "You know, my dear, my husband is so indulgent." And the other woman retorted quite as purringly, "Oh, everybody knows that, what a pity he sometimes indulges too much." In the days before Prohibition, a bibulous person issued from a saloon in a state of melancholy intoxication, and outside the door he encountered a teetotaler friend. Page 85. The friend exclaimed mournfully, "Oh, John, I am so sorry to see you come out of such a place as that." The bibulous one wept sympathetically. Then he declared huskily, "I'll go right back," and he Roman 999. When the Kentucky colonel was in the North, someone asked him if the Kentuckians were in fact very bibulous. "No, sir," the colonel declared, "I don't reckon there are mo' than a dozen Bibles in the whole state." The Irish gentleman encountered the lady who had been ill and made gallant inquiries. "I almost died," she explained. "I had Tommy poisoning." "And is it so?" the Irishman gushed, and he added in a burst of confidence, "What with that mom and delirium tremens, a body these days don't know what he dare eat or drink." Drugged. The police physician was called to examine an unconscious prisoner who had been arrested and brought to the station house for drunkenness. After a short examination, the physician addressed the policeman who had made the arrest. "This fellow is not suffering from the effects of alcohol. He has been drugged." Page 86. The policeman was greatly disturbed and spoke falteringly. "I'm thinking you're right, sir. I drugged him all the way to the station." Duty. The traveler was indignant at the slow speed of the train. He appealed to the conductor. "Can't you go any faster than this?" "Yes," was the serene reply, "but I have to stay aboard." Easy living. The southerner in the North, while somewhat mellow, discoursed eloquently of conditions in his home state. He concluded in a burst of feeling. "In that smiling land, sir, no gentleman is compelled to soil his hands with vulgar work. The preparing of the soil for the crops is done by our niggers, sir, and the sowing of the crops and the reaping of the crops all done by the niggers, and the selling is done by the sheriff." Economy. One Japanese bragged to another that he made a fan last 20 years by opening only a fourth section, and using this for 5 years, then the next section, and so on. Page 87. The other Japanese registered scorn. Wasteful, he ejaculated, "I was better taught. I make a fan last a lifetime. I open it wide and hold it under my nose quite motionless. Then I wave my head." Wife, women are not extravagant. A woman can dress smartly on a sum that would keep a man looking shabby. Husband, that's right, what you dress on keeps me looking shabby. Efficiency. In these days of difficulty in securing domestic servants, mistresses will accept almost any sort of help, but there are limits. A woman interrogated a husky girl in an employment office who was a recent importation from Lapland. The dialogue was as follows. "Can you do fancy cooking?" "No." "Can you do plain cooking?" "No." "Can you sew?" "No." "Can you do general housework?" "No." "Make the beds, wash the dishes?" "No." "Well," cried the woman in puzzled exasperation, "what can you do?" "I milk reindeer." Page 88. The undertaker regarded the deceased in the coffin with severe disapproval, for the wig persisted in slipping back, and revealing a perfectly bald pate, he addressed the widow in that cheerfully melancholy tone which is characteristic of undertakers during their professional public performance. "Have you any glue?" The widow wiped her eyes perfunctorily and said that she had. "Shall I heat it?" she asked. The undertaker nodded gloomily, and the relic departed on her errand. Presently, she returned with the glue pot. But the undertaker shook his head and regarded her with the gently sad smile to which undertakers are addicted, as he whispered solemnly, "I found a tack." An engineer who was engaged on railroad construction in Central America explained to one of the natives living alongside the right-of-way the advantages that would come from realization of the projected line. To illustrate his point, he put the question, "How long does it take you to carry your produce to market by muleback?" 3 days, Senna, was the answer. Then said the engineer, "You can understand the benefit the road will be to you. You will be able to take your produce to market and to return home on the same day." "Very good, Senna," the native agreed courteously. "But Senna, what shall we do with the other 2 days?" Page 89. Eggs. The farmer decided to give special attention to the development of his poultry yard, and he undertook the work carefully and systematically. His hired man, who had been with him for a number of years, was instructed, among other things, to write on each egg the date laid and the breed of the hen. After a month, the hired man resigned. "I can't understand," the farmer declared, surprised and pained, "why you should want to leave." "I am through," the hired man asserted. "I've done the nastiest jobs and never kicked, but I draw the line on Bain's secretary to a bunch o' hens." Egotism. The pessimist spoke mournfully to his friend. "It is only to me that such misfortunes happen. What's the matter now?" The pessimist answered dolefully, "Don't you see that it is raining?" Elephant. A circus man was scouring the countryside in search of an elephant that had escaped from the menagerie and wandered off. He inquired of an Irishman working in a field to learn if the fellow had seen any strange animal thereabouts. Page 90. "Begorra, I have thought," was the vigorous answer. "There was an injurubber bull around here pulling carrots with its tail." Elopement. Some months after the elopement, an old friend met the bridegroom and asked eagerly for details. "What about her father? Did he catch you?" "Just that," quoth the bridegroom grimly. "Incidentally, I may add that the old boy is living with us still." Enough. The darkie's clothes were in the last stages of dilapidation, and he wore open-work shoes, but his face was radiant, and he whistled merrily as he slouched along the street. A householder called from his porch, "Sam, I have a job for you if you want to earn a quarter." The tattered colored man grinned happily as he shook his head. "No, sir, thank yo, all the same, boss, I done got a quarter." Epitaph. In an Irish cemetery stands a handsome monument with an inscription which runs thus. This monument is erected to the memory of James PG 91 O'Flynn, who was accidentally shot by his brother as a mark of affection. Evidence. The prisoner, a darkie, explained how it came about that he had been arrested for chicken stealing. "I didn't have no trouble with de constable ner nobody. It would have been all right if it hadn't been fur the women's love o' dress, my women folks. Dey wasn't satisfied jess to eat mo's all o' them chickens. Dey had to put de feathers in dere hats and parade 'em as circumstantial evidence." The smug satisfaction of the rustic in his clear perception and shrewd reasoning is illustrated by the dialogue between two farmers meeting on the road. "Did you hear that old man Jonah's house burned down last night?" "I ain't a mite surprised. I was goin' past there in the evenin', and when I saw the smoke a comin' out all round under the eaves, I says to myself, says I, where there's smoke, there must be fire, and so it was." "Shall I leave the hall light burning, ma'am?" the servant asked. "No," her mistress replied. "I think my husband won't get home until daylight. He kissed me goodbye before he went and gave me $20 for a new hat." Page 92. Exclusiveness. One of the New York churches is notorious for its exclusiveness. A colored man took a fancy to the church and promptly told the minister that he wished to join. The clergyman sought to evade the issue by suggesting to the man that he reflect more carefully on the matter and make it the subject of prayers for guidance. The following day, the darky encountered the minister. "I done prayed, sir," he declared, beaming, "and the Lord, he done sent me an answer last night." "And what was it?" queried the clergyman, somewhat at a loss. "What did the Lord say?" "Well, sir, he done axed me what church I wanted to join, and I told him it was yourn, and he says, ho, dat church says he you can't get in dere. I know you can't, cause I've been trying to get in dat church for 10 years myself, and I couldn't." Expectancy. An Irishman on a scaffolding 4 stories high heard the noon whistle, but when he would have descended, he found that the ladder had been removed. One of his fellow workmen on the pavement below, to whom he called, explained that the foreman had carried off the ladder for another job. "But how'll I get down?" Pat demanded. Mike on the pavement suggested jumping, as the PG-93 only means Pat's lunch was below. He was hungry, and he accepted the suggestion seriously. "Will yez kitch me?" he demanded. "Sure and ill do," that Mike agreed. Pat clapped his arms in imitation of a rooster and crowed to bolster up his courage, and leaped. He regained consciousness after a short interval, and feebly sat up on the pavement. He regarded Mike reproachfully. "For why did yez not kitch me?" he asked, and the pain in bones sounded in his voice. "Begorry," Mike replied sympathetically, "I was waiting for yez to bounce." Expense account. The woman wrote a reference for her discharged cook as follows: "Maggie Flynn has been employed by me for a month. She is an excellent cook, but I could not afford to make use of her services longer." The husband, who was present afterward, expressed his surprise at the final clause. "But it's true," the wife answered. "The dishes she smashed cost double her wages." Experience. The baby pulled brother's hair until he yelled from the pain of it. The mother soothed the weeping boy. Page 94. "Of course she doesn't know how badly it hurts." Then she left the room. She hurried back presently on hearing frantic squalling from baby. "What in the world is the matter with her?" she questioned anxiously. "Nothing," tall brother replied contentedly, "only now she knows." Experts. There was a chicken stealing case before the court. The colored culprit pleaded guilty and was duly sentenced, but the circumstances of the case had provoked the curiosity of the judge, so that he questioned the darky as to how he had managed to take those chickens and carry them off from right under the window of the owner's house, and that with a savage dog loose in the yard. But the thief was not minded to explain. He said, "Hit wouldn't be of no use, Jedge, to try to splain dis ting to you all. Ef you was to try it, you mourn like as not would get your hide full o' shot and git no chickens nother. Ef you want to engage in any rascality, Jedge, you better stick to the bench, where you am familiar." Explicitness. On her return home, after an absence of a few hours, the mother was displeased to find that little Emma, who PG-95 was ailing, had not taken her pill at the appointed time, although she had been carefully directed to do so. "You were very naughty, Emma," the mother chided. "I told you to be sure and take that pill." "But Mama," the child pleaded in extenuation, "you didn't tell me where to take it to." Extravagance. A rich and listless lady patron examined the handbags in a leading jeweler's shop in New York City. The clerk exhibited one bag 5 inches square made of platinum, and with one side almost covered with a setting of diamonds. This was offered at a price of $9,000. But the lady surveyed the expensive bauble without enthusiasm. She turned it from side to side and over, regarding it with a critical eye, and frowning disapprovingly. At last, she voiced her comment. "Rather pretty, but I don't like this side without diamonds. Honestly, the thing looks skimpy-sidedly skimpy." For $7,000 additional, the objectionable skimpiness was corrected. Verdict. The burly man spoke lucidly to his gangling adversary. You're a nincompoop, a liar and hoss thief. The other man protested, with a whine in his voice. Sech talk ain't nice and, anyhow tain't fair twittin' on facts. Page 96. Fashion. After years of endeavor in poverty, the inventor made a success, and came running home with pockets bulging real money. He joyously strewed $1,000 bills in his wife's lap, crying, "Now at last, my dear, you will be able to buy you some decent clothes." "I'll do nothing of the kind," was the sharp retort. "I'll get the same kind the other women are wearing. The naked hills lie wanton to the breeze. The fields are nude, the groves unfrocked. Bare are the shivering limbs of shameless trees. What wonder is it that the corn is shocked? But not the modern woman's favors." At the village store, the young farmer complained bitterly. "Old C. Durfee wants me to be one of the pallbearers once more at his wife's funeral, and it's like this C. had me fur pallbearer when his first wife was buried, and then again fur his second, and when Eliza died she, as was his third, he up and axed me again, and now I snum it's the fourth time, and ye know a feller can't be the whole time attikin favors and not payin' 'em back." Page 97. Fighting. The boy hurried home to his father with an announcement. "Me and Joe Peck had a fight today." The father nodded gravely. "Mr. Peck has already called to see me about it." The little boy's face brightened. "Gee Pop, I hope you made out S. Well, S. I did." Finance. A very black little girl made her way into the presence of the lady of the house, and with much embarrassment, but very clearly explained who she was and what her mission. "Please, mum, is Ophelia Isse de washerwoman's little girl, and mama, she sent me to say would you please to lend her a dime, she got to pay some bills." The successful financier snorted contemptuously. "Money pooh, there are a million ways of making money." "But only one honest way," a listener declared. "What way is that?" the financier demanded. "Naturally, you wouldn't know," was the answer. The eminent financier was discoursing. "The true secret of success," he said, "is to find out what the people want." Page 98. "And the next thing someone suggested is to give it to them." The financier shook his head contemptuously. "No corner it." The eminent banker explained just how he started in business. "I had nothing to do, and I rented an empty store and put up a sign bank. As soon as I opened for business, a man dropped in and made a deposit of $200. The next day another man dropped in and deposited $300. And so, sir, the third day my confidence in the enterprise reached such a point that I put in $50 of my own money." Financiers. "My pa, he's a financier," boasted one small boy to another. "'Tain't much to brag of," the other sneered. "My pa and Uncle Jack are in jail too." Fishing. The congressman from California was telling at dinner in the hotel of tuna fishing. "Just run out in a small motor boat," he explained, "and anything less than 100 pounds is poor sport." The colored waiter was so excited that he interrupted. "You say you go after 100-pound fish in a little motor boat, sir?" Page 99. The congressman nodded. But the darky protested, "Ain't you scared for fear y'all catch one?" Flattery. An eminent statesman was being driven rapidly by his chauffeur when the car struck and killed a dog that leaped in front of it. At the statesman's order, the chauffeur stopped the car, and the great man got out and hurried back to where a woman was standing by the remains, the dead dog's mistress was deeply grieved and more deeply angered. As the statesman attempted to address her placatingly, she turned on him wrathfully and told him just what she thought, which was considerable, and by no means agreeable. When at last she paused for breath, the culprit tried again to soothe her, saying, "Madam, I shall be glad to replace your dog." The woman drew herself up, haughtily surveyed the statesman with supreme scorn, and hissed, "Sir, you flatter yourself. Fleas." The debutante was alarmed over the prospect of being taken in to dinner by the distinguished statesman. "Whatever can we talk about?" she demanded anxiously of her mother. Afterward, in the drawing-room, she came to her mother with a radiant smile. "Page 100. He's fine," she exclaimed. "We weren't halfway through the soup before we were chatting cozily about the fleas in Italian hotels." Flirtation. The gentleman at the party, who was old enough to know better, turned to another guest who had just paused beside him. "Women are fickle. See that pretty woman by the window? She was smiling at me flirtatiously a few minutes ago, and now she looks cold as an iceberg. I have only just arrived. The other man," said she, "is my wife." Flood. The breakfaster in the cheap restaurant tried to make conversation with the man beside him at the counter. "Awful rainy spell like the flood." The flood. The tone was polite but inquiring. "The flood Noah, the Ark, Mount Ararat." The other bit off half a slice of bread, shook his head, and mumbled thickly, "Hain't read today's paper yet." Flowers. Gilbert wrote a couplet concerning an attachment à la Plato for a bashful young potato. Page 101. Such suggestion is all very well in a humorous ballad, but we do not look for anything of the sort in a serious romance of real life. Nevertheless, a Welsh newspaper of recent date carried the following paragraph. "At church on Monday last, a very interesting wedding was solemnized, the contracting parties being Mr. Richard, eldest son of Mr. and Mrs., and a bouquet of pink carnations. Fog. The old gentleman was lost in a London fog so thick that he could hardly see his hand before his face. He became seriously alarmed when he found himself in a slimy alley. Then he heard footsteps approaching through the obscurity and sighed with relief. 'Where am I going to?' he cried anxiously. A voice replied weirdly from the darkness beyond. 'Into the river I've just come out.' Follies. A wise old Quaker woman once said that men were guilty of three most astonishing follies. The first was the climbing of trees to shake down the fruit, when if they would but wait the fruit would fall of itself. The second was the going to war to kill one another, when if they would only wait, they must surely die naturally. The third was that they should run after women, when if they did not do so the women would surely run after them. Page 102. Food. The Arctic explorer at a reception on his return gave an informal talk concerning his experiences. He explained that a point further north would have been reached if the dogs had not given out at a critical time. A lady who had followed the explorer's remarks carefully ventured a comment as the speaker paused. "But I thought those Esquimaux dogs were actually tireless." The explorer hesitated and cleared his throat before answering. "I spoke," he elucidated, "in a culinary sense." The young mother asked the man who supplied her with milk if he kept any calves, and smiled pleasedly when he said that he Roman 999. Then she continued brightly, "Bring me a pint of calf's milk every day. I think cow's milk is too strong for baby." Forehandedness. The highly efficient housewife bragged that she always rose early and had every bed in the house made before anybody else in the house was up. Foresight. The master directed that the picture should be hung on the east wall. The mistress preferred the west wall. Page 103. The servant drove the nail where his master directed, but when he was left alone in the room, he drove a nail in the other wall. That he said to himself, "Will save my lugging the steps up here again tomorrow," when he has come around to agreeing with her. Forgetfulness. The foreman of a southern mill, who was much troubled by the shiftlessness of his colored workers, called sharply to two of the men slouching past him. "Hi you, where are you going?" "Well, sub boss," one of them answered, "we is goin' to de mill wid dis he plank." "Plank? What plank? Where's the plank?" the foreman demanded. The colored spokesman looked inquiringly and somewhat surprisedly at his own empty hands and those of his companion, whom he addressed good-naturedly. Now if dat don't beat old George, if we hain't gone and clean forjitted dat plank. Two men met on the city street in the evening and had a number of drinks together. The one who lived in the suburbs became confidential and exhibited a string tied around a finger. I don't dare to go home, he explained. There's something my wife told me to do without fail, and to make sure I wouldn't forget she tied that string around PG 100 for my finger, but for the life of me, I can't remember what the thing was I am to do, and I don't dare to go home. A few days later, the two men met again, this time in the afternoon. Well, the one asked, "Did you finally remember what that string was to remind you of?" The other showed great gloom in his expression as he replied, "I didn't go home until the next night just because I was scared, and then my wife told me what the string was for. All right, certainly did." There was a note of pain in his voice. "The string was to remind me to be sure to come home early." The clergyman drew near to the baptismal font and directed that the candidates for baptism should now be presented. A woman in the congregation gave a gasp of dismay and turned to her husband, whom she addressed in a strenuous whisper. "There, I just knew we'd forget something, John. You run right home as fast as you can and fetch the baby for me." The traveler wrote an indignant letter to the officials of the railroad company, giving full details as to why he had sat up in the smoking room all night instead of sleeping in his berth. He received in reply a letter from the company which was so courteous and logical, PG 105, that he was greatly soothed. His mood changed for the worse, however, when he happened to glance at his own letter, which had been enclosed through error. On the margin was jotted in pencil, "Send this guy the bedbug letter." A worker in the steel mills applied direct to Mr. Carnegie for a holiday in which to get married. The magnate inquired interestedly concerning the bride. "Is she tall or short, slender or plump?" The prospective bridegroom answered seriously, "Well, sir, I am free to say that if id had the rollin' of her, I sure would have given her 3 or 4 more passes." Fraud. The hired man on a New England farm went on his first trip to the city. He returned wearing a scarf pin set with at least 4 carats bulk of radiance. The jewelry dazzled the rural belles and excited the envy of the other young men. His employer bluntly asked if it was a real diamond. "If it ain't," was the answer, "I was skun out half a dollar." Friendship. The kindly lady accosted the little boy on the beach, who stood with downcast head and grinding his toes, PG 106, into the sand, and looking very miserable and lonely indeed. "Haven't you anybody to play with?" she inquired sympathetically. The boy shook his head forlornly as he explained, "I have one friend, but I hate him." The clergyman on his vacation wrote a long letter concerning his traveling experiences to be circulated among the members of the congregation. The letter opened in this form: "Dear friends, I will not address you as ladies and gentlemen because I know you so well. Friend." An American tourist in France found that he had a 2 hours wait for his train at a junction and set out to explore the neighborhood. He discovered at last that he was lost and could not find his way back to the station. He therefore addressed a passerby in the best French he could recollect from his college days. Mispronouncing it with great emphasis, he voiced his request for information as follows: "Pardonnez-moi, j'ai quitté ma train et maintenant je ne sais pas où la trouver encore. Est-ce que vous pouvez me montrer la route à la train?" "Let's look for it together," said the stranger genially. "I don't speak French either." PG 107. Vacinas. The traveler in the Blue Ridge Mountains made his toilet as best he could with the aid of the hand basin on its bench by the cabin door, and the roller towel. He made use of his own comb and brush, toothbrush, nailfile, and whisk broom. The small son of the cabin regarded his operations with rounded eyes, and at last broke forth: "By cricky, mister, I want to know, be ye a lose that much trouble to yourself?" Gender. It is quite possible to trap clergymen as well as laymen with the following question, because they are not always learned in the Old Testament. If David was the father of Solomon and Joab was the son of Zeruiah, What relation was Zeruiah to Joab? Most persons give the answer that Zeruiah was the father of Joab necessarily. That is not the correct answer. The trouble is that Zeruiah was a woman, and of course David and Solomon having nothing whatever to do with the case. Gentlemen. There has been much controversy for years as to the proper definition of the much abused word gentleman. Finally, by a printer's error in prefixing un PG 108 to an adverb, an old and rather mushy description of a gentleman has been given a novel twist, and a pithy point. A contributor's letter to a metropolitan daily appeared as follows. Sir, I can recall no better description of a gentleman than this. A gentleman is one who never gives offense unintentionally. Geography. The airman, after many hours of thick weather, had lost his bearings completely. Then it cleared, and he was able to make a landing naturally. He was anxious to know in what part of the world he had arrived. He put the question to the group of rustics that had promptly assembled. The answer was explicit. You've come down in Deacon Peck's North Meadow lot. Ghost. There was a haunted house down south, which was carefully avoided by all the superstitious Negroes, but a new arrival in the community, named Sam, bragged of his bravery as too superior to be shaken by any ghosts, and declared that, for the small sum of $2 cash in hand paid, he would pass the night alone in the haunted house. A score of other darkies contributed, and the required amount was raised. It was not, however, to be delivered to the courageous Sam until PG 109, his reappearance after the vigil. With this understanding, the boaster betook himself to the haunted house for the night. When a select committee sought for Sam next morning, no trace of him was found. Careful search for 3 days failed to discover the missing Negro. But on the 4th day, Sam entered the village street, covered with mud and evidently worn with fatigue. "Hi dar nigger," one of the bystanders shouted. "War you all been de las 4 days?" And Sam answered simply, "Ours been comin' back. God." The little boy was found by his mother with pencil and paper making a sketch. When asked what he was doing, he answered promptly and with considerable pride, "I am drawing a picture of God." But gasped the shocked mother, "You cannot do that. No one has seen God. No one knows how God looks." Well, the little boy replied complacently, "When I get through they will." God's will. The clergyman was calling when the youthful son and heir approached his mother proudly and exhibited a dead rat as she shrank in repugnance. He attempted to reassure her. PG 110. "Oh, it's dead all right, mama. We beat it and beat it and beat it, and it's deader and dead." His eyes fell on the clergyman, and he felt that something more was due to that reverend presence, so he continued in a tone of solemnity. "Yes, we beat it and beat it until God called it home." Golf. The eminent English statesman Arbuthnot Joyce plays golf so badly that he prefers a solitary round, with only the caddy present. He had a new boy one day recently, and played as wretchedly as usual. "I fancy I play the worst game in the world," he confessed to the caddy. "Oh, I wouldn't say that, sir," was the consoling response. "From what the boys were saying about another gentleman who plays here, he must be worse even than you are." "What's his name?" asked the statesman hopefully. And the caddy replied, "Arbuthnot Joyce. Grace." The son and heir had just been confirmed at the dinner table. Following the church service, the father called on his son to say grace. The boy was greatly embarrassed by the demand. Moreover, he was tired not only from the excitement of the special service PG 111 through which he had passed, but also from walking to and from the church 4 miles away, and too, he was very hungry indeed, and impatient to begin the meal despite his protest. However, the father insisted. So at last the little man folded his hands with a pious air, closed his eyes tight, bent his head reverently, and spoke his prayer. "O Lord, have mercy on these victuals. Amen." The new clergyman in the country parish, during his visit to an old lady of his flock, inquired if she accepted the doctrine of falling from grace. The good woman nodded vigorously. "Yes, sir," she declared with pious zeal. I believe in it, and praise the Lord I practice it. Grammar. The passing lady mistakenly supposed that the woman shouting from a window down the street was calling to the little girl minding baby brother close by on the curb. Your mother is calling you, she said kindly. The little girl corrected the lady. Her ain't a callin' we, us don't belong to she. The teacher asked the little girl if she was going to the maypole dance. No, I ain't going, was the reply. The teacher corrected the child. You must not say, I ain't going, you must say, IP 112, am not going. And she added to impress the point, I am not going, he is not going, we are not going, you are not going, they are not going now dear, can you say all that? The little girl nodded and smiled brightly. Sure, she replied, they ain't nobody going. The witness in answer to the lawyer's questions said, them hain't the boots what was stole. The judge rebuked the witness sternly. Speak grammatic, young man, speak grammatic. You shouldn't ought to say them boots. What was stole, you should ought to say them boots, as was stealed. Grins. The auctioneer offering the pasture lot for sale waved his hand, enthusiastically pointed toward the rich expanse of herbage and shouted, now then, how much am I offered for this field? Just look at that grass, gentlemen. That's exactly the sort of grass Nebuchadnezzar would have given $200 an acre for. Greed. An eminent doctor successfully attended a sick child. A few days later, the grateful mother called on the physician after expressing her realization of the fact that his services had been of a sort that could not be fully paid for. She continued. Page 113. But I hope you will accept as a token from me this purse, which I myself have embroidered. The physician replied very coldly to the effect that the fees of the physician must be paid in money, not merely in gratitude, and he added, presents maintain friendship, they do not maintain a family. What is your fee? The woman inquired. $200 was the answer. The woman opened the purse and took from it 5 100 bills. She put back 3 handed 2 to the discomfited physician, then took her departure. Grief. At the wake, the bereaved husband displayed all the evidences of frantic grief. He cried aloud heartrendingly and tore his hair. The other mourners had to restrain him from leaping into the open coffin. The next day, a friend who had been at the wake encountered the widower on the street and spoke sympathetically of the great woe displayed by the man. Did you go to the cemetery for the burying? The stricken husband inquired anxiously, and when he was answered in the negative, continued proudly, it's a pity ye weren't there, ye ought to have seen the way I cut up. The old woman in indigent circumstances was explaining to a visitor who found her at breakfast a long category of trials and tribulations. Page 114. And she concluded, this very morning, I woke up at 4 o'clock and cried till breakfast time, and as soon as I finish my tea, I'll begin again, and probably keep it up all day. Habit. It was the bridegroom's third matrimonial undertaking, and the bride's second, when the clergyman, on whom they had called for the ceremony, entered the parlor. He found the couple comfortably seated. They made no effort to rise, so, as he opened the book to begin the service, he directed them, please stand up. The bridegroom looked at the bride, and the bride stared back at him, and then both regarded the clergyman, while the man voiced their decision in a tone that was quite polite, but very firm. We have generally sought. It is a matter of common knowledge that there have been troublous times in Ireland before those of the present in the days of the Land League. An Irish judge told as true of an experience while he was holding court in one of the turbulent sections. When the jury entered the courtroom at the beginning of the session, the bailiff directed them to take their accustomed places, and every man of them walked forward into the dock. Page 115. Hair. The schoolgirl from Avenue A, who had just learned that the notorious Gorgon sisters had snakes for hair, chewed her gum thoughtfully as she commented, tough luck to have to get out and grab a mess of snakes anytime you want an extra puff. Hard to please. The rather ferocious-appearing husband who had taken his wife to the beach for a holiday scowled heavily at an amateur photographer and rumbled in a threatening bass voice. "What the blazes die mean photographing my wife? I saw ye when ye done it." The man addressed cringed and replied placatingly, "You're mistaken, really. I wouldn't think of doing such a thing." "You wouldn't, eh?" The surly husband growled still more savagely. "And why not? I'd like to know. She's the handsomest woman on the beach." Hazed. The colored man was condemned to be hanged and was awaiting the time set for execution in a Mississippi jail. Since all other efforts had failed him, he addressed a letter to the governor with a plea for executive PG 116 clemency. The opening paragraph left no doubt as to his urgent need. "Dear boss, the white folks is got me in dis jail fixin' to hang me on Friday mornin', and here it is Wednesday already." Hearsay. The convicted feudist was working for a pardon. It was reported to him that the opposing clan was pulling wires against him and spreading false reports concerning him. He thereupon wrote a brief missive to the governor. "Dear Governor, if you've heard what I've heard, you've heard a lie." Heaven. The clergyman in the following story probably did not mean exactly what he said, though human nature being what it is, maybe it was true enough. A parishioner, meeting the parson in the street, inquired, "When do you expect to see Deacon Jones again?" "Never, never again," the minister declared solemnly. "The deacon is in heaven." Help. The farmer found his new hired man very unsatisfactory. A neighbor who chanced along inquired, "Page 117. How's that new hand o' yourn?" "Cuss the critter," was the bitter reply. "He ain't a hand, has a sore thumb." A savage old boar got into a garden and was doing much damage. When two men tried to drive it out, the animal charged. One of the two climbed a tree, the other dodged and laid hold on the boar's tail. He hung on desperately, and man and beast raced wildly round and round the tree. Finally, the man shouted between gasps, "For heaven's sake, Bill, climb down here and help me lego this ornery old hog." Helpfulness. Many a mayor is a friend to the people, just like his honor in the following story. A taxpayer entered the office of the water registrar in a small city and explained himself and his business there as follows. "My name is O'Rafferty, and my cellar is full of water, and my hens will all be drowned entirely if it ain't fixed, and I am here to inform yez that I am wanting it fixed." It was explained to the complainant that the remedy for his need must be sought at the office of the mayor, and he therefore departed to interview that official. After an interval of a few days, O'Rafferty made a second visit to the office of the registrar. "Sure, and I've come again to tell yez that my cellar PG 118 is now fuller of water than ever it was before, and I am telling yez that I want it fixed, and I am a man that carries votes in my pocket." The registrar again explained that he was powerless in the matter and that the only recourse must be to the mayor. "The mayor is O'Rafferty snorted. "Sure, and didn't I see the mayor? I did thought. And what did the mayor say to me? He said, 'Mr. O'Rafferty, why don't you keep ducks?'" Hen. The customer asked for fresh eggs, and the clerk in the London shop said, "Them are fresh which has a hen on 'em. But I don't see any hen." The clerk explained patiently, "Not the fowl, mum, but the letter hen stands for newlaid." Hereafter. This is the dialogue between a little girl and a little boy. "What are you bawling about, Jimmy?" "I am crying because Ma has wented to heaven." "That's silly, maybe she hain't." Page 119. Little Alice questioned her mother concerning heaven and seemed pleased to be assured that she would have wings and harp and crown. "And candy too, Mama." The mother shook her head. "Anyhow," Alice declared, "I am tickled. We have such a fine doctor." Heredity. The woman who had a turn-up nose and was somewhat self-conscious concerning it bought a new pug dog and petted it so fondly as to excite the jealousy of her little daughter. "How do you like your new little brother?" she asked the child teasingly. The girl replied, rather maliciously perhaps, "He looks just like his mother." High prices. Two men were talking together in the public library. One of them said, "The dime novel has gone, I wonder where it's gone to." The other, who knew something of literature in its various phases, answered cynically, "It's gone up to $1.90. Page 120. Hindsight. Mike the hod courier was still somewhat fuddled when he arose Monday morning, with the result that he put on his overalls wrong side to, with the further result that he was careless while mounting the ladder later with a load of bricks, and fell to the ground. As he raised himself into a sitting position, a fellow workman asked solicitously, "Are yez killed entirely, Mike?" Mike, with drooping head, stared down dully at the seat of his overalls and shook his head. "No," he declared in a tone of awe, "I am not kilt, but I am terrible twisted." A rustic visitor to the city made a desperate run for the ferry boat. As it was leaving the slip, he made a mighty leap and covered the intervening space, then fell sprawling to the deck, where he lay stunned for about 2 minutes. At last, he sat up feebly and stared dazedly over the wide expanse of water between boat and shore. "Holy hoptoads," he exclaimed in a tone of profound, "oh, what a jump." Hinting. A Kansas editor hit on the following gentle device for dunning delinquent subscribers to the paper. "There I a little matter that of our ubkribber PG 121 have eemingly forgot entirely of them, have made you many promi, but have not kept them to you it I, a very important matter it necessary in our bume, we are very modest, and don't like to peek about uch remind." History. The faculty were arranging the order of examinations. It was agreed that the harder subjects should be placed first in the list. It was proposed that history should have the final place. The woman teacher of that subject protested. "But it is certainly one of the easiest subjects," the head of the faculty declared. The young woman shook her head and spoke firmly. "Not the way I teach it, indeed, according to my method. It is a very difficult study and most perplexing." Down in Virginia, near Yorktown, lived an aged Negro whose proud boast was that he had been the body servant of George Washington. As he was very old indeed, no one could disprove his claims, and he made the most of his historical pretensions. He was full of anecdotes concerning the father of his country, and exploited himself in every tale. His favorite narrative was of the capture of Lord Cornwallis by his master, which was as follows. "You sure it were right on dis year road jest over PG 122 dar by de Fox General Washington. He knowed dat old Cornwallis. He gwine pass dis way, and I am and me we done hid behind de bushes and watched Yasha. And when old Cornwallis he come by General Washington, he jumped out at I am, and he grab I am by de collar, and he say, 'Yo blame old rascal dat de time, what I done gon' catch ye.'" Hogs. The professor and his wife were doubtful about returning to the farm on which they had passed the previous summer, because they had been somewhat annoyed by the proximity of the pigsty to the house. Finally, the professor wrote to the farmer and explained the objectionable feature. He received the following reply. "We hain't had no hogs on the place since you was here last summer. Be sure to come." Holding his own. The farmer, after 7 years of effort on the stony farm, announced to all and sundry, "Anyhow, I am holding my own. I hadn't nothing when I come here, and I haven't nothing now. Home brew." The young man had offered his heart and hand to the fair damsel. Page 123. "Before giving you my decision," she said sweetly, "I wish to ask you a question." Then, as he nodded assent, "Do you drink anything?" The young man replied, without an instant of hesitation, and proudly, "Anything." And she fell into his arms. Homesickness. One of our volunteers in the late war lost some of his first enthusiasm under the bitter experience of campaigning one night at the front in France. While his company was stationed in a wood, a lieutenant discovered the recruit sitting on a log and weeping bitterly. The officer spoke roughly. Now what are you bawling about, you big baby? I wish I was in my daddy's barn, replied the soldier in a plaintive voice. In your daddy's barn, the astonished lieutenant exclaimed. What would you do if you were in your daddy's barn? If I was in my daddy's barn, the youth explained huskily through a choking sob, I'd go into the house mighty quick. Honeymoons. The newly married pair were stopping in a hotel. The bride left the groom in their room while she went out on a brief shopping expedition. She returned in PG 124 due time and passed along the hotel corridor to the door, on which she tapped daintily. I'm back, honey, let me in, she murmured with wishful tenderness, but there was no answer vouchsafed to her plea. She knocked a little more firmly and raised her voice somewhat to call again. Honey, honey, it's Susie, let me in. Thereupon a very cold masculine voice sounded through the door. Madam, this is not a beehive, it's a bathroom. Honorable intentions. A certain man notorious for his slowness paid attention for 2 years to a young lady without coming to the point. The girl's father thought it time for him to interfere on the swain's next visit. The father interviewed him. Clinton, you've been settin' up with Nellie and talkin' her to picnics and to church and buggy ridden, and nothing's come of it. So now, Clinton, I ask you, as man to man, what be your intentions? And Clinton responded unabashed. Well, answerin' you as man to man, ill say there hain't no cause for you to ruffle your shirt. My intentions is honorable but remote. Hospital. Little Mary, who had fallen ill, begged for a kitten. It was found that an operation was necessary for the PG 125 child's cure, and that she must go to the hospital. The mother promised that if she would be very brave during this time of trial, she should have the very finest kitten to be found. As Mary was coming out from the influence of the anesthetic, the nurse heard her muttering, and stooping heard these words. It's a bum way to get a cat. Hospitality. The good wife apologized to her unexpected guests for serving the apple pie without cheese. The little boy of the family slipped quietly away from the table for a moment and returned with a cube of cheese, which he laid on the guest's plate. The visitor smiled. In recognition of the lad's thoughtfulness, popped the cheese into his mouth, and then remarked, You must have sharper eyes than your mother, sonny. Where did you find it? The boy replied with a flush of pride. In the rat trap. Humbug. 2 boys once thought to play a trick on Charles Darwin. They took the body of a centipede, the wings of a butterfly, the legs of a grasshopper, and the head of a beetle, and glued these together to form a weird monster with the composite creature in a box. They visited Darwin. Page 126. Please, sir, will you tell us what sort of a bug this is? The spokesman asked. The naturalist gave a short glance at the exhibit and a long glance at the boys. Did it hum? He inquired solemnly. The boys replied enthusiastically in one voice. Oh, yes, sir. Well then, Darwin declared, it is a humbug. Humidity. The little boy had been warned repeatedly against playing on the lawn. When it was damp Saturday evening, his father heard him recite a scripture verse, learned for the Sunday school. Put off thy shoes from thy feet, for the ground whereon thou standest is he halted at a loss. Is what, my boy? Asked the father. Is damp. Humility. The slow suitor asked. Elizabeth, would you like to have a puppy? Oh, Edward, the girl gushed, how delightfully humble of you. Yes, dearest, I accept. Hunger. That woman never turns away a hungry man. Ah, genuinely charitable. Page 127. Hardly that she says, are you so hungry you want to saw some wood for a dinner? And the answer is no. Hunting. An amateur sportsman spent the day with dog and gun, but brought home no game. A friend twitted him with his failure. Didn't you shoot anything at all? The honest fellow nodded miserably. I shot my dog. Why, his questioner demanded, was he mad? The sportsman shook his head doubtfully. Not exactly mad, he asserted, and not so darned tickled neither. Identity. The paying teller told mournfully of his experience with a strange woman who appeared at his wicket to have a check cashed. "But madam," he advised her, "you will have to get someone to introduce you before I can pay you the money on this check." The woman stared at him disdainfully. "Sir," she said haughtily, "I wish you to understand that I am here strictly on business. I am not making a social call. I do not care to know you." Page 128. Idioms. The foreigner, who prided himself on his mastery of colloquial expressions in English, was speaking of the serious illness of a distinguished statesman. It would be a great pity, he declared, if such a splendid man should kick the ghost. The old man told how his brother made a hazardous descent into a well by standing in the bucket, while those above operated the windlass. "And what happened?" one of the listeners asked, as the aged narrator paused. The old man stroked his beard and spoke softly in a tone of sorrowing reminiscence. "He kicked the bucket." Illustration. Pat was set to work with the circular saw during his first day at the saw Roman 1099. The foreman gave careful instructions how to guard against injury, but no sooner was his back turned than he heard a howl from the novice, and on turning, he saw that Pat had already lost a finger. "Now how did that happen?" the foreman demanded. "Sure," was the explanation. "I was just doing like this when bejabers, there's another gone." Page 129. Impatience. An acquaintance encountered in the village inquired of Farmer Jones concerning his wife, who was seriously Roman 99. That worthy scowled and spat, and finally answered, in a tone of fretful dejection, "Seems like Elmary's failin' drefful slow, dinged, if I don't wish as how shed git well or somethin'." Impudence. The ice on the river was in perfect condition. A small boy with his skates on his arm knocked at the door of the Civil War veteran who had lost a leg at Antietam. When the door was opened by the old man, the boy asked, "Are you going out today, sir?" "Well, no, I guess not, sonny," was the answer. "Why?" "If you ain't," the boy suggested, "I thought I might like to borrow your wooden leg to play hockey." Indirection. The bashful suitor finally nerved himself to the supreme effort. "Jenny, do you think your mother might seriously consider becoming my mother-in-law?" Page 130. Inheritance. A lawyer made his way to the edge of the excavation where a gang was working and called the name of Timothy O'Toole. "Who's wantin' me?" inquired a heavy voice. "Mr. O'Toole," the lawyer asked, "did you come from Castlebar County, Mayo?" "I did that." "And your mother was named Bridget, and your father Michael?" "They was." "It is my duty," then said the lawyer, "to inform you, Mr. O'Toole, that your Aunt Mary has died in Iowa, leaving you an estate of $60,000. There was a short silence below, and then a lively commotion. "Are you coming, Mr. O'Toole?" the lawyer called down. "In 1 minute," was bellowed in answer. "I've just stopped to lick the foreman." It required just 6 months of extremely riotous living for O'Toole to expend all of the $60,000. His chief endeavor was to satisfy a huge inherited thirst. Then he went back to his job, and there presently the lawyer sought him out again. "It's your Uncle Patrick this time, Mr. O'Toole," the lawyer explained. "He has died in Texas and left you $40,000. Page 131. O'Toole leaned heavily on his pick and shook his head in great weariness. "I don't think I can take it," he declared. "I am not as strong as I once was, and I misdoubt me that I could go through all that money and live." In a London theatre, a tragedy was being played. The aged king tottered to and fro on the stage as he declaimed, "On which one of my 2 sons shall I bestow the crown?" A voice came down from the gallery. "I say, governor, make it off a crown apiece," said one Tommy to another. "That's a snortin' pipe, Bill. Where'd you happen on it?" "It was pussonal property of a Boche what tried to take me prisoner. was the answer inherited it from him. Initiative. The sweet little girl had a violent tussle with her particular chum. Her mother reprimanded her and concluded by saying, "It was Satan who suggested to you the pulling of Jenny's hair." "I shouldn't be surprised," the child replied musingly, but she added proudly, "Kicking her in the shins was entirely my own idea." Page 132. Injustice. The child sat by the road bawling loudly. A passerby asked him what was the matter. "My ma, she's gone and drowned the kittens," the boy wailed. "Oh, isn't that too bad?" was the sympathetic response. The child bawled the louder. "And ma, she promised me that I could drown 'em." Innocence. A little girl 4 years old was alone in the nursery, with the door closed and fastened, when her little brother arrived and expressed a desire to come in. The following was the dialogue. "I wants to tum in Sissy." "But you tan't tum in Tom." "But I wants to." "Well, I say in my nighty gown, and nurse says little boys mustn't see little girls in their nighty gowns." There was a period of silence, during which the astonished little boy reflected on the mystery. It was ended by Sissy's calling out, "You tan tum in now, Tom, I tooked it off." The very young clergyman made his first parochial call. He tried to admire the baby and asked how old it was. "Just 10 weeks old," the proud mother replied. Page 133. And the very young clergyman inquired interestedly, "And is it your youngest?" Inquisitiveness. In the smoking car, one of the passengers had an empty coat sleeve. The sharer of his seat was of an inquisitive turn, and after a vain effort to restrain his curiosity, finally hemmed and hawed and said, "I beg pardon, sir, but I see you've lost an arm." The one-armed man picked up the empty sleeve in his remaining hand and felt of it with every evidence of astonishment. "Bless my soul," he exclaimed, "I do believe you're right." The curiosity of the passenger was excited by the fact that his seatmate had his right arm in a sling, and the following dialogue occurred. "You broke your arm, didn't you?" "Well, yes, I Roman 999. Had an accident, I suppose." "Not exactly, I did it in trying to pat myself on the back." "My land on the back now, whatever did you want to pat yourself on the back for?" "Just for minding my own business." Insomnia. The man suffering from insomnia quite often makes a mistake in calling the doctor when what he needs is the preacher. Page 134. Insult. The young wife greeted her husband tearfully on his return from the day's work. "Oh, Willie, darling," she gasped, "I have been so insulted." "Insulted?" Willie exclaimed, wrathfully. "Insulted by whom?" "By your mother," the wife declared, and sobbed aloud. The husband was aghast, but inclined to be skeptical. "By my mother, Ella? Why, dearest, that's nonsense. She's 100 miles away." "But she did," the wife insisted. "A letter came to you this morning, and it was addressed in your mother's writing, so of course I opened it." "Oh, yes, of course," Willie agreed, without any enthusiasm. "And it was written to you all the whole way through, every word of it, except—" "Except what?" "Except the postscript," the wife flared. "That was the insult. That was to me." The tears flowed again. It said, "P.S. Dear Ella, don't fail to give this letter to Willie. I want him to read it." Tom Corwin was remarkable for the size of his mouth. He claimed that he had been insulted by a deacon of his church. "When I stood up in the class meeting to relate my experience," Corwin explained, "and opened my PG 135 mouth, the deacon rose up in front and said, 'Will some brother please close that window and keep it closed?'" Insurance. The woman at the insurance office inquired as to the costs, amounts paid, etc. So she concluded, "If I pay $5, you pay me 1,000 if my house burns down. But do you ask questions about how the fire came to start?" "We make careful investigation, of course," the agent replied. The woman flounced toward the door disgustedly. Just as I thought she called over her shoulder, I knew there was a catch in it. Intermission. During a lecture, Artemis Ward once startled the crowd of listeners by announcing a 15-minute intermission. After contemplating the audience for a few minutes, he relieved their bewilderment by saying, "Meanwhile, in order to pass the time, we will proceed with the lecture." Inventors. The profiteer, skimming over the advertisements in his morning paper, looked across the damask and silver and cut glass at his wife and remarked enviously, "These inventors make the money take cleaners now ill bet that feller vacuum has cleared millions." Page 136. Items. The painter was required to render an itemized bill for his repairs on various pictures in a convent. The statement was as follows: corrected and renewed the 10 Commandments 6. Embellished Pontius Pilate and put a new ribbon on his bonnet 3. Put a new tail on the rooster of St. Peter and mended his bill 4. Put a new nose on St. John the Baptist and straightened his eye 2. Replumed and gilded the left wing of the guardian angel 5. Washed the servant of the high priest and put carmine on his cheeks 2. Renewed heaven, adjusted 10 stars, gilded the sun and cleaned the moon 8. Reanimated the flames of purgatory and restored some souls 3. Revived the flames of hell, put a new tail on the devil, mended his left hoof, and did several odd jobs for the damned 4. Put new spatterdashes on the son of Tobias, and dressing on his sack 2. Rebordered the robe of Herod, and readjusted his wig 3. Cleaned the ears of Balaam's ass, and shod him 2. Put earrings in the ears of Sarah 5. PG 137, put a new stone in David's sling, enlarged Goliath's hand, and extended his legs 2. Decorated Noah's Ark 1. Mended the shirt of the prodigal son, and cleaned the 1. Jokes. The Joke Makers Association had a feast. They exploited their humorous abilities, and all made merry save one glum guest. At last, they insisted that this melancholy person should contribute to the entertainment. He consented, in response to much urging, to offer a conundrum. "What is the difference between me and a turkey?" When none could guess the answer, the glum individual explained, "I am alive. They stuff turkeys with chestnuts after they are dead." Kinship. The urchin was highly excited, and well he might be when we consider his explanation. "They got twins up to sisters, one twin, he's a boy, and one twin, she's a girl, and so I am a uncle and a aunt." The southern lady interrogated her colored cook, PG 138 Matilda, concerning a raid made on the chicken house during the night. "You sleep right close to the chicken house, Matilda, and it seems to me you must have heard the noise when those thieves were stealing the chickens." "Yes, Mom," Matilda admitted with an expression of grief on her dusky features. "I heard the chickens holler, and I heard the voices of the men." "Then why didn't you go out and stop them?" the mistress demanded. Matilda wept. "Case, Mom," she exclaimed, "I knowed my old fader was dar, and I wouldn't have him no easy lose confidence in him fo all de chickens in de world. If I had gone out dar and cotched him, it would have broke his old heart, and besides, he would have made me tote de chickens home fo him." Kisses. The bridegroom, who was in a horribly nervous condition, appealed to the clergyman in a loud whisper at the close of the ceremony. "Is it customary to cuss the bride?" The clergyman might have replied, "Not yet, but soon." The young man addressed the old grouch. "When a fellow has taken a girl to a show and fed her candy and given her supper and taken her home, PG 139, in a taxi, shouldn't she let a fellow kiss her goodnight?" The old grouch snorted. "Humph, he's already done more than enough for her." Kissing. The subject of kissing was debated with much earnestness for a half hour between the girl and her young man. Caller, the fellow, insisted that it was always possible for a man to kiss a girl at will, whether she chose to permit it or not. The maiden was firm in maintaining that such was not the case. Finally, it was decided that the only solution of the question must be by a practical demonstration, one way or the other, so they tried it, they clinched. And the battle was on. After a lively tussle, they broke away. The girl had been kissedardently. For a period of minutes her comment showed an undaunted spirit. "Oh well, you really didn't win fair, my foot slipped, let's try it again." The tiny boy fell down and bumped his head. His Uncle Bill picked the child up with the remark, "Now I'll kiss it, and the pain will all be gone." The youngster recovered his smiles under the treatment, and then, as he was set down, addressed his uncle eagerly. "Come down in the kitchen, the cook has the toothache." Page 140. Some Scottish deacons were famous, if not notorious, for the readiness with which they could expound any passage of Scripture. It is recorded of a certain elder that as he read and commented on the 34th Psalm, he misread the sentence, "Keep thy tongue from evil, and thy lips from speaking guile." He carelessly read the last two words, "squeaking girls," but the astonishing phrase did not dismay him in the least, or cause him to hesitate in his exegesis. He expounded instantly and solemnly. "It is evident from this passage, my brethren, that the Scripture does not absolutely forbid kissing, but as in Christianity everything is to be done decently, and in order we are here encouraged by this passage to choose rather those girls that take it quietly in preference to those that squeak under the operation." Laughter. Josh Billings said, "Laugh every time you feel tickled and laugh once in a while anyhow." Lord. The lawyer explained to the client his scale of prices. "I charge $5 for advising you as to just what the law permits you to do, for giving you advice as to the way you can safely do what the law forbids. My minimum fee is $100. Page 141. Lawyers. There was a town jail, and there was a county jail. The fact was worth $40 to the lawyer, who was approached by an old darky in behalf of a son languishing in duress. The lawyer surveyed the tattered client as he listened, and decided that he would be lucky to obtain a $10 fee. He named that amount as necessary to secure the prisoner's release. Thereupon the old colored man drew forth a large roll of bills, and peeled off a 10. The lawyer's greedy eyes popped. "What jail is your son in?" he inquired craftily. "In the county jail." "In the county jail," was the exclamation in a tone of dismay. "That's bad, very bad. It will cost you at least $50. Some physicians direct their patients to lie always on the right side, declaring that it is injurious to the health to lie on both sides, yet lawyers as a class enjoy good health. Legerdemain. What did you do last night? I went to a sleight of hand performance, called on Laura Sears, and offered her my hand, and she slighted it. Page 142. Lent. Did you give up anything during Lent? One man asked another. Yes, was the reply, uttered with a heavy sigh. I gave up $50 for a new Easter bonnet. Liars. The World War has incited veterans of the Civil War to new reminiscences of old happenings. One of these is based on the fact that furloughs were especially difficult to obtain when the Union Army was in front of Petersburg, Virginia. But a certain Irishman was resolved to get a furlough in spite of the ban. He went to the colonel's tent and was permitted to enter. He saluted and delivered himself thus. Colonel, I've come to ask you to allow me the pleasure of a furlough for a visit home. I've been in the field now 3 years and never home yet to see me family, and I just had a letter from me wife wantin' av me to come home to see her and the children. The colonel shook his head decisively. No, Mike, he replied, I am sorry, but to tell the truth, I don't think you ought to go home. I've just had a letter from your wife myself. She doesn't want you to come home. She writes me that you'd only get drunk and disgrace her and the children, so you'd better stay right here until your term of service expires. All right, Sir, Mike answered quite cheerfully. He PG 143 saluted and went to the door of the tent. Then he faced about. Colonel dear, he inquired in a wheedling voice, would ye be after pardoning me for a brief remark just at this time? Yes, certainly, the officer assented. You won't get mad and put me in the guard house for freeing me mind, so to speak. No, indeed, say what you wish to. Well thin, Colonel Darlant, I am after thinking thar are at the present moment in this tint, two of the biggest liars in all the army of the Potomac, and sure I am one, av them, I have no wife. Lies. A certain famous preacher, when preaching one Sunday in the summer time, observed that many among the congregation were drowsing suddenly. Then he paused, and afterward continued in a loud voice, relating an incident that had no connection whatever with his sermon. This was to the following effect. I was once riding along a country road. I came to the house of a farmer, and halted to observe one of the most remarkable sights I have ever seen. There was a sow with a litter of 10 little pigs. This sow and each of her offspring had a long curved horn growing out of the forehead between the ears. The clergyman again paused and ran his eye over the congregation. Everybody was now wide awake. He thereupon remarked, "Behold how strange, a few minutes since, when IP 144 was telling you the truth, you went to sleep, but now when you have heard a whopping lie, you are all wide awake." Lightning. The woman was strong-minded, and she was religious, and she was also afflicted with a very feminine fear of thunderstorms. She was delivering an address at a religious convention when a tempest suddenly broke with din of thunder and flare of lightning above the noise of the elements. Her voice was heard in shrill supplication. "O Lord, take us under thy protecting wings, for thou knowest that feathers are splendid non-conductors." Lisp. The kindergarten teacher questioned her tiny pupil. "Do you know, Jenny, what a panther is?" "Yes, Mom," Jenny replied, beaming. "A panther ith a man who makes pants." Literal. The class had been told by the teacher to write compositions in which they must not attempt any flights of fancy, but should only state what was really in them. The star production from this command was a composition written by a boy who was both sincere and painstaking. It ran as follows. Page 145. "I shall not attempt any flights of fancy, but write just what is really in me. In me there is my stomach, lungs, liver, 2 apples, 2 cakes, and my dinner." Literalness. The visitor from the city stopped in at the general store of the village and inquired, "Have you anything in the shape of automobile tires?" "Yep," the storekeeper answered briskly, "life preservers, invalid cushions, funeral wreaths, donuts, and sich." Logic. The mother came on her little son, who was standing thoughtfully before the gooseberry bush in the garden. She noted that his expression was both puzzled and distressed. "Why, what's the matter, little lamb?" she asked tenderly. "I am thinking, mother," the boy answered. "What about, little man? Have gooseberries any legs, mother?" "Why, no, of course not, dear." The perplexity passed from the little boy's face, but the expression of trouble deepened as he spoke again. "Then, mother, I think I've swallowed a caterpillar." Loquacity. The 2 old Scotchmen played a round of 17 holes without a word exchanged between them. As they PG 146 came to the 18th green, Sandy surveyed the lie and muttered, "Dormy," quoth Tammers with a snarl. Chatterbox. Love. The philosopher calmly defined the exact difference between life and love. Life is just one fool thing after another. Love is just 2 fool things after each other. Love me not. The little girl came in tears to her mother. "God doesn't love me," she sobbed. "Of course God loves you," the mother declared. "How did you ever come to get such an idea?" "No," the child persisted. "He doesn't love me. I know. I tried him with a daisy." Luck. The pessimist quoted from his own experience at poker in illustration of the general cussedness of things. "Frequent I have sought in a poker game, and it sure is queer how things will turn out. I've sought hour after hour in them games without ever talkin' a pot, and then long about 4 o'clock in the mornin', the luck turn it take a turn for the worse." Page 147. "How did you find your steak?" asked the waiter of a patron in the very expensive restaurant. Just luck, the hungry man replied sadly. I happened to move that small piece of potato, and there it was. The new reporter wrote his concluding paragraph concerning the murder as follows. Fortunately for the deceased, he had deposited all of his money in the bank the day before he lost practically nothing but his life. The editor of the country paper went home to supper smiling radiantly. Have you had some good luck? His wife questioned. Luck, I should say, so Deacon Tracy, who hasn't paid his subscription for 10 years, came in and stopped his paper. Lunacy. The lunatic peered over the asylum wall and saw a man fishing from the bank of the river that ran close by. It was raining hard, which cooled the fevered brow of the lunatic and enabled him to think with great clearness. In consequence, he called down to the drenched fisherman. Caught anything? The man on the bank looked up and shook his head glumly. Page 148. How long you been there? The lunatic next demanded. 3 hours was the answer. The lunatic grinned hospitably and called down an invitation. Come inside. Luxury. The retired colonel, who had seen 40 years of active service, gave his body servant Long his orderly explicit instructions. Every morning at 5 sharp, Sam, you are to wake me up and say time for the parade, sir. Then I'll say damn the parade and turn over and go to sleep again. Lying. The juryman petitioned the court to be excused, declaring, I owe a man $25 that I borrowed, and as he is leaving town today for some years, I want to catch him before he gets to the train and pay him the money. You are excused, the judge announced in a very cold voice. I don't want anybody on the jury who can lie like you. The tender young mother detected her baby boy in a deliberate lie with tears in her eyes and a catch in PG 149. Her voice, she sought to impress upon him the enormity of his offense. Do you know, she questioned severely, what happens to little boys who tell falsehoods? The culprit shook his head in great distress, and the mother explained carefully. Why, a great big black man with horns on his head and one eye in the center of his forehead comes along and grabs the little boy who has told a falsehood and flies with him up to the moon and keeps him there sifting ashes all the rest of his life. You won't ever tell another falsehood, will you, darling? It's wicked. Mother's baby boy regarded the speaker with rounded admiration. Oh ma, he gurgled, what a whopper. Maidens. I wish I could know how many men will be made wretched when I get married, said the languishing coquette to her most intimate confidant. I'll tell you, came the catty answer, if y'all tell me how many men you're going to marry. Maiden's speech. The unhappy man explained the cause of his wretchedness. I've never made a speech in my life, but last night at the dinner at the club, they insisted on my making some remarks, and I got up and began like this. As I was sitting on my thought, a seat struck me. Page 150. Manners. It is told of Prince Herbert Bismarck that at a reception in the royal palace in Berlin, he rudely jostled a high dignitary of the Italian church. In answer to the prelate's expression of annoyance, the prince drew himself haughtily erect and said, I am Herbert Bismarck. Ah, replied the churchman, that fact is perhaps an apology. Certainly, it is a complete explanation. The tenderfoot in the western town asked for coffee and rolls at the lunch counter. He was served by the waitress, and there was no saucer for the cup. What about the saucer? He asked. The girl explained. We don't hand out saucers, no more we found. If we did, like's not some lowbrow would drift in and drink out of the saucer, and that ain't good for trade. This here is a swell dump. After treading rather heavily on her foot, the man in the street car made humble apology to the woman. She listened in grim silence, and when he had made an end, spoke very much to the point. That's it, walk all over a body's feet, and then blat about how sorry you be. Well, I just want you to understand that if I wasn't a perfect lady, I'd slap your dirty face. Page 151. Marksmanship. During the Saturday night revels in a frontier town, the scrawniest and skinniest beanpole-type citizen got shot in the leg. The only doctor in the town had done celebrating, and gone to bed. A posse of citizens pounded on the doctor's door until he thrust his head out of a window. "Wazamazer," he called down. "Camiranin doc, Joe Jink's been shot." "Whereabouts shot?" "In the leg." "Some shootin'," and the doctor slammed the window shut. Marriage. Love is blind, but marriage is an eye-opener. The mild little husband was appealing to the court for protection from the large, bony, belligerent, and baleful female who was his wife. "Let us begin at the beginning," said the judge. "Where did you first meet this woman who has thus abused you?" The little man shuddered and looked everywhere except at his wife as he replied, "I never did so to say meet up with her. She just naturally overtook me." Page 152. An African newspaper recently carried the following advertisement. Wanted. Small, nicely furnished house nice. Locality from August 1st for nearly married couple. The solemn ceremony of marriage was being performed for the blushing young bride and the elderly gentleman who had been thrice widowed. There was a sound of loud sobs from the next room. The guests were startled, but a member of the bridegroom's family explained, "That's only our Jane. She always cries when Pa is gettin' married." The mistress was annoyed by the repeated calls of a certain Negro on her colored cook. "You told me," she protested to the cook, "that you had no man friends, but this fellow is in the kitchen all the time." "Dat nigger, he hain't no friend o' mine," the cook declared scornfully. He's jest my husband." Deacon Gibbs explained why he had at last decided to move into town, in spite of the fact that he had always declared himself a lover of life in the country, but his explanation was clear and conclusive. "My third wife, Murandy, she don't like the country, and what Murandy, she don't like I gist naturally have to hate." Page 153. The wife suggested to her husband that he should pay back to her the $1 he had borrowed the week before. But the husband protested indignantly, "I've already paid that $1 back to you twice. You can't expect me to pay it again." "Oh, very well," the wife retorted with a contemptuous sniff. "Never mind, since you are as mean as that." The very youthful son of a henpecked father was in a gloomy mood, rebellious against the conditions of his life. He announced a desperate purpose. "I'm going to get married. I am bossed by Pa and Ma and teacher, and I ain't going to stand for it. I am going to get married right smack off. A married man ain't bossed by nobody 'cept his wife." The woman was 6 feet tall and broad and brawny in proportion. The man was a short 5 feet anemic, and woebegone the woman hailed him before the justice of the peace with a demand that he marry her or go to jail. "Did you promise to marry this lady?" the justice asked. "Guilty, Your Honor," was the answer. The justice turned to the woman. "Are you determined to marry this man?" "I am," she snapped. "Join hands," the justice commended when they had done. So he raised his own right hand impressively and spoke solemnly. "I pronounce you twain woman and husband." Page 154. A lady received a visit from a former maid 3 months after the girl had left to be married. "And how do you like being married?" the lady inquired. The bride replied with happy enthusiasm, "Oh, it's fine, Mom. Getting married is yes'm, it's fine. But land's sake, Mom," she added suddenly, "ain't it tedious?" The Negro, after obtaining a marriage license, returned a week later to the bureau and asked to have another name substituted for that of the lady. "I done changed my mind," he announced. The clerk remarked that the change would cost him another $1.50 for a new license. "Is that the law?" the colored man demanded in distress. The clerk nodded, and the applicant thought hard for a full minute. "Gee," he said at last, "never mind, boss, this old one will do. There ain't a $1.50 difference in them. Niggers know how." The New England widower was speaking to a friend confidentially a week after the burial of his deceased helpmate. "I'm feelin' right pert," he admitted. "Pearton, I've felt afore in years. You see, she was a good wife. She was a good-lookin' woman and smart, as they make 'em, and a fine housekeeper. And she always done her duty by me and the children. And she warn't sickly, and I never hearn a cross word out o' her in all the 30-year PG 155 we lived together. But dang it all, somehow, I never did like Maria. Yes, I am feelin' pretty pert." There were elaborate preparations in colored society for a certain wedding. The prospective bride had been maid to a lady who met the girl on the street a week after the time set for the ceremony and inquired concerning it. "Did you have a big wedding, Martha?" "Deed I did, Mrs. Deed I did. The most splendiferous occasion ob the season." "Did you receive handsome presents?" Yes'm, the hull house was jest crowded with the gifts." "And was your house nicely decorated?" "Yes'm, yes, Roman 1000, and everybody done wear their very best look, Jess, like a white folks' wedding. Yes, Roman 1000. "And yourself, Martha, how did you look?" "I was certainly some scrumptious. Yes, Roman 1000. I done wore my white bridal dress, and orange blossoms. Yes, Roman 1000. I was some kid." "And the bridegroom, how did he appear?" "The bridegroom, or dat triflin' low-down hound dog, he didn't show up at all, but we had a magnificous occasion without him just the same." "Married?" Mrs. Rafferty stopped to address Mrs. Flanagan, who was standing at ease in the door of the tenement. She spoke with an air of fine pride. "Page 156. I am after having a letter from me boy. He tells me that for meritorious conduct his sentence will be reduced 6 months." Mrs. Flanagan beamed appreciatively on hearing the glad tidings. "Sure now, and what a comfort it must be to yez having a son. What does ye such credit?" "Military discipline." The raw recruit was on sentry duty. He had a piece of pie which he had brought from the canteen, and proceeded to enjoy it. Just then, the colonel happened along and scowled at the sentry, who paid no attention to him whatever. "Do you know who I am?" the officer demanded. The sentry shook his head. "Maybe the veterinarian, or the barber, or maybe the colonel himself." The sentry laughed loudly at his own wit, but he wilted as the officer sternly declared his identity. "Oh, good land," the recruit cried out in consternation. "Please hold this pie while I present arms." Miscellany. It is related concerning a sofa belonging to a man blessed with 7 daughters, all unmarried, which was sent to the upholsterer to be repaired, that when taken apart the following articles were discovered: 47 hairpins, 3 mustache combs, 19 suspender buttons, 13 needles, 8 cigarettes, 4 photographs, 217 pins, some PG 157 grains of coffee, a number of cloves, 27 cuff buttons, 6 pocket knives, 15 poker chips, a vial of homeopathic medicine for the nerves, 34 lumps of chewing gum, 59 toothpicks, 28 matches, 14 buttonhooks, 2 switches, a transformation, and 2 plates of false teeth, which apparently had bitten each other. Mistaken identity. The raw Irishman was told by the farmer for whom he worked that the pumpkins in the corn patch were mules' eggs, which only needed someone to sit on them to hatch. Pat was ambitious to own a mule, and selecting a large pumpkin, he sat on it industriously every moment he could steal from his work. Came a day when he grew impatient and determined to hasten the hatching. He stamped on the pumpkin. As it broke open, a startled rabbit broke from its cover in an adjacent corn shock and scurried across the field. Pat chased it, shouting, "Hi thar, stop, don't yez know your own father?" The meek-looking gentleman arose hastily and offered his seat in the car to the self-assertive woman who had entered and glared at him. She gave him no thanks as she seated herself, but she spoke in a heavy voice that filled the whole car. "What are you standing up there for? Come here and sit on my lap." The modest man turned scarlet as he huskily faltered. Page 158. "I fear, madam, that I am not worthy of such an honor." "How dare you?" the woman boomed. "You know perfectly well I was speaking to my niece behind you." The little man was perfectly harmless, but the lady sitting next to him in the car was a spinster and suspicious of all males, so since they were somewhat crowded on the seat, she pushed the umbrella between her knee and his, and held it firmly as a barrier. A shower came up, and the woman, when she left the car, put up the umbrella. As she did so, she perceived that the little man had followed her. She had guessed that he was a masher, now she knew it. She walked quickly down the side street, and the man pursued through the driving rain. She ran up the steps of her home, and rang the bell. When she heard the servant coming to the door, feeling herself safe at last, she faced about, and addressed her pursuer angrily. "How dare you follow me? How dare you? What do you want anyhow?" The drenched little man, at the foot of the steps, spoke pleadingly. "If you please, ma'am, I want my umbrellas." The traveling salesman instructed the porter that he must leave the train at Cleveland, where he was due at 3 o'clock in the morning. He explained that violence might be necessary because he did not wake easily. He emphasized his instructions with a generous tip. The drummer awoke at 6 in the morning, with PG 159 Cleveland far behind, in a rage. He sought the porter. The colored man was in a highly disheveled state, and his face was bruised badly. His eyes popped at sight of the furious traveling man, who allowed no opportunity for explanations or excuses. He did all the talking, and did it forcibly. When at last the outraged salesman went away, the porter shook his head dismally and muttered, "Now I surely wonder wole I done put off at Cleveland." The assistant minister announced to the congregation that a special baptismal service would be held the following Sunday at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and that any infants to receive the rite should be brought to the church at that time. The old clergyman, who was deaf, thought that his assistant was speaking of the new hymnals, and he added a bit of information. "Anyone not already provided can obtain them in the vestry for $1, or with red backs and speckled edges for $1.50. The child went with her mother on a visit in New Jersey. At bedtime, the little girl was nervous over the strangeness of her surroundings, but the mother comforted her, saying, 'Remember, dear, God's angels are all about you.' A little later, a cry from the child called the mother back into the room. Page 160. The angels are buzzing all around, just dreadful, mama, and they bite." The new clergyman was coming to call, and the mother gave Emma some instructions. "If he asks your name, say Emma Jane. If he asks how old you are, say you are 8 years old. If he asks who made you, say God made me." It is a fact that the clergyman did ask just those 3 questions, in that order, to the first 2 of which Emma replied correctly. But it is also a fact that when the minister propounded the 3rd query as to her origin, the child hesitated, and then said, "Mama did tell me the man's name, but I've gone and forgotten it." The editor of a country newspaper betook himself to a party at the house of a neighbor, where only a few weeks earlier a baby had been added to the family. On the editor's arrival at the house, he was met at the door by his hostess, a woman who suffered to some extent from deafness. After the usual exchange of greetings, the editor inquired concerning the health of the baby. The hostess had a severe cold, and she now misunderstood the visitor's inquiry concerning the baby, thinking that he was solicitous on her account. So she explained to the aghast editor, who had asked about the baby, that although she usually had one every winter, this was the very worst one she had ever had. It kept her awake at night a great deal, and at first confined her to her bed. Having explained thus far, the good lady noticed the PG 161 flabbergasted air of her guest. She continued sympathetically, saying that she could tell by his looks and the way he acted that he was going to have one just like hers. Then she insisted that as a precautionary measure, for the sake of his condition, he should come in out of the draft and sit down and stay quiet. Mismated. A Texas lad, lacking a team of horses or oxen or mules for his plowing, engaged his sister to direct the plow while he yoked himself to a steer for the pulling. The steer promptly ran away, and the lad had no choice but to run too. They came shortly into the village and went tearing down the street, and as he raced wildly, the young man shouted, "Here we come on, our fool souls, somebody head us off." Mixed metaphors. A babu or native clerk in India who prided himself on his mastery of the English tongue and skill in its idioms, sent the following telegram in announcement of his mother's death. Regret to announce that hand, which rocked the cradle, has kicked the bucket. Modesty. A British journalist, in an article on Sir Henry Irving for a London weekly, wrote, page 162. I was his guest regularly at all Lyceum first nights. For a whole quarter of a century, he delighted in the company of third-rate people. Money talks. The disreputable-looking panhandler picked out an elderly gentleman of most benevolent aspect and made a plea for a small financial contribution when he had finished his narrative of misery and woe. The elderly gentleman replied benignantly, "My good friend, I have no money, but I can give you some good advice." The tramp spat contemptuously and uttered an oath of disgust. "If you hain't got no money," he jeered, "I reckon your advice ain't worth hearin'." Money value. A well-known millionaire entertained Edward Everett Hale with other guests at a dinner. The host was not only hospitable, but wished everyone to know his liberality during the meal. He extolled the various viands, and did not hesitate to give their value in dollars and cents in speaking of some very beautiful grapes served, which had been grown on his estate. He wearied the company by a careful calculation as to just how much a stem of them had cost him. Dr. Hale grinned pleasantly as he extended his empty plate with the request, "I'll thank you to cut me off about one worth more, please." Page 163. Monogamy. The wives of the savage chief questioned the wife of the missionary. "And you never let your husband beat you?" "Certainly not," the Christian lady replied. "Why, he wouldn't dare to try such a thing." The oldest wife nodded understandingly. "It is plain enough why the foreign devil has only one wife." Monotony. The son of the house addressed his mother wistfully. "I am going to have a little sister some day, ain't I?" "Why, dear, do you want one?" The child nodded seriously. "Yes, Mama, I do. It gets kin, oh tiresome teasin' the cat." Morality. The moralless religious woman was deeply shocked when the new neighbors sent over on Sunday morning to borrow her lawnmower. "The very idea," she exclaimed to her maid, "of cutting grass on the Sabbath, shameful. Certainly, they can't have it. Tell them we haven't any lawnmower." Mosquitoes. The visitor from another state talked so much concerning the size and fierceness of New Jersey mosquitoes that his host became somewhat peeved. Page 164. Funny, the guest remarked, "You haven't your porch screened." "No," the host snapped, "we're using mousetraps." A visitor in the South complained bitterly concerning the plague of mosquitoes. An aged Negro who listened respectfully explained a method by which the pests might be endured, but this was in the days before Prohibition. "My old Marse George, so he done manage them animals showly splendiferous, always when he come home nights. He's so completely intoxicated, he don't care a cuss fo all the skeeters in the hull creation in the mornin'. When Marse George done get up the skeeters so completely intoxicated, they don't care a cuss fo Marse George ner nobody." Martyr. Two men walking along Avenue A in New York City observed a dingy saloon in the window of which was a framed sign reading, "I say on parle Francais." "I don't believe anybody talks French in that dump," one of the observers remarked. To settle the matter, they entered and ordered ginger ale of a red-headed barkeeper who was unmistakably Irish. One of the men addressed the barkeeper, "Fate beau temps, monsieur." The barkeeper scowled. "Come again," he demanded. Page 165. It was soon demonstrated that French was a language unknown to the establishment. The visitor then inquired as to the reason for the sign in the window, explaining that it meant "French is spoken here." The Irish barkeeper cursed heartily. "I bought it off a sheeny," he explained, "for 6 bits he told me. It was Latin for God bless our home." Music. Artemus Ward said, When I am sad, I sing, and then others are sad with me. The optimistic pessimist explained why he always dined in restaurants where music was provided. Because it works two ways. Sometimes the music helps to make me forget the food, and sometimes the food helps to make me forget the music. The young man, who was interested in natural history, was sitting on the porch one June evening with his best girl, who was interested in music. The rhythmic shrilling of the insects pulsed on the air, and from the village church down the street came the sounds of choir practice. The young man gave his attention to the former, the girl to the latter, and presently she spoke eagerly. "Oh, don't it sound grand?" The young man nodded and answered. Page 166. "Yes, indeed, and it's interesting to think that they do it all with their hind legs." The boy violinist played at a private musical rendering a difficult concerto, which contained some particularly long rests for the soloist. During one of these intervals, a kindly dowager leaned toward the performer and whispered loudly, "Why don't you play something that you know, my boy?" The apoplectic and grumpy old gentleman in the crowded restaurant was compelled to sit much against his will next to the orchestra, his stare at the leader. As the jazz selection came to an end, the annoyed patron snorted and then asked, "Would you be so kind as to play something by request?" The leader bowed again and beamed. "Certainly," he replied, "anything you like, sir." Then snapped the patron, "Please be good enough to play a game of checkers while I finish my meal." Neatness. The Japanese are remarkably tidy in the matter of floors. They even remove their shoes at the doorway. A Japanese student in New York was continually distressed by the dirty hallways of the building in which PG 167 he lived. In the autumn, the janitor placed a notice at the entrance which read, "Please wipe your feet." The Japanese wrote beneath in pencil, "On going out. Neighbors." It was a late hour when the hostess at the reception requested the eminent basso to sing. "It is too late, madam," he protested. "I should disturb your neighbors." "Not at all," declared the lady, beaming. "Besides, they poisoned our dog last week." Nerves. The older sister rebuked the younger when putting her to bed for being cross and ill-tempered throughout the day. After she had been neatly tucked in, the little one commented, "It's temper when it's me, and nerves when it's you." Nightmare. "And you say you have the same nightmare every night?" The doctor inquired. "What is it?" The suffering man answered, "I dream that I am married." "Ahem," the physician grunted perfunctorily. "To whom?" "To my wife," the patient explained. "That's what makes it a nightmare." Page 168. The innkeeper was inclined to take advantage of a particular guest who did not scrutinize the bills rendered. When the clerk mentioned the fact that this guest had complained of a nightmare, the host brightened and marked down an item of $10 charge for livery. Nomenclature. The young son of a mountaineer family in North Carolina had visited for the first time in the town 12 miles from home, and had eaten his midday meal there. Questioned on his return as to the repast, he described it with enthusiasm, except in one particular. "They done had something they called gravy, but hit looked like sop and hit tasted like sop, and I believe in my soul 'twor sop." When his daughter returned from the girls' college, the farmer regarded her critically and then demanded, "Ain't you a lot fatter than you was?" "Yes, Dad," the girl admitted. "I weigh 140 pounds, stripped for gym." The father stared for a moment in horrified amazement, then shouted, "Who in thunder is Jim?" On an occasion when a distinguished critic was to deliver a lecture on the poet Keats in a small town, the president of the local literary society was prevented by PG 169 illness from introducing the speaker, and the mayor, who was more popular than learned, was asked to officiate. The amiable gentleman introduced the stranger with his accustomed eloquence, and concluded a few happy remarks of a general character with this observation: "And now, my friends, we shall soon all know what I personally have often wondered, what are Keats." During the scarcity of labor, a new clerk who knew nothing of the business was taken on by a furniture house. His mistakes were so bad that the proprietor was compelled to watch him closely and to fire him after the following episode. A lady customer asked to see some chiffoniers. The clerk led her to the display of bassinets, which was an unfortunate error. Since the lady was an old maid, she accepted his apology, however, and then remarked, "Where are your sideboards?" The clerk blushed furiously as he replied, "Why, I shaved them off last week." The lady, who had some culture, but not too much, was describing the adventure of her husband, who had been in Messina at the time of the earthquake. "It was awful," she declared in tense tones. "When Jim went to bed, everything was perfectly quiet, and then, when he woke up, all of a sudden there beside him was a yawning abyss." Page 170. One of the two girls in the subway was glancing at a newspaper. "I see," she remarked presently to her companion, "that Mr. So-and-so, the octogenarian, is dead. Now what on earth is an octogenarian anyhow?" "I am sure I haven't the faintest idea," the other girl replied, "but they're an awful sickly lot. You never hear of one, but he's dying." A story is told of an office seeker in Washington who asserted to an inquirer that he had never heard of Mark Twain. "What, never heard of Tom Sawyer?" "Nope, never heard of him." "Nor Huck Finn?" "Nope, never heard of him neither." "Nor Pudd'nhead Wilson?" "Oh Lord, yes," the office seeker exclaimed. "Why, I voted for him." And then he added sadly, "And that's all the good it done me." The aged caretaker of the Episcopal Church confided to a crony that he was uncertain as to just what he was. "I used to be the janitor years ago. Then we had a parson who named me the sexton, and Dr. Smith. He called me a virgin, and our young man, he says I am the sacrilege." Page 171. Obstinacy. The old mountaineer and his wife arrived at a railway station, and for the first time in their lives beheld a train of cars, which was standing there. The husband looked the engine over very carefully and shook his head. "Well, what do you think of it, father?" asked the old lady. "Shall never start," was the firm answer. "Shall never start." The conductor waved the bell, rang, the locomotive puffed. The train moved slowly at first, then faster. It was disappearing in the distance when the wife inquired slyly, "Well, Pa, what do you think of it now?" The old man shook his head more violently than before. "Shall never stop," he asserted. "Shall never stop." Omen. The great pugilist was superstitious and fond of lobster. When the waiter served one with a claw missing, he protested. The waiter explained that this lobster had been worsted in a fight with another in the kitchen. The great pugilist pushed back his plate. "Carry him off," he commanded, "and bring me the winner." Page 172. Optical illusion. The sergeant rebuked the private angrily. "Jenkins, why haven't you shaved this morning?" "Why ain't I shaved?" the private exclaimed, apparently greatly surprised. "No, you ain't," the sergeant snapped, "and I want to know the reason why." "Well, now, I guess it must be this way," Jenkins suggested. "There was a dozen of us using the same bit of looking-glass, and I swan, I must have shaved somebody else." Optimism. The day laborer was of a cheerful disposition that naturally inclined to seek out the good in every situation. He was a genuine optimist. Thus, after tramping the 3 miles from home to begin the day's work on the ditch, he discovered that he had been careless and explained to a fellow laborer, "I've gone and done it now. I left my lunch at home." Then suddenly he beamed happily as he added, "And it's a good thing I did, for the matter of that, because I left my teeth at home too." The optimist fell from the top story of a skyscraper. As he passed the 4th story, he was overheard muttering, "So far, so good." Page 173. Orientation. John Bigot was fond of telling of a laird and his servant Sandy. The two were on their way home on horseback late at night, and both were much muddled by drink at a ford, where the bank was steep. the laird fell head first into the creek. He scrambled up and shouted to his servant, "Hold on, Sandy, something fell off, I heard it splash." Sandy climbed down from the saddle and waded about blindly in the shallow water with groping hands. At last, he seized on the laird. "Why, it's yourself, moan as fell oof." "No, Sandy," the master declared stoutly, "it can't be meher I am." Then he added, "But if it is me, get me back on the horse." Sandy helped the laird to the horse and boosted him up astride in the dark. The rider was faced the wrong way too. "Jie me the reins," the master ordered. Sandy felt about the horse's rump and then cried out, clutching the tail. It wore the horse's head, as fell off nothing left but the mane. "Jie me the mane," then the laird directed stolidly. "I must e'en hae something to hold on." So presently, when he had the tail firmly grasped in both hands and Sandy had mounted, the procession began to move, whereat the laird shouted in dismay, "Haud on, Sandy, it's gien the wrang way." Page 174. Outworn. Tiny Clara heard her mother say that a neighboring lady had a new baby. The tot puzzled over the matter, and at last sought additional information. "Oh, Mumsy, what is she going to do with her old one?" Paradox. The amiable old lady was overheard talking to herself as she left the church along with the crowd that had attended the services. "If everybody else would only do as I do and stay quietly in their seats till everyone else has gone out, there would not be such a crush at the doors." Two friends from Ireland on a tour occupied the same bedchamber in a country inn during the night. A fearful storm raged. John spoke of it in the morning while the two men were dressing. "Did it rain?" Dennis asked in surprise. "Rain," John exclaimed. "It was a deluge, and the lightning was blindin', and the thunder was deafenin'. Sure, I never heard the like." "For the love of Heaven," Dennis cried out, "why didn't yez waken me? Didn't yez know I never can sleep when it thunders?" Pastoral. Burdett quotes as follows a year's statistics of parochial work, as compiled by a young curate. Preached 104 sermons, 18 mortuary discourses, solemnized 21 hymeneal ceremonies, delivered 17 lectures, pg 175, of which 16 were on secular, and all the rest on religious subjects, made 39 addresses, of which all but 27 were on matters most nearly touching the vital religious concerns of the church, read aloud in church. 156 chapters of the Bible, 149 of which were very long ones, made pastoral calls 312, took tea on such occasions 312 times, distributed 804 tracts, visited the sick several times, sat on the platform at temperance and other public meetings 47 times, had the headache Sabbath mornings, and so was compelled to appear in a condition of physical pain, nervous prostration, and bodily distress that utterly unfitted him for public preaching. 104 times picnics, attended 10 dinners 37, suffered from attacks of malignant dyspepsia 37 times, read 748 hymns, instructed the choir in regard to the selection of tunes, one time had severe cold 104 times, sore throat 104 times, malaria 104 times, wrote 31 20 pages of sermons, declined invitations to tea one time, started the tune in prayer meeting 2 times, started the wrong tune 2 times, sung hymns that nobody else knew 2 times, received into church membership 3, dismissed by letter 49, expelled 16, lost, strayed, or stolen 137. Patriotism. The Scotchman returned to his native town Peebles after a first visit to London. He told the neighbors enthusiastically of his many wonderful experiences in the metropolis. There was, however, no weakening in his local loyalty, for at the end, he cried out proudly, "But for real pleasure, Jimmy Peebles." There is no doubting the strong patriotism of the PG 176 schoolboy who is the hero of this tale, although he may have been weak on history. During an examination in general history, he was asked, "Who was the first man?" He answered proudly, even enthusiastically, without any hesitation, "George Washington, first in war, first in peace, first in the hearts." But the teacher interrupted ruthlessly. Wrong, Adam was the first man. The boy sniffed disgustedly. Oh, he retorted, I didn't know you were talking about foreigners. The troops had been marching through a sea of mud for hours, when at last they were lined up for inspection before a general in the Evolution. A young cavalryman who had enlisted was thrown from his horse into the muck, from which he emerged in a dreadful state though uninjured, except in his feelings. The general himself, who had witnessed the incident, rode up, and preserving his gravity with some effort, inquired of the trooper if he had suffered any hurt from the fall. Nor was the disgusted reply, but if I ever love a country again you can kick me. Beezer. The mourning widow caused a tender sentiment to be chiseled on the headstone of her husband's grave. The exact wording was as follows. Thou art at rest until we meet again. PG 177. Peacemaker. The father was telling at the table of a row between two men in which he had interfered. One had swung a shovel aloft, shouting, "Ill, knock your brains out." It was at this moment the head of the family explained that I stepped in between them. Little Johnny had been listening rounded with excitement. Now he burst forth. I guess he couldn't knock any brains out of you, could he, Pa? Pension. The usual details in administration of the pension laws are not amusing, but occasionally even here a bit of humor creeps in to relieve the tedium. Thus John Smith, claimant, under invalid original No. 98,325,423, based his application for succor upon an injury to leg due to the kick of a vicious horse in the service and line of duty, etc. This was formally insufficient, and the Bureau advised to claimant to this effect, directing him to state which leg was injured by the alleged kick of a vicious horse. The reply came promptly. My leg. Pessimism. The energetic New England woman addressed her hired girl in a discouraged tone. Here it is Monday morning, and tomorrow will be PG 178 Tuesday, and the next day Wednesday, the whole week half gone, and nothing done yet. The old man shook his head dolefully in response to an inquiry concerning his health. It isn't what it ought to be, he declared. I find my strength is failing. It used to be I could walk around the block every morning, but now lately somehow, when I am only halfway round, I feel so tired, I have to turn and come back. The visitor remarked affably to the man of the house. Your family is wonderfully talented. One son plays the cornet, two daughters play the piano and the guitar, and your wife plays the banjo, and the other children play ukuleles. As the father of such musical geniuses, you must be something yourself, aren't you? Yes, was the answer. I am a pessimist. Philanthropy. I hear that Mrs. Brewster hasn't paid her servants any wages for a number of months, remarked one lady to another in a suburban town. Why does she keep such a number of them, then, was the pertinent inquiry. Oh, Mrs. Brewster tells everyone she regards it as her solemn duty to employ as many as possible when times are so hard. PG 179. Phonetics. Little Willie questioned his grandmother with an appearance of great seriousness. Ain't Rotterdam the name of a city, Grandma? Don't say ain't Willie, the old lady corrected. Yes, Rotterdam is the name of a city. Why? It ain't swearin' to say it is it, Grandma. Don't say ain't Willie. No, it isn't swearing to say Rotterdam. Why? 'Cause if sister keeps on eatin' so much candy shell Rotterdam head off. Physiology. The teacher explained to her young pupils some facts concerning various organs of the body, including the eye as the organ of sight, the ear as the organ of hearing, and the like. Then she asked the pupils to repeat to her what they had learned. There was a short silence, which was broken by a bright little boy who spoke as follows. I see with my eye organ, I hear with my ear organ, I smell with my nose organ, I eat with my mouth organ, and I feel with my hand organ. Plain speaking. The new maid was talkative and related some of her experiences in service. You seem to have had a good many situations, was PG 180, the lady's comment, As the girl paused, how many different mistresses have you had all told? 15 all told, the maid declared promptly. Yes, mum, all told exactly what I thought of them. Playing possum. No, sir, the ancient Negro asserted with a melancholy shaking of his bald head. Dar hain't no trust in a possum. Once on a time, sir, I done watched the whole of a possum all night long, and at last, sir, de possum done come out of his hole, and what yo tink de old scollywog done did well, sir, he done come out, and when he done come out, he was a polecat. Plumber. The plumber at many dollars a day could afford a little persiflage with the cook in the kitchen, where he was theoretically repairing the sink. The cook was plain-featured, but any diversion was welcome to speed the hours for which he drew pay. He made a strong impression on the cook, and when he took his departure, she simpered and said coyly, "Thursday is my evening off, and we might go to the movies." The plumber snorted indignantly. What he demanded on me own time. Poetry. The evil effects of decadent verse is unintentionally PG 181 told in the following extract from a Hindu's letter to the authorities requesting aid in behalf of his invalid father, who leads sickly life, and is going from bad to perhaps, but not too well. For an extract from the petition calls on the government to look after my old father, who leads sickly life, and is going from bad to verse every. Point of view. A couple from Boston spent a winter in Augusta, Georgia. During the period of their visit, they became fond of an old colored woman, and even invited her to visit their home at their expense. In due time after their return to Boston, the visitor was entertained, every courtesy was extended to the old colored woman, and she even had her meals with the host and hostess. One day at dinner, the host remarked with a certain smug satisfaction in his own democratic hospitality, "I imagine that, during all the time you were a slave, your master never invited you to eat at his table." "No, sir, dat he didn't," replied the old darky. "My master was a gentleman. He never let no nigger set at table 'longside o' him." The kindly old lady chanced to be present at the feeding of the lions in the zoo. Presently, she remarked to the keeper, "Isn't that a very small piece of meat to give to the lions?" The man answered very respectfully but firmly. Page 182. "It may seem like a very small piece of meat to you, mum, but it seems like a big piece of meat to the lions, mum." Poker. Tommy Atkins and a doughboy sat in a poker game together somewhere in France. The Britisher held a full house, the American four of a kind. "I raise you £2, quoth Tommy. The Yankee did not hesitate. "I ain't exactly on to your currency curves, but I'll bump it up 4 tons. Politeness. The little girl in the car was a pest. She crossed the aisle to devote herself to a dignified fat man. To his great annoyance, she asked innumerable questions, and incidentally counted aloud his vest buttons to learn whether he was rich man, poor man, beggar man, or thief. The mother regarded the child's efforts as highly entertaining. The fat man leaned forward and addressed the lady very courteously. "Madam, what do you call this dear little child?" Ethel, the beaming mother, replied. "Please call her, then," the fat man requested. Johnny, who was to be the guest at a neighbor's for the noonday meal, was carefully admonished by his PG 183 mother to remember his manners, and to speak in complimentary terms of the food served him. He heeded the instruction, and did the best he could under stress of embarrassment. After he had tasted the soup, he remarked as boldly as he could contrive, "This is pretty good soup, what there is of it." He was greatly disconcerted to observe that his remark caused a frown on the face of his hostess. He hastened to speak again in an effort to correct any bad impression from his previous speech. "And there's plenty of it such as it is." On Johnny's return from the birthday party, his mother expressed the hope that he had behaved politely at the luncheon table, and properly said yes, if you please, and no thank you when anything was offered him. Johnny shook his head seriously. "I guess I didn't say no thank you. I ate everything there was." The teacher used as an illustration of bad grammar for correction by the class the following sentence: "The horse and cow is in the pasture. A manly little fellow raised his hand, and at the teacher's nod said, "Please, sir, ladies should come first." Page 184. The man sitting in the street car addressed the woman standing before him. "You must excuse my not giving you my seat. I'm a member of the Sit Still Club." "Certainly, sir," the woman replied, "and please excuse my staring. I belong to the Stand and Stare Club." She proved it so well that the man at last sheepishly got to his feet. "I guess, ma'am," he mumbled, "ill resign from my club and join yours." Politics. The little boy interrupted his father's reading of the paper with a petition. "Please, Daddy, tell me the story about the 40 thieves." The father, aroused from his absorption in political news and comment on the campaign, regarded his son thoughtfully for a moment, and then shook his head. "No," he answered decisively, "you must wait until you're a little older, my son. You're too young to understand politics." Population. Someone asked a darky from Richmond who was visiting in the north as to the population of the city. "I don't exactly know, sir," was the reply, "but I opine 'bout 125,000 counting the whites." Page 185. Postal. It is human nature to take an interest in the affairs of others. The fact has been amply demonstrated by innumerable postmasters and postmistresses who have profited from their contact with the community's correspondence. That the postman, too, is likely to be well informed is shown in a quotation by Punch of a local letter carrier's apology to a lady on his round. "I am sorry, ma'am, I seem to have lost your postcard, but it only said Muriel thanked you for the parcel, and so did John, and they were both very well, and the children are happy, and shall give your message to Marjorie That'll be your other daughter, I am thinking." Praise. One Negro workman was overheard talking to another. "He say, yo, frien, I jest told the foreman when he say dat nigger Sam ain't fit to feed to the dogs, why I done spoke right up and told him yo surely is." Prayer. The Dutchman still retained a strong accent, although he had been in the country 40 years, and was a churchwarden when the rector complained that a certain parishioner had called him a perfect ass, and asked advice. The reply, though well-intentioned, sounded ambiguous. "All you should do will be just to pray for him as usual." Page 186. A Scotch missionary in the Far East suffered ill fortune in his marriages, for 2 wives in succession yielded to the trying climate, and died. The missionary had depended on the board at home to select his previous mates, and he wrote for a third. When due time had elapsed, he journeyed to the seaport to meet the steamer by which his new mate should arrive at the appointed hour. As the boat drew in, he stood on the dock, anxiously waiting among the few passengers to descend the gangplank. It was easy for him to select the one destined for him. At sight of her he shuddered slightly, and a groan burst from his lips. "Freckles," he muttered despairingly, "and red-headed, and with squintfur the third time, and after all my prayers." Charles had attained the age of 5 when he attended a football game for the first time. It cannot be doubted that he was profoundly impressed by the excitement on the gridiron, for at bedtime his mother was horrified to hear him utter his nightly prayer thus: "God bless Papa, God bless Mama, God bless Charlie, rah rah rah." At the request of his wife, the husband opened a can of peaches. When he finally reappeared, the wife asked demurely, "What did you use to open that can, Jim?" "Can opener, of course," the husband grunted. "What d'ye think I opened it with?" Page 187. From the language I heard, I thought perhaps you were opening it with prayer. The newspaper report of the special Sunday services contained the following impressive description of the prayer. The most eloquent prayer ever addressed to a Boston audience. The New York Sun published the following: "The toys had been reluctantly laid aside, and in her dainty nightie, the little girl, scarcely more than a baby, knelt at her mother's knee. The eyes, which all day long are alight with mischief, were reverently closed, and as she haltingly uttered the words of the old, yet ever young child's prayer, her rapt face, raised occasionally from her dimpled hands, took on an expression almost seraphic in its innocent purity. With a fervent amen, she ended her supplication, then jumped up, eyes dancing, and exclaimed, "Now let's say little Jack Horner sat in the corner, I knows it better, mother." A little boy was asked if he prayed when he attended church, and he answered that he always Roman 999. On being questioned as to the nature of his prayer, he explained that he always repeated it when the others in the congregation made their silent prayer just before the sermon, and he added further, "I just say the little prayer mother taught me now, I lay me down to sleep." Page 188. A prayer showing a ghastly confusion of metaphors is on record as having been offered extemporaneously in behalf of Queen Adelaide during the reign of that sovereign. The words as quoted were these: "O Lord, save thy servant, our sovereign lady, the Queen grant, that as she grows an old woman she may become a new man. Strengthen her with thy blessing, that she may live a pure virgin, bringing her sons and daughters to the glory of God, and give her grace, that she may go before her people like a he-goat upon the mountains." As the boat was sinking, the skipper lifted his voice to ask, "Does anybody know how to pray?" One man spoke confidently in answer, "Yes, Captain, I do." The captain nodded. "That's all right then," he declared, "you go ahead and pray. The rest of us will put on lifebelts, they're a one short." Preacher. A colored deacon, who was the leader in a congregation down south, wrote to the bishop to explain the need of a minister for the church. He concluded his appeal as follows: "Send us a bishop to preach. If you can't send us a bishop, send us a sliding elder. If you can't send a sliding elder, send us a stationary preacher. If you PG 189 can't spare him, send us a circus eider. If you can't spare him, send us a locust preacher. And if you can't send a locust preacher, send us an exhauster." Precaution. When the colored couple were being married by the clergyman, and the words "love, honor, and obey" were spoken, the bridegroom interrupted. "Read that again, sir." "Read it once mo, so's de lady kin catch de full solemnity ob de meanin'. Say, been married before." The lawyer for the defense in the damage suit asked the witness, who had seen the plaintiff struck by the automobile, how far the victim was thrown by the impact. 15 feet 6¾ inches was the instant response. "You seem to be very exact in your figures," exclaimed the lawyer sarcastically. "How does that happen?" "I guess some fool lawyer would ask me," the witness answered, "and I measured the distance." Precocity. The playwright rushed up to the critic at the club. "I've had a terrible misfortune," he announced. "My little 3-year-old boy got at my new play and tore it all to pieces." "Extraordinary that a child so young should be able to read," said the critic. Page 190. Prematureness. Ike saw his friend Jakey in the smoking car when he entered and sat down in the same seat. "How was that fire in your place last week, Jakey?" he inquired. Jakey started nervously. He whispered, "It vas next week." Preparedness. The small boy was directed to soak his feet in salt water to toughen them. He considered the matter thoughtfully and then remarked to himself, "It's pretty near time for me to get a lickin'. I guess I'd better sit in it." The two scrub women met and chattered to this effect: "Mrs. Riley, och, Mrs. O'Rafferty, I hear yez be worrokin' night and day." "Mrs. O'Rafferty is oim under bonds to kape the pace for pullin' the hair o' that blackguard Mrs. Murphy, and the judge told me, as if Oi touched her again, he'd foine me $10. Mrs. Riley and yez is worrokin' so hard so's to kape out 10 mischief." Mrs. O'Rafferty, hissing viciously between her teeth, "No oim, savin oop the foin." The father entered the room where Clara, his daughter, was entertaining her young man. Page 191. "What is it, Papa?" the young lady inquired. Her father held out the umbrella which he carried. "This is for John," he explained. "It looks as if it might rain before morning." Pride. The little boy was greatly elated when informed by his mother that the liveliness of her hair as she combed it was caused by electricity. "Oh my," he exclaimed, "ain't we a wonderful family? Mama has electricity on her head, and Grandma has gas on her stomach." Pride often has no better basis, in fact, than the self-congratulation of little Raymond in the following story. Raymond came home from a session of the Sunday school fairly swollen. With importance, he explained the cause to his mother. "The superintendent said something awful nice about me this morning in his prayer." "And what did he say, dear?" the mother inquired, concealing her astonishment. The boy quoted glibly and sincerely. "He said, 'O Lord, we thank thee for our food and raiment.'" Precociousness. A stranger rang the doorbell. Little 8-year-old Willie Jones opened the door. Page 192. "Is Mr. Jones in the caller?" inquired. Little Willie answered with formal politeness. "I am Mr. Jones, or did you wish to see old Mr. Jones?" Prison reform. The society matron explained the necessity for immediate reform in conditions at the state penitentiary. "Nowadays there are such a number of our very best people who are being indicted and tried and convicted and sent to serve their sentences in the prison that we really must make their surroundings there more pleasant and elegant." Privilege. The tenderfoot in the mining town was watching a poker game for heavy stakes when he saw the dealer give himself 4 aces from the bottom of the deck. He whispered the fact in shocked surprise to a citizen beside him. The latter looked astonished. "What of it?" he drawled. "Wasn't it his deal?" Procrastination. The southern darky is usually willing enough, but painfully dilatory in accomplishment. The foreman of a quarry called to Zeb, the general utility man, and directed him to go across the road to the blacksmith shop and bring back a drill, which had been left there for sharpening. Zeb shuffled out of sight, and after a PG 193 lapse of half an hour, shuffled back lazily into view. The indignant foreman called to him sharply. "Here you, Zeb, where've you been all this time?" The darky grinned placatingly. "Why, boss," he explained, "I hain't Benice Gwine." Profanity. The longshoreman was indulging in a fit of temper, which he interpreted in a burst of language that shocked the lady passing by. She regarded him reprovingly as she demanded, "My man, where did you learn such awful language?" "Where did I learn it?" the longshoreman repeated. "How I didn't learn it, it's a gift." The deacon carried a chain to the blacksmith to have a link welded. When he returned to the shop a few hours later, he saw the chain lying on the floor and picked it up. It was just next to red hot, and the deacon dropped it with the ejaculation, "Hell then," he added hastily, "I like to have said." Profiteers. The wife of the profiteer discoursed largely on the luxuries of the new country estate. And of course, she vouchsafed, we have all the usual animals: horses, cows, sheep, pigs, hens, and so forth. Page 194. "Oh, hens," the listener gushed, "then y'all have fresh eggs." "Really, I'm not sure the hens can work if they like, but of course, in our position, it's quite unnecessary, or perhaps not quite suitable, you know." The advertisement offered for 50 cents a recipe by which to whiten the hands and soften them. Girls who sent the money received the following directions: "Soak the hands 3 times a day in dish water while mother rests." "Are you sure this handbag is genuine crocodile skin?" the woman asked the shopkeeper. "Absolutely," was the reply. "I shot that crocodile myself." "But it is badly soiled." "Well, yes, of course, that's where it hit the ground when it fell out of the tree." Customer, "But if it costs $20 to make these watches, and you sell them for $20, where does your profit come in?" Shopkeeper, "That comes from repairing them." Progress. The cottager was crippled by rheumatism, and the kindly clergyman taught him his letters and put him through the primer and into the Bible. On his return, after a vacation, the clergyman met the cottager's wife. Page 195. "How does John get along with his reading of the Bible?" he asked. "Oh, bless your reverence," she replied proudly. "Ease out of the Bible, and into the newspaper long ago. The kindly clergyman newly come to the parish was at great pains to teach an illiterate old man crippled with rheumatism his letters so that he could read the Bible. On the clergyman's return, after a short absence from the parish, he met the old man's wife. "And how is Thomas making out with reading his Bible?" "Bless you, sir," the wife declared proudly, "he's out of the Bible and into the newspaper long ago." The physician advised his patient to eat a hearty dinner at night without any worry over the ability to digest it. The patient, however, protested. "But the other time, when I came to see you, you insisted I must eat only a very light supper in the evening." The physician nodded, smiling complacently. "Yes, of course, that shows what great progress the science of medicine is making." Prohibition. The objector to prohibition spoke bitterly. "Water has killed more folks than liquor ever." Roman 999. "You are raving," declared the defender of the 18th Amendment. "How do you make that out?" "Well, to begin with, there was the flood." Page 196. The wife complained to her husband that the chauffeur was very drunk indeed and must be discharged instantly. "Discharged nothing," the husband retorted joyously. "When he's sobered off, I'll have him take me out and show me where he got it." Prolific. The woman teacher in a New York school was interested in the announcement by a little girl pupil that she had a new baby brother. "And what is the baby's name?" the teacher asked. "Aaron," was the answer. A few days later, the teacher inquired concerning Aaron, but the little girl regarded her in perplexity. "Aaron," she repeated. "Your baby brother," the teacher prompted. Understanding dawned on the child's face. "Oh, Aaron," she exclaimed, "that was a mistake. It's Moses. He's very well, Mom. Thank you, Pa and Ma. They found we had an Aaron." Pronunciation. The parson's daughter spoke pleasantly, but with a hint of rebuke, to one of her father's humble parishioners. "Good morning, Giles. I haven't noticed you in church for the last few weeks." "No, miss," the man answered. "I've been at Newcastle a visitin' my old aunts. And strange, Miss PG 197, ain't it? I don't see no change in 'em since I was a child like." The parson's daughter was duly impressed. What wonderful old ladies they must be. But the man shook his head and explained with remarkable clearness. "I didn't say aunts, miss. I said aunts, where I used to wander in my childhood days like." "Prove. Shopper, are these eggs fresh?" "Apprentice, yes, Mom, they be." "Shopper, how long since they were laid?" "Apprentice, ain't 10 minutes, Mom. I know. I laid them eggs there myself." Property. The indignant householder held up before the policeman the dead cat that had been lying by the curb 3 days. "What am I to do with this?" he demanded. "Take it to headquarters," was the serene reply. "If nobody claims it within a reasonable time, it's your property." Providence. The Babu explained with great politeness the complete failure of a young American member of the shooting party in India to bag any game. Page 198. The Sahib shot divinely, but it is true that Providence was all merciful to the birds. Prudence. Sandy McTavish was a guest at a christening party in the home of a fellow Scot, whose hospitality was limited only by the capacity of the company. The evening was hardly half spent when Sandy got to his feet and made the round of his fellow guests, bidding each of them a very affectionate farewell. The host came bustling up much concerned. "But Sandy moan," he protested, "you're nae goin' yet, with the evenin' just started." "Nay," declared the prudent McTavish, "I'm no goin' yet, but I'm tellin' ye good night while I know ye all." The young man, who was notorious for the reckless driving of his car, was at his home in the country when he received a telephone call, and a woman's voice asked if he intended to go motoring that afternoon. "No, not this afternoon," he replied. "But why do you ask? Who are you?" "That doesn't matter," came the voice over the wire. "It's only that I wish to send my little girl down the street on an errand." Punishment. The school teacher, after writing to the mother of a refractory pupil, received this note in reply. Dear Miss, you writ me about whippin' my boy, IPG 199, hereby give you permission to lick him any time. It is necessary to learn him lessons, he's just like his paw, you have to learn him, with a club please pound knowledge into him. I want him to get it, don't pay no attention to his paw, either ill handle him. The little boy dashed wildly around the corner and collided with the benevolent old gentleman who inquired the cause of such haste. I gotta get home fur ma to spank me, the boy panted. Bless my soul, exclaimed the old gentleman, I can't understand your being in such a hurry to be spanked. I ain't, but if I don't get there 'fore pa hell gimme the lickin'. The little lad sat on the curb howling lustily. A passerby halted to ask what was the matter. The boy explained between howls that his father had given him a licking. The sympathizer attempted consolation. But you must be a little man and not cry about it. All fathers have to punish their children sometimes. The lad ceased howling long enough to snort contemptuously and to explain. My paw ain't like other boys' paws. He plays the bass drum in the band. Puns. What is your name? Demanded the judge of the prisoner in the municipal court. Page 200. Locksmith was the answer, and the man made a bolt for the door. He was seized by an officer and hauled back. $10 or 10 days, said the magistrate. I'll take the $10, announced the prisoner. Finally, he paid the fine, but he added explicit information as to his opinion of the judge. Then he leaped for the door again, only to be caught and brought back a second time. The judge, after fining the prisoner another $10, admonished him severely in these words. If your language had been more chaste and refined, you would not have been chaste and refined. A member of the Lambs Club had a reputation for lack of hospitality in the matter of buying drinks for others. On one occasion, 2 actors entered the bar and found this fellow alone at the rail. They invited him to drink, and as he accepted, he announced proudly, I am writing my autobiography. With the accent on the by, one of the newcomers suggested sarcastically. No, his friend corrected, with the accent on the auto. The stallion that had been driven in from the plains was a magnificent creature, but so fierce that no man dared approach closely. Then the amiable lunatic appeared on the scene. He took a halter and went toward the dangerous beast, and as he went, he muttered softly. Page 201. So bossy, so bossy, so bossy. The stallion stood quietly and allowed the halter to be slipped over his head without offering any resistance. The horse was cowed. When Mr. Choate was ambassador to the court of St. James, he was present at a function where his plain evening dress contrasted sharply with the uniforms of the other men. At a late hour, an Austrian diplomat approached him as he stood near the door, obviously taking him for a servant, and said, Call me a cab. Choate answered affably, You're a cab, sir. The diplomat indignantly went to the host and explained that a servant had insulted him. He pointed to Choate. Explanations ensued, and the diplomat was introduced to the American, to whom he apologized. That's all right, declared Choate, smiling. If you had been better looking, I'd have called you a handsome cab. Puzzle. The humorist offered his latest invention in the way of a puzzle to the assembly of guests in the drawing-room. Can you name an animal that has eyes and cannot see, legs and cannot walk, but can jump as high as the Woolworth Building? Page 202. Everybody racked his brains during a period of deep silence and racked in vain. Finally, they gave it up and demanded the solution. The inventor of the puzzle beamed. The answer, he said, is a wooden horse. It has eyes and cannot see and legs and cannot walk. Yes, the company agreed, but how does it jump as high as the Woolworth Building? The Woolworth Building, the humorist explained, can't jump. Quarrelsome. The applicant for the position of cook explained to the lady why she had left her last place. To tell the truth, Mum, I just couldn't stand the way the master and the mistress was always quarreling. That must have been unpleasant, the lady agreed. His mum, the cook, declared, they was at it all the time when it wasn't me and him, it was me and her. Questions. It was a rule of the club that anyone asking a question which he himself could not answer must pay a fine. One of the members presented a question as to why a ground squirrel in digging left no dirt around the entrance to its hole. He was finally called on for the answer, and explained that, of course, the squirrel began at the bottom and dug upward. Excellent, a listener laughed, but how does the squirrel manage to reach the bottom? That, said the other with a grin, is your question. Page 203. Railroad. A railroad was opened through a remote region, and on the first run over the line, the engineer overtook a country boy riding his horse. Along the road bed the engineer whistled, and the boy whipped. The train was forced to a crawl, with the cowcatcher fairly nipping at the horse's heels. Finally, the engineer leaned from the cab window and shouted, "You dumb fool, why don't ye git offend the track?" The fleeting boy screamed an answer. "No sirry, wide catch me in a jiffy on thetha plowed ground." Recognition. The office telephone was out of order. An employee of the company was sent to make repairs. After a period of labor, he suggested to the gentleman occupying the office the calling up of someone over the wire in order to test the working of the instrument. The gentleman obligingly called for the number of his own home in the suburbs. When the connection was made, he called into the transmitter. "Maria," and after a pause, "Maria," and again, "Maria." There followed a few seconds of waiting, and he repeated his call in a peremptory tone, "Maria." The electric storm that had been gathering broke at this moment. A bolt of lightning hit the telephone wires. The gentleman was hurled violently under his desk. Presently, he crawled forth in a dazed condition and regarded the repairman plaintively. Page 204. "That's her," he declared. "The telephone works fine." Reform. Abe Jones was a colored man who made a living by chicken stealing. He was converted at a camp meeting when the elder was receiving testimonies from the mourner's bench. He at last called on Abe. "Brother," he exhorted, "won't you tell the congregation now what the Lord has done for you?" Abe got to his feet awkwardly and mumbled his response in a tone tinged with bitterness. "It looks as though the Lord done ruined me." Reliability. The Southern lady saw old Rastus setting out with his fishing tackle for a day on the river, and she deemed it a fitting time to rebuke him for his notorious idleness, since she and everybody else knew that the entire family was supported by the industry of Rastus' old wife as a washerwoman. "Rastus," she said severely, "do you think it's right to leave your wife hard at work over the washtub while you pass your time fishing?" "Yeshum, Mom," replied the old darky earnestly, "it's all right, my wife done need any watchin' shall wuck Jess as hard as if I was da." Repentance. When the devil was sick, the devil a monk would be. When the devil was well, the devil a monk was he. Page 205. Repetition. The little girl had been naughty in school. By way of punishment, she was directed by the teacher to remain in her seat after the session until she had written an original composition containing not less than 50 words in a surprisingly short space of time. She offered the following and was duly excused. "I lost my kitty, and I went out and called, 'Come kitty, 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 kitty." Resignation. The physician of an examination addressed the wife of the sick man in a tone of grave finality. "I am afraid your husband is beyond help. I can hold out no hope of his recovery." This candor was offensive to the patient, who protested with what violence was permitted by a very scanty breath. "Here, hold on, what are you gettin' at? I ain't agoin' to snuff out." The wife interposed in a soothing voice. "You leave it to the doctor, dearie knows best." Revolution. At a reception given by the Daughters of the Revolution in New York City, appeared a woman from 1 PG 206 of the Latin American states. She wore a large number of decorations and insignia. It was explained that she was a daughter of all 238 revolutions in her own country. Reward of merit. A very tidy young man was distressed by his wife's carelessness in attire at home. He was especially annoyed by a torn skirt, which his wife was forever pinning, and never mending. Being a tidy man, he had acquired some skill with a needle in his bachelor days. With the intention of administering a rebuke to his wife, he set to work on the skirt during her absence, and sewed it up neatly. When on her return home, he showed her what he had done. She was touched, and kissed him tenderly. Soon, she left the room to return with an armful of garments. "Here are some more for you, darling," she announced happily. "Don't hurry, just do them whenever you have time." Reward of virtue. The little boy put a serious question to his mother. "Please, Mama, tell me if I am a good boy, and I die and go to heaven, will God give me a nice ickle devil to play with?" The teacher directed the class to compose fiction narrative. The most interesting story submitted ran as follows. Page 207. A poor young man fell in love with the daughter of a rich lady who kept a candy store. The poor young man could not marry the rich candy lady's daughter because he had not money enough to buy any furniture. A wicked man offered to give the young man $25 if he would become a drunkard. The young man wanted the money very much, so he could marry the rich candy lady's daughter. But when he got to the saloon, he turned to the wicked man and said, "I will not become a drunkard, even for $25. Get from behind me, Satan." On his way home, he found a pocketbook containing $1 million in gold. Then the young lady consented to marry him. They had a beautiful wedding, and the next day they had twins. Thus you see that virtue has its own reward. Ruling passion. Noah Webster, the maker of the dictionary, carried his exact knowledge as to the meaning of words into ordinary speech. A story told of him which is, of course, untrue illustrates the point. Noah's wife entered the kitchen to find him kissing the cook. "Why, Noah," she exclaimed, "I am surprised." The lexicographer regarded his wife disapprovingly and rebuked her. "You are astonished, I am surprised." Page 208. Safety first. "Come over here," called a friend to an intoxicated citizen whom he saw across the street. The man addressed blinked and shook his head. "Come over there," he called back. "Why, it's all I can do to stay where I am." Amos Perkins was hired in the spring to shoot muskrats, which were overrunning the mill dam. An acquaintance paused to chat one day with Amos, who was sitting at ease on the bank of the stream, his gun safely out of reach. "I hear the muskrats are undermining the dam," the acquaintance said. "So they be," Amos agreed. "Hi, there goes one," cried the visitor, pointing. "Shoot. Why don't you shoot, man?" Amos spat tobacco juice emphatically and answered, Think I want to lose my job." The disgruntled fisherman at the club lifted his voice and complained loudly. He protested against the base trickery of his two companions on the trip. "It was agreed," he explained, "before we started that the one who caught the first fish must stand treat to a supper. Now, you'd hardly believe it, but it's a fact that when we got to fishing, both those fellows deliberately refused to pull in their lines when they had bites, just so it'd be stuck. That was a mean trick," one of the auditors asserted. Page 209. Sympathetically, "How much did the supper cost you?" The grouchy fisherman relaxed slightly. "Oh," he explained, "it wasn't as bad as that. You see, I didn't have any bait on my hook." A GR veteran told to some members of the American Legion the story of a private in the Civil War who, during the first Battle of Bull Run, found a post hole into which he lowered himself so that only his eyes were above the level of the ground. An officer, noting this display of cowardice, darted to the spot, and with a threatening gesture of his sword shouted fiercely, "Get out of that hole." But the skulker did not come out. On the contrary, he put his thumb to his nose and waggled his fingers insultingly. "Not on your life," he retorted. "Hunt a hole for yourself. This belongs to me." The woman hesitated, over buying the silver service. Of course, she said, I take your word for it, that it's solid silver, but somehow it doesn't look it. A great advantage, ma'am, the shopkeeper declared suavely. That service can be left right out in plain sight, and no burglar will look at it twice. Sanity. It is a matter of uncommon knowledge that personal perfection is a most trying thing to live with in the United States. Recently, a woman sued for divorce PG 210, alleging in the complaint against her husband that he had no faults. It was probably a subtle subconscious realization of the unpleasantness, even the unendurableness of perfection in the domestic companionship, that caused the obvious misprint in the following extract from a Scotch editorial concerning the new divorce legislation. But the bill creates new grounds for the dissolution of the marriage bond, which are unknown to the law of Scotland. Cruelty, incurable sanity, or habitual drunkenness are proposed as separate grounds of divorce. Sarcasm. The noted storyteller at a dinner party related an anecdote and was at first gratified by the hearty laughter of an old lady among the guests, and later a little suspicious as her mirth continued. As he stared at her puzzled, she spoke in explanation. Oh, that story is such a favorite of mine. The first time I heard it, I laughed so hard that I kicked the footboard off my crib. The ponderous judge interrupted the eloquent lawyer harshly. All you say goes in at one ear and out at the other. What is to prevent it, was the retort. Saving. A servant who indulged in sprees during which he spent all his money was advised by his master to save PG 211 against a rainy day. A week later, the master inquired if any saving had been accomplished. Oh yes, indeed, sir, the servant responded, but you see, sir, it rained yesterday, and it all went. Schedule. Cook's tourists travel exactly according to schedule. The following conversation was overheard in Rome between a mother and daughter. Is this Rome, ma? What day of the week is it, Matilda? Tuesday, what of it? If it's Tuesday, it must be Rome. The man about to take a train was worried by the station clocks. There was 20 minutes difference between the one in the office and the one in the waiting room. Finally, he questioned a porter. That worthy made a careful survey of the two clocks and shook his head doubtfully. Then he brightened suddenly and said, It don't make a single mite of difference about the clocks. The train goes at Fortin, no matter what. Seasickness. On the first morning of the voyage, the vessel ran into a nasty choppy sea, which steadily grew worse. There were 25 passengers at the captain's table for PG 212 dinner, and he addressed them in an amiable, welcoming speech. I hope that all 25 of you will have a pleasant trip. The soup appeared, and he continued, I sincerely hope that this little assembly of 24 will thoroughly enjoy the voyage. I look upon these 22 smiling faces as a father upon his family, for I am responsible for the safety of this group of 17, and now I ask that all 14 of you join me in drinking to a merry trip. Indeed, I believe that we ate a most congenial, and I applaud the good fortune that brought these three persons to my table. You and I, my dear sir, are here. Steward, clear away all those dishes and bring me the fish. The pair on their honeymoon were crossing the channel, and the movement of the waves seemed to be going on right inside the bride. In a fleeting moment of internal calm, she murmured pathetically to the bridegroom, in whose arms she was clasped, Oh, Jimmy, Jimmy, do you love me? My darling, he affirmed, you know, I love you with all my heart and soul. I worship you, I adore you, my precious Unsi Wunsi. The boat reeled, and a sickening pang thrilled through all the foundations of the bride's being. Oh dear, she gasped. I hoped that might help a little, but it didn't, not a bit. The seasick voyager on the ocean bowed humbly over PG 213, the rail, and made libation to Neptune. The kindly old gentleman who stood near remarked sympathetically, You have a weak stomach. The victim paused in his distressing occupation to snort indignantly. Weak humph, I guess I can throw as far as anybody on this ship. The wife of the seasick passenger was about to leave the stateroom for dinner. she inquired of her husband solicitously. "George, shall I have the steward bring some dinner to you here?" "No," was the reply, haltingly given between groans. "But I wish, my dear, you would ask him to take it on deck and throw it over the rail for me." The moralizing gentleman at the club remarked ponderously, "If there is anything in a man travel, we'll bring it out." One who had just landed from a rough crossing agreed bitterly. "Especially ocean travel." Sectarian. Once upon a time, a coach was held up by a road agent. The driver explained to the robber that his only PG 214 passenger was a man who was asleep inside. The highwayman insisted that the traveler be awakened. "I want to go through his pockets," he declared fiercely with an oath. The bishop, when aroused, made gentle protests. "You surely would not rob a poor bishop," he exclaimed. "I have no money worth your attention, and I am engaged on my duties as a bishop." The robber hesitated. "A bishop, eh?" he said thoughtfully. "Of what church?" "The Episcopal." "The hell you are, that's the church I belong to. So long, driver, lair up them mules." A Scotch Presbyterian clergyman tells the story of a parishioner who formed a secession with a few others unable to accept the doctrines of the church. But when the clergyman asked this man if he and the others worshipped together, the answer was, "No, the fact is I found that they accepted certain points to which I could not agree, so I withdrew from communion with them." So then, the clergyman continued, "I suppose you and your wife carry on your devotions together at home?" "No, not exactly," the man admitted. "I found that our views on certain doctrines are not in harmony, so there has been a division between us. Now she worships in the northeast corner of the room, and I in the southwest." Page 215. Self-betrayal. The old lady was very aristocratic, but somewhat prim and precise nevertheless. When the company had been telling of college pranks, she relaxed slightly and told of a lark that had caused excitement in Cambridge when she was a girl. This was to the effect that two maidens of social standing were smuggled into the second-story room of a Harvard student for a gay supper. The affair was wholly innocent, but secrecy was imperative to avoid scandal. The meal was hardly begun when a thunderous knock of authority came on the door. The young men acted swiftly in the emergency. Silently, one of the girls was lowered to the ground from the window by a rope knotted under her arms. The second girl was then lowered, but the rope broke when the descent was hardly half completed. The old lady had related the incident with increasing animation, and at this critical point in the narrative, she burst forth, "And I declare, when that rope broke, I just knew I was going to be killed sure." Sermon. The aged colored clergyman, who made up in enthusiasm what he lacked in education, preached a sermon on the verse of the psalm, "Awake psaltery and harp, I myself will awake right early." The explanation of the words which preceded the exhortation was as follows: "Awake peaseltry and harp, I myself will awake." PG 216. Early dis year Sam was wrote by de prophet Moses. Moses was mighty fond o' playin' on de harp all de day long, and at night when he went to bed he de hang up de harp on de limb ob a peasel tree what grew on de outside o' de window, and in de mornin', when de sun would get up and shine in his face, he de jump out o' bed and exclaim, "Wake peasel tree and harp, I myself will awake early." Scapegoat. Cousin Willie, aged 10, came for a visit to Johnny, aged 12. Johnny's mother directed him to take the visitor out to play with his boy friends in the neighborhood. "And be sure to have lots of fun," she added. On the return of the boys, Willie, the guest, appeared somewhat downcast, but Johnny was radiant. "Did you have a good time?" his mother asked. Bully Johnny answered. "And lots of fun." "Oh yes. But Willie doesn't look very happy," Johnny's mother said doubtfully. "Well, you see," Johnny answered, beaming, "the rest of us, we had our fun with Willie." Sheep and goats. The little girl was deeply impressed by the clergyman's sermon as to the separation of the sheep and the goats. That night, after she had gone to bed, she was PG 217 heard sobbing, and the mother went to her to ask what was the matter. "It's about the goats," Jenny confessed at last. "I am so afraid I am a goat, and so ill never go to heaven. Oh, I am so afraid I am a goat. My dear, the mother assured her weeping child, you're a sweet little lamb. If you were to die tonight, you would go straight to heaven. Her words were successful in quieting the little girl, and she slept. But the following night, Jenny was found crying again in her bed, and when her mother appeared, she wailed, I am afraid about the goats. But mother has told you that you are a little lamb, and that you must never worry over being a goat. Jenny, however, was by no means comforted and continued her sobs. Yes, Mama, she declared sadly, I know that, but I am awful afraid you're a goat. Shiftlessness. The shiftless man, who preferred reading to labor, closed the book on French history, which he had been perusing with great interest, and addressed his wife. Do you know, Mary, he asked impressively, what I would have done if I had been in Napoleon's place? Certainly, the wife snapped, you'd have settled right down on a farm in Corsica and let it run itself. Shipwreck. The new member of the club listened with solemn interest to the various stories that were told in the PG 218 smoking room. They were good stories, and obviously lies, and each of them was a bigger lie than any that had gone before. Finally, the company insisted that the new member should relate a tale. He refused at first, but under pressure yielded, and gave a vivid account of a shipwreck at sea during one of his voyages. He described the stress of the terrible situation with such power that his hearers were deeply impressed. He reached the point in his account where only the captain and himself and half a dozen others were left aboard the doomed vessel after the last of the boats had been lowered. And then he concluded a vast wave came hurtling down on us. It was so huge that it shut out all the sky. It crashed over the already sinking ship in a torrent of irresistible force. Under that dreadful blow, the laboring vessel sank, and all those left on board of her were drowned. The narrator paused, and there was a period of tense silence, but presently someone asked, And what became of you? Oh, I was the reply, why I was drowned with the rest of them. Slander. The businessman's wife, who had called at his office, regarded the pretty young stenographer with a baleful eye. You told me that your typewriter was an old maid, she accused. Page 219. The husband, at a loss, faltered in his reply, but at last contrived. Yes, but she's sick today, and sent her grandchild in her place. Slavery. A traveler in the South chatted with an aged Negro whom he met in the road. And I suppose you were once a slave, he remarked. Yes, sir, the old colored man answered. And so, after the war, you gained your freedom, the gentleman continued. But the ancient one shook his head sadly. No, sir, he declared with great emphasis, not exactly, sir, I didn't get my freedom, sir, after the war I done got married. Smells. An argument arose among a number of British officers during their time of service in the Dardanelles, and wagers were made among them. The question at issue was as to which smells the louder, a goat or a Turk. The colonel was made arbiter. He sat judicially in his tent, and a goat was brought in. The colonel fainted after the officer had been revived, and was deemed able to continue his duty as referee. A Turk was brought into the tent. The goat fainted. Page 220. Social uplift. The somewhat unpleasant person, who was a social worker, completed her call on a dweller in the tenement district, and rose to depart. The unwilling hostess shook her head at the visitor's promise to come again. And excuse me if I don't return the call, she vouchsafed myself, I've got no time to go slummin'. The philanthropic hostess entertained a party of children from the slums at her home. She addressed one particularly pretty and intelligent-looking little girl who listened shyly. She urged the child to speak without embarrassment. The little one complied, aspiring. How many children have you? 6, the hostess answered in surprise. What a big family. You must be sure to look after them properly and be very careful to keep them clean. I'll try to, certainly, the lady declared, much amused. Has your husband got a job? The girl demanded crisply. Well, no, the hostess admitted. How unfortunate. You know, you must keep out of debt. Really, you must not be impertinent, was the reproof. No, ma'am, the child responded simply. Mother said I must talk like a lady, and that's the way the ladies talk when they come to see us. Page 221. Spanking. Back in those days, when corporal punishment was permitted to teachers, a minor teacher named Miss Bings complained to one of her superiors, Miss Manners, that she had spanked one particular boy, Thomas, until she could spank him no more for physical fatigue. When you want him spanked again, send him to me, Miss Manners said. Next morning, Thomas came into the presence of Miss Manners, displaying an air that was downcast. The teacher regarded him with suspicion. Did you come from Miss Bings? She asked sharply. Yes, ma'am, Thomas admitted. I thought as much on the instant. She skillfully inverted the youngster over her lap and whacked him in a most spirited manner. This duty done, as the wailings of the boy died away, she demanded sternly, And now, what have you to say? Please, ma'am, Thomas answered brokenly. Miss Bings wants the scissors. Speed. In the business college, the instructor addressed the new class concerning the merits of shorthand. In his remarks, he included this statement. It is a matter of record that it took the poet Gray 7 years to write his famous poem Elegy in a Country Churchyard. Had he been proficient in stenography, he could have done it in 7 minutes. Page 222. We have had students who have written it in that length of time. The young lady interested in botany inquired of the gentleman who had been traveling in the South. What sort of a plant is the Virginia creeper? That is not a plant, was the answer given wearily. It's a railroad. Spelling. Some time before Mr. Taft became President of the United States, he took an extended trip in the mountains of West Virginia. On one occasion, he was conveyed along the mountain roads in a buggy driven by a native of the region. As they came to a small stream, Mr. Taft, without any particular interest, inquired concerning the brook's name. So far as he could understand, the answer was, "This here are Swum Creek." What Mr. Taft demanded. In the repetition, the words sounded like, "This here are Swivel Creek." The questioner was so puzzled that he asked the mountaineer how the name of the creek was spelled. The native spat tobacco juice reflectively over the wheel and then spoke judicially. Valsam spells it one way and some spells it another way, but in my judgment, thar are no proper way. The clerk of the court directed the witness to spell his name. The man started his reply thus. Page 223. OTTIWELLW. The clerk interrupted. Please begin again. The witness complied glibly. OTTIWELLWO. The clerk groaned. The judge himself intervened. What is your name? Your Honor, it is Ottiwell. Would I spell it OTTIWELLWOO Roman 500? Spinsterhood. The old colored mammy took advantage of a wedding announcement to question her mistress, who remained a spinster still, though approaching middle age. When is you gwine to get married, missy? I don't know, mammy, was the thoughtful reply. Really, I don't think I'll ever get married. A note of sadness in the speaker's voice moved the old woman to attempt philosophical consolation. Well, they do say as how old maids am the happies kind after they quit strugglin'. Zbide. The faithful old employee asked for a day off. The request was granted with an inquiry as to what he intended to do on his holiday. I think, came the cautious answer, I shall go to my wife's funeral. She died the other day. Page 224. A few weeks later, the request for a day off was repeated. And what are you going to do this time? The employer asked. I think, Meb, I'll get married. What, so soon, after burying your wife? The faithful old employee smiled tolerantly as he answered. Oh well, I was never one to hold spite. Sportsmanship. In the party out, after Reed Birds was a tyro at the sport, when at last he saw one of the birds walking about, he plumped down on his stomach and took aim. A companion called to him sharply. "You're not going to shoot the bird while it's walking?" "No," was the firm response. "I'll wait till it stops." Spring. The teacher talked on the 4 seasons, telling how in the spring the new life comes to the earth, with the growth of grasses and leaves and flowers, how this life matures in summer, and so on. And so on. Then she called on the class to repeat the information she had given. She asked one little boy about spring. "What do we find in the spring, George?" George seemed very reluctant to answer, but when the teacher insisted, he at last said, "Why, Mom, there's a frog and a lizard and a PG 225 snake and a dead cat. But I didn't put the cat there, it was another boy." Stammering. On the occasion of a most interesting family event, Mr. Peedle, who desired a son, paced the drawing room in extreme agitation, until at last the doctor appeared in the doorway. Oh, tell me," he gasped, "what is it, a boy or a girl?" "Tr, the physician began stammeringly. Peedle paled. "Triplets, merciful Providence." Quick, spluttered the doctor. Peedle paled some more. "Quadruplets," he moaned. No, the physician snapped. Quite the contrary. Tr, try to take it quietly, it's a girl." Style. Two old friends met and immediately found that they were equally devoted to motoring. After a discussion of their various cars, one bethought himself to ask concerning the other's wife, whom he had never seen. That lady was described by her husband as follows: 1906 model limousine, so to say heavy tread, runs on low. Self-starter. You bet. Page 226. Sunday school. The young lady worker for the Sunday school called on the newly wedded pair. "I am endeavoring to secure new scholars," she explained. "Want you send your children?" When she was informed that there were no children in the family as yet, she continued brightly, "But won't you please send them when you do have them?" The Sunday school teacher examined his new class. "Who made the world?" he demanded. "Nobody seemed to know." He repeated the question somewhat sternly. As the silence persisted, he frowned and spoke with increased severity. "Children, I must know who made the world." Then at last a small boy piped up in much agitation. "Oh, sir, please, sir, it wasn't me." Superman. It is told of Mrs. Gladstone that a number of ladies in her drawing room once became engaged in earnest discussion of a difficult problem. It chanced that at the time the great Prime Minister was in his study upstairs. As the argument in the drawing room became hopelessly involved, a devout lady of the company took advantage of a lull to say, "Ah, well, there is one above who knows it all." Mrs. Gladstone beamed. Page 227. "Yes," she said proudly, "and William will be down directly to tell us all about it." Superstition. The superstitious sporting editor of the paper condemned the horse fair by Rosa Ben-Hur. "Just look at those white horses," he exclaimed disgustedly, "and not a red-headed girl in sight." Suspense. The passionate lover wrote to his inamorata as follows: "Adored of my soul, if you love me, wear a red rose in your corsage tonight at the opera. If my devotion to you is hopeless, wear a white rose." She wore a yellow rose. Suspicion. The eminent politicians of opposing parties met on a train, and during their chat, discovered that they agreed concerning primaries. "It is the first time," said one, "that we have ever agreed on a matter of public policy." "That is so," the other assented. "The fact leads me to suspect that I am wrong after all in this matter of the primaries." Page 228. Sympathy. A tramp devised a new scheme for working on the sympathy of the housewife. After ringing the front door bell, he got on his knees and began nibbling at the grass of the lawn. Presently, the woman opened the door, and in surprise at sight of him on all fours, asked what he was doing there. The tramp got to his feet shakily and made an eloquent clutch at his stomach as he explained, "Dear madam, I am so hungry that, like Nebuchadnezzar, I just had to take to eatin' grass. Well, well, now ain't that too bad, the woman cried. You go right into the backyard, the grass there is longer. Dagged. The senator from Utah was able to disarm by flattery the resentment of a woman at a reception in Washington, who upbraided him for that plurality of wives so dear to Mormon precept and practice. Alas, madam, the senator declared with a touch of sadness in his voice, we are compelled in Utah to marry a number of wives. His fair antagonist was frankly surprised. What do you mean? She demanded. The senator explained suavely. We have to seek there in several women the splendid qualities that here are to be found in one. Page 229. Talking machine. Many a man who has suffered from tongue lashings at home will be moved to profound sympathy for the victim described as follows in a local news item of a country paper. Alice Jardine, a married woman, was charged with unlawfully wounding her husband Charles Jardine, a laborer, by striking him with a pair of tongues. Tar and feathers. The victim of the Ku Klux Klan plucked some feathers from his neck with one hand while he picked gingerly at the tar on his legs with the other. The excitement, he murmured, rose to a terrible pitch, but it soon came down. Dazed. A noted humorist once spent a few weeks with a tribe of Western Indians. On his return, he was asked concerning his experiences. One question was, "Did you ever taste any dogfish stew?" "Yes," was the melancholy reply. "I tasted it twice, once when it went down and once when it came up. It's all a matter of taste, as the old lady said when she kissed the cow." Page 230. The master of the house was hungry at breakfast and swallowed a good part of his bacon before he tasted it. Then he took time to protest violently to his wife against the flavor of the food. The good lady offered no apology, but rang for the servant. When the latter appeared, the mistress asked a question that was little calculated to soothe her husband. "Maggie," she inquired serenely, "what did you do with the bacon we poisoned for the rats?" "Tears." The kind lady stopped to tell the sobbing little girl not to cry, and she offered as a convincing argument, "You know, it makes little girls homely." The child stared belligerently at the benevolent lady and then remarked, "You must have cried an awful lot when you was young. Tender memories." "Please tell me, James," directed the young lady teacher, "where shingles were first used." "I could, mom," little Jimmy replied in great embarrassment, "but I'd rather not." Terminology. When the bishop was entertained at an English country house, the butler coached carefully the new boy, page 231, who was to carry up the jug of hot water for shaving in the morning. "When you knock," the butler explained, "and he asks, 'Who's there?' then you must say, 'It's the boy, my lord.'" The lad, in much nervous trepidation, duly carried up the hot water, but in answer to the bishop's query as to who was at the door, he announced, "It's the Lord, my boy." The butler overheard and was horrified. He hammered into the youth's consciousness the fact that a bishop must be addressed as my lord. Finally, he was satisfied that the boy understood and permitted him to assist in serving the dinner that night. The youngster was sent to the bishop to offer a plate of cheese. With shaking knees, he presented the dish to the prelate and faltered, "My God, will you have some cheese?" The master of the house returned from business somewhat early. He did not find his wife about, and so called downstairs to the cook, "Bridget, do you know anything of my wife's whereabouts?" "No, sir," Bridget answered. "Sure, I know nothing, but I am thinking, sir, it's likely they're in the wash." Testimony. Paul Smith, the famous hotelkeeper in the Adirondacks, told of a lawsuit that he had with a man named Jones in Malone. Page 232. "It was this way. I sat in the courtroom before the case opened with my witnesses around me. Then Jones bustled in. He stopped abruptly and looked my witnesses over carefully. Presently, he turned to me. 'Paul,' he asked, 'are those your witnesses?' 'They are,' I replied. 'Then you win,' he exclaimed. 'I've had them witnesses twice myself.' The grateful woman on the farm in Arkansas wrote to the vendors of the patent medicine. 4 weeks ago, I was so run down that I could not spank the baby after taking 3 bottles of your elegant elixir. I am now able to thrash my husband, in addition to my other housework. God bless you. In one of the most desolate areas of Montana, a claim was taken by a man from Iowa. The nearest neighbor from 20 miles away visited the homesteader's shack and introduced himself. "Where did you come from?" the visitor inquired presently, and when he had been told, "I can't understand why anybody should want to get out of that civilized country to come and live in this lonesomeness." Fact was, the man from Iowa explained somberly, "I didn't exactly like it down there anymore. You see, it was this way they got to telling things about me. Why, they even said I was a liar and hoss thief, and no better than I ought to be. And by Jemima PG 233, I just pulled out and went right away from them scandalous folks." "Well, I swan," the visitor exclaimed indignantly, "you can bet I wouldn't leave a place for any reason like that. It'd make them prove what they said." The homesteader sighed dismally as he answered, "That's just the trouble, they did prove it." Thread. The mother, who was a believer in strict discipline, sternly addressed her little daughter, who sat woefully shrinking in the dentist's chair, as the ogre approached, forceps in hand. "Now, Letty, if you cry, I'll never take you to the dentist's again." Thrift. A Scotchman was questioned by a friend. "Mac, I hear ye have fallen in love. Why, Bonnie Kate McAllister." "Weel, Sanders," Mac replied, "I was near Vera Nearden it, but the bit lassie had nae siller, so I said to myself, Mac be a moan, and I was a moan, and knew I just pass her by." The thrifty housewife regarded her dying husband with stern disapproval as he moaned, and tossed restlessly from side to side. "William Henry," she rebuked him, "you just needn't kick and squirm so, and wear them best sheets all out even if you be a dyin'." PG 234. Time flies. The ardent lover heard the clock strike the hours, first 9, then 10, then 11. At the sound of 12 strokes, he burst forth passionately. "How fleet are the hours in your presence, my beloved." "Don't be silly," the girl chided, "that's past setting the clock." Tit for tat. The prize bulldog attacked a farmer who defended himself with a pitchfork, and in doing so killed the dog. The owner was greatly distressed and reproached the farmer. "Why didn't you use the other end of the fork?" he demanded, "and just beat him off without killing him?" "I would have," the farmer answered, "if he had come at me with the other end." Tobacco. The native pointed with pride to 2 doddering ancients hobbling painfully down the village street, and informed the stranger, "Them fellers is the Dusenberry twins, 98-year-old. The visitor was duly impressed, and asked to what the pair of venerable citizens attributed their long life. "It's kind o' witch, and other," the native confessed. "Obadiah declares it's all along o' his chewing." PG 235. "And smockin' and snuffin' day in and day out fur nigh onto 100 year. And Ebenezer declares he has his health becase he never touched the filthy weed." Toilette details. The little girl, who had observed certain details in the toilette preparations of her elders, was observed by her mother at work over her most elaborate doll in a somewhat strange manner. "Whatever are you trying to do with your doll, Mary?" the mother asked. "I am just going to put her to bed, Mummy," the child replied seriously. "I've taken off her hair, but I can't get her teeth out." Tongue. An old lady in the London parish of the famous Dr. Gill made a nuisance of herself by constant interference in the affairs of others. As a gossip she was notorious. It appeared to her that the neckbands worn by the doctor were longer than was fitting. She therefore took occasion to visit the clergyman, and harangued him at length on the sinfulness of pride. Then she exhibited a pair of scissors, and suggested that she should cut down the offending neckbands to a size fitting her ideas of propriety. The doctor listened patiently to her exhortation, and at the end offered her the neckbands on which to work her, while she triumphantly trimmed them to her taste, and returned the shorn remnants to the minister. Page 236. "And now," said the doctor, you must do me a good turn also. That I will, doctor, the woman declared heartily. What can it be? Well, the clergyman explained, you have something about you which is a deal too long, and which causes me and many others such trouble that I should like to see it shorter. Indeed, dear doctor, I shall not hesitate to gratify you. What is it? See here are the scissors, use them as you please. Come then, said the doctor, good sister, put out your tongue. Treachery. The Italian workman in the West was warned to look out for rattlesnakes. He was assured, however, that a snake would never strike, until after sounding the rattles one day, while seated on a log, eating his lunch, the Italian saw a rattlesnake coiled ready to strike. He lifted his legs carefully with the intention of darting away on the other side of the log, the moment the rattles should sound their warning. But just as his feet cleared the top of the log, the snake struck out, and its fangs were buried in the wood, only the fraction of an inch below the Italian's trousers. The frightened man fled madly, but he took breath to shriek over his shoulder. Son of a gun, why you know Ringa de Bell. Page 237. Treasure trove. An old Negro who had almost attained the century mark, nearly blind, almost completely disabled, without friends, relations, or money, felt himself about to die, and stealthily made his way into a farmer's barn, where he burrowed into the haymow. But the farmer had observed the man's entrance, and after getting his shotgun, he hurried to the barn. I got you, he cried savagely, doggone you, I got you. The moribund derelict thrust his black face from the mow and showed his toothless gums in a grin as he answered, and a great get you got. Trial. The colored man was before the court accused of horse stealing. The prosecuting attorney read the indictment sternly and then asked, are you guilty or not guilty? The prisoner wriggled perplexedly and then grinned propitiatingly as he said, now, sir boss, ain't dat perzactly the ting we's done gwine discover in dis yer trial. Triplets. When the domestic event was due, the prospective father, being ordered out of the house, celebrated the PG 238 occasion with many friends in a number of saloons. He celebrated so well that the clock was striking 3 in the morning. When he entered the house, a nurse hurried to him and undid some wrappings that revealed 3 tiny faces. The father stared reproachfully at the clock in the hall, and then again, regarding his group of children, spoke earnestly. I'm not superstitious, but I thank Heaven I didn't come home at 12. Truth tellers. The little girl evidently appreciated the fact that all men and women are liars, for Punch records the following as the dialogue between her and her mother when she had been caught in a fib. Mother, it is very naughty to tell untruths. Kitty, those who do so never go to heaven. Kitty, don't you ever tell an untruth, mummy. Mother, no, dear, never. Kitty, well, you'll be fearfully lonely, want you, with only George Washington. Typographical errors. The woman lecturing on dress reform was greatly shocked when she read the report as published in the local paper. The writer had been innocent enough, for his concluding sentence was, the lady lecturer on dress wore nothing that was remarkable. Page 239. But the merry compositor inserted a period which was left undisturbed by the proofreader, so that the published statement ran, the lady lecturer on dress wore nothing that was remarkable. The poet, in a fine frenzy, dashed off a line that was really superb. See the pale martyr in his sheet of fire. The devilish compositor so tangled the words that, when the poem was published, this line read, see the pale martyr with his shirt on fire. The critic, in his review of the burlesque, wrote, the ladies of Prince Charming's household troops filled their parts to perfection. The compositor, in his haste, read an N for the R in the word parts, and the sentence, thus changed radically in its significance, duly appeared in the morning paper. Values. An American girl who married a Bavarian baron enjoyed playing Lady Bountiful among the tenants on her husband's estate on the death of the wife of one of the cottagers. She called to condole with the bereaved widower. She uttered her formal expressions of sympathy with him in his grief over the loss of his wife, and she was then much disconcerted by his terse, optimistic comment. Page 240. But it's a good thing, your ladyship, that it wasn't the cow. Wives are to be had, for the asking cows are not. Vanity. The fair penitent explained to the confessor how greatly she was grieved by an accusing conscience. She bewailed the fact that she was sadly given over to personal vanity. She added that on this very morning she had gazed into her mirror and had yielded to the temptation of thinking herself beautiful. "Is that all, my daughter?" the priest demanded. "Then, my daughter," the confessor bade her go in peace, for to be mistaken is not to sin. Victory. That celebrated statue, the winged Victory, has suffered during the centuries to the extent of losing its head and other less vital parts. When the Irish tourist was confronted by this battered figure in the museum, and his guide had explained that this was the famous statue of Victory, he surveyed the marble form with keen interest. "Victory is ut," he said, "thin begorra oid loik, to see the other fellow." Word. A report has come from Mexico concerning the doings of 3 revolutionary soldiers who visited a ranch, which was the property of an American spinster. And PG 240, well, her 2 nieces, the girls are pretty and charming, but the aunt is somewhat elderly, and much faded, though evidently of a dauntless spirit. The 3 soldiers looked over the property and the 3 women, and then declared that they were tired of fighting and had decided to marry the women and make their home on the ranch. The 2 girls were greatly distressed and terrified, but even in their misery they were unselfish. "We are but 2 helpless women," they said in effect, "and if we must, we bow to our cruel fate, but please, oh please spare our dear auntie, do not marry her." At this point, their old maid relations spoke up for herself. Now, you girls, you mind your own business. War is war." "How do countries come to go to war?" the little boy inquired, looking up from his book. "For various reasons," explained the father. "Now, there was Germany and Russia. They went to war because the Russians mobilized." "Not at all, my dear," the wife interrupted. "It was because the Austrians." "Tut, tut, my love," the husband remonstrated. "Don't you suppose I know?" "Certainly not. You are all wrong. It was because—" "Mrs. Perkins, I tell you it was because—" "Benjamin, you ought to know better. You have boggled." Page 242. "Your opinion, madam, has not been requested in this matter." "Shut up, I won't have my child mistaught by an ignoramus." "Don't you dare, you impudent! And don't you dare bristle at me, or ills." "Oh, never mind," the little boy intervened. "I think I know now how wars begin. At our entry into the World War, a popular young man enlisted, and before setting forth for camp in his uniform, made a round of farewell calls. The girl who first received him made an insistent demand. "Y'all think of me every single minute when you're in those stupid old trenches." "Every minute," he agreed solemnly. "And y'all kiss my picture every night." Twice a night, he vowed, with the girl's pretty head on the shoulder of the new uniform coat. "And y'all write me long, long letters," she pleaded. "I'll write every spare minute," he assured her, "and if I haven't any spare minutes, I'll take 'em anyhow." After a tender interval punctuated with similar ardent promises, he went away from there and called on another girl. In fact, he called on 10 separate and distinct pretty girls, and each of them was tender, and sought his promises, which he gave freely and ardently, and when it was all done with, he communed with himself somewhat sadly. "I do hope," he said wearily, "there won't be much PG 243 fighting to do over there, for I am going to be awfully busy." Weather. The old colored attendant at the courthouse had a formula for addressing the judge. "What's the news this mornin', Jed?" And the judge's habitual reply was to the effect that there was no news in particular. But one morning, in answer to the usual query, there came a variation. "Our country has declared war against Spain." The darky scratched his head thoughtfully, then rolled his eyes to squint at the cloudless blue of the sky, and finally remarked in a pleased tone, "They surely done picked a fine day for it." Wales. At the time when petroleum began to be used instead of whale oil for burning in lamps. A kindly old lady was deeply perturbed by the change. What she wanted to know, will the poor whales do now? Whiskers. An elderly man was on his way home by train from a session of 3 days at a convention of his political PG 244 party. This was antedating the era of prohibition. The man's personal preferences had been gratified in the nominations at the convention, and he had celebrated in a way only too common in the bibulous period of our history. His absorption in other things and of other things had led him to neglect shaving throughout the 3 days. Now, as he chanced to move his hand over his chin, it encountered the long growth of white bristles, and he was aroused to a realization of his neglect to determine just how badly he needed a shave. The elderly gentleman opened his handbag and fumbled in it for a mirror. In his confused condition, he seized on a silver-backed hairbrush of the same set, pulled it forth, and held it up to his face with the bristles toward him. He studied these with great care, groaned, and muttered, "I look worse than I thought, for whatever will Sarah Ann say?" Widow. One of the ladies assembled at the club was describing the wedding she had just attended. And then, just as Frank and the widow started up the aisle to the altar, every light in the church went out. The listeners exclaimed over the catastrophe. "And what did the couple do then?" someone questioned. "Kept on going. The widow knew the way." A widow visited a spiritualistic medium who, PG 245, satisfactorily produced the deceased husband for a domestic chat. "Dear John," the widow questioned eagerly, "are you happy now?" "I am very happy," the spook assured her. "Happier than you were on earth with me," the widow continued, greatly impressed. "Yes," John asserted, "I am far happier now than I was on earth with you." "Oh, do tell me, John," the widow cried rapturously. "What is it like in heaven?" "Heaven," the answer snapped, "I ain't in heaven." Widowhood. During the parade at the last encampment of the Gar, a woman in the crowd of spectators made herself not only conspicuous, but rather a nuisance by the way she carried on. She waved a flag with such vigor as to endanger the bystanders, and yelled to deafen them. An annoyed man in the crowd, after politely requesting her to moderate her enthusiasm quite without effect, bluntly told her to shut up. "Shut up yourself," she retorted in high indignation. "If you had buried 2 husbands who had served in the war, you would be hurrahing too." Wife. A young skeptic in the congregation once interrupted Billy Sunday with the question, page 246, "Who was Cain's wife?" The evangelist answered in all seriousness, "I honor every seeker after knowledge of the truth, but I have a word of warning for this questioner. Don't risk losing salvation by too much inquiring after other men's wives." Wild women. The old sea captain was surrounded at the tea party to which his wife had dragged him, much against his will, by a group of women pestering him for a story from his adventures. Finally, at the end of his patience, he began, "Once I was shipwrecked on the coast of South America, and there I came across a tribe of wild women who had no tongues." "Mercy!" exclaimed all the fair listeners with one voice, but they couldn't talk. "That," snapped the old sea captain, "was what made them wild." Wisdom. It's a wise child that goes out of the room to laugh when the old man mashes his thumb. Woman. A cynic, considering the fact that women was the last thing made by God, asserts that the product shows both his experience and his fatigue. Page 247. The following extract is from the diary of a New England woman who lived in the 18th century. "We had roast pork for dinner, and the doctor who carved held up a rib on his fork and said, 'Here, ladies, is what Mother Eve was made of.' 'Yes,' said Sister Patty, 'and it is from very much the same kind of critter.'" The little girl reported at home what she had learned at Sunday school concerning the creation of Adam and Eve. "The teacher told us how God made the first man and the first woman. He made the man first, but the man was very lonely with nobody to talk to him, so God put the man to sleep, and while the man was asleep, God took out his brains and made a woman of them." Woman suffrage. During the agitation in behalf of woman's suffrage, an ardent advocate pleaded with a tired-looking married woman and said, "Just think, wouldn't you love to go with your husband to the voting place and there cast your vote along with his?" The woman shook her head decisively and she answered, "For goodness sake, if there's one single thing that a man's able to do by himself, let him do it." Page 249. The following pages have been selected and edited by Life's famous contributor. A Roman 100, page 250. Hope springs eternal. Oldest inhabitant, I never expected to live till the end of the war, Mom, but now I am hoping to be spared to see the beginning of the next one. That's Betty Grant's new maid. She's much smarter than her mistress. Well, they can't both afford to dress like that. Father don't know the French for cat, and you had a French nurse for years. Hopeful, but Dad, we hadn't got a cat when Adele was with us. Betty, after flash of lightning, count quickly, Jenny, make it as far away as you possibly can. Employer John, I wish you wouldn't whistle at your work. Boy, I wasn't working, sir, only whistling. Mistress, oh Jane, how did you break that vase? Maid, I'm very sorry, Mum, I was accidentally dusting. Little girl in foreground, Mother, I suppose the bridegroom must come to his wedding. Mistress, I hope you're doing what you can to economize the food. Page 251. Cook, oh yes, Roman 1000, weave, put the cat on milk and waiter. Raw hand at sea for first time and observing steamers, red and green lights, airs some lights on the starboard side, sir. Officer, well, what is it? RH looks to me like a drugstore, sir. Can you play bridge tonight? Sorry, going to hear some Wagner. What, do you like the stuff? Frankly, no, but I've heard on the best authority that his music's very much better than it sounds. Master, but Jenkins, the name of the complaint is not pneumonia. Surely you've heard me again and again say pneumonia. Man, well, sir, I ave, but I didn't like to correct you. Successful poultry farmer, you'd be surprised what a difference these incubators make. We can hatch out 200 or 300 chicks every week. Champion dog breeder, good gracious, however do you manage to find names for them all? Small boy who has been promised a visit to the zoo tomorrow, I hope we shall have a better day for it than Noah had. Page 252. Mother, oh Mary, why do you wipe your mouth with the back of your hand? Mary Cass, it's so much cleaner than the front. Mother to child who has been naughty, aren't you rather ashamed of yourself? Child, well, Mother, I wasn't, but now that you've suggested it, I am. A consoling thought. Belated traveler surprised by a bull when taking a short cut to the station. By Jove, I believe I shall catch that train after all. Life's difficulties. Mother, why, what's the matter, darling? Small daughter tearfully, oh mums, I do so want to give this worm to my hen. Mother, then, why don't you? Small daughter with renewed wails, see Cass, I am so afraid the worm won't like it. Does God make lions, Mother? Yes, dear. But isn't he frightened too? Excuse me, officer, but have you seen any pickpockets about here with a handkerchief marked Susan? Page 253. Mrs. Green to Mrs. Jones, who is gazing at an aeroplane. My word, I shouldn't care for one of them flying things to settle on me. The woman, jazz stockings are the latest thing, dear. Here's a picture of a girl with them on. The man, what appalling rot after you with the paper. Small invalid to visitor, I've had a lot of diseases in my time, measles, whooping cough, influenza, tonsillitis, but, modestly, I haven't had dropsy yet. The servant problem. Lady, and why did your last mistress? Applicant, loftily, excuse me, madam. Lady Welleria, last employer. Applicant, I beg your pardon, madam. Lady, well, then your last, pray, what do you call those in whose service you are engaged? Applicant, clients, madam. Small girl, I wonder how old Joan is. Small boy, I bet she wants C4 again. Mother, well dear, has Jack kissed you under the mistletoe? Mary demurely, yes mummy. Mother, and did you enjoy it? Page 254. Mary, yes, thank you mummy, but very demurely I struggled. Marley, you haven't said your prayers. I am going to say them in bed tonight. Oh Marley, that isn't etiquette. Applicant for situation, and how long did your last cook oblige you? Troubles of the Newport. George, will you go and speak to cook? I bought some tripe for dinner and she's still looking at it through her lorgnette. I hear you've taken up golf, what do you go round in? Well, usually in a sweater. Small boy walking round links with his father, Daddy, here's a ball for you. Father, where did you get that from? Small boy, it's a lost ball, Daddy. Father, are you sure it's a lost ball? Small boy, yes, Daddy, they're still looking for it. Small boy toying with dull blancmange, please, may I have an ice? Instead of finishing Thisco's, I feel sick. Page 255. The new appreciation. Wife habitu of the ring gazing after stranger, who has knocked her husband down, that was a lovely uppercut. He gave you George, I wonder who he is. Lady, I've just been making my side ache over your latest book. Author delighted, oh really, did you find it so amusing? Lady, well the fact is, I went to sleep on the top of it. Employer inspecting a very inflated bill for work, look here, how did you get at this amount? Odd jobs man, well sir, didn't know how you'd prefer me to charge it up, so I just charged by time. Employer, oh really, I thought you must have been charging by eternity. Tourist, have you any cold meat? Waiter, well, we have some, that's nearly cold, sir. Lady, if you please, cook, may we have steak and onions for lunch today? Cook, you can have steak, but I'm afraid I can't let you have onions. You see, I'm going out this afternoon, and onions always make my eyes so red. Small boy, on being told by cousin that she is PG 256, engaged to be married, oh long pause, and what did your husband say when he engaged you? Master, but why do you want to get married, Jones? Butler, well sir, I don't want my name to die out. Artist in desperation, that sir, I consider the finest in my exhibition. You can have it for half the catalogue price. The visitor, bless my soul, you don't say so. By the way, what is the price of the catalogue? Well Marley, how do you like your new teacher? I half like her and I half don't like her, but I think I half don't like her most. Please Mr. Grafto, the gentleman on the next floor, presents his compliments, and says, seeing as how you can foretell the future, would you be so good as to let him know how long it will be before your bath stops overflowing through his ceiling? Old lady interrogating her chauffeurs. Small boy, well my little man, and do you know who I am? Small boy, yes, you're the old lady what goes for rides in my daddy's car. Parent, I should like you to have good in your report, and not always fair. Young hopeful, I dare say you would, Dad, but PG 257, you see I am an ordinary boy of ordinary parents, and that's an ordinary report. Optimist, cheer up old man, things aren't as bad as they seem. Pessimist, no, but they seem so. Our modern infant. Genial uncle, well old chap, we've not done anything together for a long time, how about the zoo next Sunday, eh? Small boy, thanks very much, I can't say offhand, but I'll ring you up. Little girl to bride at wedding reception, you don't look nearly as tired as I should have thought. Bride, don't I dear, but why did you think I should look tired? Little girl, well, I heard Mummy say to Dad that you'd been running after Mr. Goldmore for months and months. A subtle distinction. I say come and dance, this is a top-in foxtrot, they're playin'. Thanks, but I am only waltzing this evening, we're still in mourning, you know. Specialist to patient suffering from insomnia, PG 258. And did you try my plan of counting sheep coming through a gate? Patient, well, I counted up to 120,039, and then it was time to get up. Neighbor bearer of message to billiard enthusiast, you wanted at home Charlie your wife's just presented you with another rebate off your income tax. Joan whose mother has just bought her a pair of woolen gloves, oh mummy, I wish you had got kid, I hate this kind, they make my sweets so hairy. Lady to applicant for situation, as cook, have you been accustomed to have a kitchen maid under you? Cook in these days, we never speak of having people under us, but I have had colleagues. Father look here, Billy Mr. Smith called at the office this morning about your fight with his boy yesterday. Son, did he? I hope you got on, as well as I Roman 999. Artist condescendingly, I did this last summer, it really isn't much good. Candid friend, no it certainly isn't, but who told you? Page 259. Blue blood. Mrs. Profiteer, is this a pedigree dog? Dealer pedigree, I should just think is mum why, if the animal could only talk, he wouldn't speak to either of us. Small bridesmaid, loudly in middle of ceremony, mummy, are we all getting married? Small girl, today's my mummy's wedding day. Smaller girl with air of superiority, my mummy was married years ago. What's a minimum wage, Albert? What you gets for going to your work, if you wants to make a bit more, you does a bit o' work for it. Office boy anxious to go to football match, may I have the afternoon off sir my grand. Employer, oh yes, I've heard that before your grandmother died last week. Office boy, yes, sir, but me grandfather's getting married again this afternoon. Minister's wife, my husband was asking only this morning why you weren't in the habit of attending church. Latest inhabitant, well, you see, it does so cut into one's Sundays. Page 260. 2 mistakes here, waiterone, in your favor, 1 in mine. In your favor, sir, where? Mistress, oh cook, be sure, and put plenty of nuts in the cake. Cook, you don't catch me crackin' no more nuts today, I've very near broke me jaw already. Gushing lady, yes, she's married to a lawyer, and a good honest fellow too. Cynic bigamist. Mother Augustus, you naughty boy, you've been smoking, do you feel very bad, dear? Augustus, thank you, only dying. New butler, at what time, sir, would you wish to dine, as a rule? Profiteer, what time do the best people dine? New butler, at different times, sir. Profiteer, very well, then I too will dine at different times. Fond mamma, I sometimes think, Percy, you don't treat your dear father with quite the proper respect. Young hopeful, well, ma, I never liked the man. Playful hostess, couldn't you manage one more eclair? Page 261. Serious little boy, no thanks, I've no more room. Playful hostess, if I picked you up by the heels and shook you, would that help? Serious little boy, after deep thought, no thanks, that would make the space at the wrong end. Vicar's wife, what are you children doing in Daddy's study? Ethel, it's a great secret, mummy, we're giving Daddy a new Bible for his birthday. Vicar's wife, oh hand, what are you writing in it? Ethel, well, you see, we thought we'd better copy what Daddy's friends put in the books. They give him, so we're writing with the author's compliments. The obstacle. George, I proposed to that girl and would have married her if it hadn't been for something she said. Fred, what did she say? George, no. Changing the subject. She, well, let us change the subject. I've done nothing but talk about myself all evening. He, I am sure we couldn't find anything better. She, very well, then suppose you talk about me for a while. Page 262. I say, taxi, I've only got enough change to pay the exact fare. Do you mind taking a check for the tip? A chance lost. Who was the originator of the idea that a husband and wife are one? I give it up, but it strikes me he might have saved a lot of argument if he had said which one. He, I never knew until today that the Rev. Dr. Preachley married an actress. She, oh yes, it is she who rehearses him in those beautiful extempore sermons he preaches. During the quarrels, but if you will allow me to. Oh, I know what you are going to say, but you're quite mistaken, and I can prove it. Conditional. Eloping bride. Oh, Jack, I can't help wondering what father will say when he gets our letter. Bridegroom, it can't make any difference to our happiness, darling, so long as he doesn't do it when we get back. Page 263. Just ignorance. He dejectedly, I am sure, I don't see why our parents won't give their consent. I consider their conduct is little short of cruel. Oh, Jack, how can you expect old fogies like they are to know anything about love? All in one breath. Wife, I'm afraid you'll think me rather extravagant, dear, but I spent $10 today on a boat and a train and a fire engine and a box of soldiers and some 9 pins for Freddie's birthday. By the way, what are you going to buy him? A young philosopher. Mama. What is it, dear? It seems to me that a silly question is something that you don't know the answer to. Femininity. Julia Fanny married a very wealthy man. You know, she tells me she has absolutely nothing to wish for. Gertrude. Oh, Julia, what a dreadful state to be in. Page 264. Getting even. Mrs. Lynx. Jack, I have made up my mind to fine you 10 cents every time you swear. Mr. Lynx, that's a bargain, if y'all give me 10 cents every time you envy me for being able to. A soothing effect. Do you miss your husband as much as when he first went away? No, I am becoming reconciled, you see. He sent me a power of attorney. In that case, when one is really thirsty, there is nothing so good as pure cold water. I guess I have never been really thirsty. A qualified statement. Well, we've missed that confounded train. What time will the next one be here? If the engine doesn't break down, and the track doesn't spread, and they don't run into any cows, and the upfreight isn't behind time, and the swing bridge isn't open, it ought to be here in about 2 hours. The Count, I wish to marry your daughter, sir. I am worth 100,000 dollars. Page 265. The millionaire, but I thought you were a bankrupt. The Count, I mean, that I am worth that mark to you. I suppose your landlord asks a lot for the rent of this place. A lot. He asks me for it nearly every week. Mother to little girl who had been sent to the hen house for eggs. Well, dear, were there no eggs? Little girl, no, mummy, only the one the hens use for a pattern. It's funny that you should be so tall. Your brother, the artist, is short, isn't he? He absently, yes, usually. Urchin contemptuously, how your mother takes in washin'. Neighbor, well, you didn't s'pose shed leave it hangin' out overnight, unless your father was in prison, did yer? His sphere. His versatility is something extraordinary. I had an idea he was rather stupid. That's just it. I never met a man who could make more different kinds of a fool of himself. Page 266. Poetic bridegroom, I could sit here forever gazing into your eyes and listening to the wash of the ocean. Practical bride, oh, that reminds me, darling, we have not paid our laundry bill yet. A lover's quarrel. George, why don't Jack and Laura make up? Kate, they'd like to, but unfortunately they can't remember what they quarreled about. A dreadful possibility. Elsie, when is my birthday, mother? Her mother, on the 31st of this month, dear. Elsie, oh mother, supposing this month had only 30 days, where would I have been? Getting reckless. I'm surprised at Jane's staying out in the boat all this time with a comparative stranger. A woman of 30 is old enough to know better. Aren't you afraid she is too old to know better? I shall never find anyone else like you. You see, you're so different from other girls. Oh, but you'll find lots of other girls different from other girls. Page 267. Retroactive. You know, you should love your neighbor as yourself. But the trouble is, when I try to do that, I always end by hating myself. Pupil, what I want to know is, am I a bass or a baritone? Teacher, Neuer, not. Apologizing. Oh, are you really a mindreader? Yes, I am. Then I hope you aren't offended. I didn't mean what I thought about you. Denied the privilege. The child, mother, did you buy a ticket for me? The mother, no dear, they don't charge for little boys. The child is, that costs were too little to reach the straps. A good plan. She, the Burrows are having their wooden wedding next week. What can we give them? Page 268. We might send them a receipt for some of the money he owes me. Enfranchisement of woman. First voter, so Mr. Jones has been elected. You voted for him, of course. Second voter, no, I voted for the other man. You see, Mr. Jones supported woman's suffrage, which I abhor. Familiarity, etc. I am so glad to see you, and how did you enjoy your visit to the South? Oh, not very much. There wasn't a soul where I was staying, except intimate friends. Reassuring. She, oh Jack, are you perfectly certain that you love me? He, my darling, you don't suppose that I have lived for 30 years without knowing love when I feel it. So it happened. What, you don't mean to tell me they are engaged? Why, they never met until a week ago. Page 269. I know it, but they happened while out rowing together to get caught in a thunderstorm. A linguist. She is one of the most remarkable women I ever met. In what way? She can keep silence in 4 different languages. The difference. She, I am so glad we're engaged. He, but you knew all the time that I loved you, didn't you? She, yes dear, I knew it, but you didn't. The road to etc. Well, what are you sneering about? You don't seem to have much faith in my good resolutions. I was just wondering if you had taken the paving contract for the next world. Classified. Mrs. Bargain, oh Ethel, I have just talked Edward into giving me the money for a new hat. Mr. Bargain, which I shall enter in my accounts as hush money. Page 270. A solution. The mistress, oh Jane, if I had known who sent those flowers, I would have returned them unopened. The maid, sure miss, couldn't ye take a few out and send the wrist back unopened? Encouraging. He, my train goes in 15 minutes. Can you not give me one ray of hope before I leave you forever? She, that clock is half an hour fast. An alias. Miss Hen, I demand an explanation. You told me that your name was plain Mr. Rooster, and that poet just now addressed you as Chanticleer. Lady to prospective daily housemaid, the hours will be from 9 to 6:30, with an hour and a half off for dinner. Roman 500 H, for luncheon I suppose you mean, and I should have to leave at 6, as I always dine at my club and have to dress first. Changing places. They say that she was his stenographer before marriage. Page 271. She has evidently reversed the order of things. How so? She does the dictating now. Economy. Young husband, I see that sugar has gone down 2 points. Young wife, has it ill get a couple of pounds today then? Best man seeing couple off on honeymoon, here you are just a few magazines to help pass away the time. Hostess to small guest, who is casting lingering glances at the cakes, I don't think you can eat any more of those cakes, can you, John? John, no, I don't think I can, but may I stroke them? Mr. Househunter, I don't care for those flats we looked at today. The rooms are too narrow, and the ceilings are too low. Mrs. Househunter, but they are cheap, dear, and you and I are neither very wide nor very high. Qualified. The leading woman, how does Garrett rank as an actor? The comedian he Dawson is. Page 272. Claiming acquaintance. Jimmy Dats, McCorker de heavyweight me, cousin used ter go ter school, wid Roman 1000. Billy dat ain't nothin' me brother had tree front teeth, knocked out by'm onct. From the heart. The wife, I have not been able to wear my new hat, yet on account of the weather. The husband humph, and I suppose, by the time it clears up, the fashion will have changed. The reporter, I beg pardon, but would you be kind enough to tell me what blow you will knock Fitzmuggins out with tomorrow night? Sledgehammer Mike, the solar plexus. The reporter, and if you get beaten, what will your weak spot have been? An argument. This theory about fish being brain food is all nonsense. Why do you say so? Because the greatest number of fish are eaten by the very people who are idiots enough to sit out all day waiting for them to bite. Page 273. The secret. The man of theory, the great secret of happiness, lies in being content with one's lot. The man of practice, but it has to be a whole lot. Wants her rights. There is nothing like experience. After all, she is our greatest teacher. And there is no holding back her salary either. And are you a good needlewoman and renovator, and willing to be useful? Madam, I am afraid there is some misunderstanding. I am a lady's maid, not a useful maid. Getting back. Customer to palmist $5 fee. Would you have any objection to waiting until I get some of the money you say is coming to me? Betty, Mummy, does God send us our food? Mother, yes dear, of course he does. Betty, but what a price. During vacation. The summer girl, it pains me to be compelled to say so, but I really cannot become engaged to you. Page 274. The summer man, weller could you manage to be a sister to me for a couple of weeks? Not unique. He crowded, were you? I thought you went early to avoid the rush. So I did, but about 5,000 other people did the same thing. A noble aim. Have you heard anything about the Woman's Reform Club? Yes, its object seems to be to reform everything except the club, and everybody except the members. Once too often. Yes, dear, I'm going out tonight. I've been asked to take supper with an old comrade in arms. By the way, darling, how many men did your regiment muster? What's the matter wid? Yes, regan, yes, look hurted. Faith lash noit, oi tud Casey what, oi thought av him, an appears he thought worse av me. Page 275. Cause and effect. What a lot of suffering these ambulance surgeons must witness. Yes, indeed, almost every time they go out they run over someone. He's a nice little horse, I saw him myself, and the dealer says I may have him for a song. Would you advise me to buy him? That depends upon your eye for a horse and his ear for music. Sympathy. Freddie, aged 6. Mother, you know that lovely purse you gave me for my birthday? His mother, yes, dear, what of it? Freddie, it makes me feel awful to think of it just lyin' in the drawer without a cent in its stomach. Slighted. I sincerely regret our misunderstanding, Florence, and am quite ready to be friends again. Misunderstanding, indeed, if you had any feeling you'd call it a quarrel. Going further. Flora, I think that Maud has been awfully mean to you. If I were you, I'd get even with her. Page 276. Dora, getting even with her won't satisfy me. I'm going to get uneven with her. Getting on. Old gentleman, well, children, and what are you learning at school? Small boy, oh, she's learning to make paper dolls, and I am learning to knock spots out of Willie Jones. Literally. I understand that she fairly threw herself at him. Yes, they met in an automobile collision. An extensive love. They say that he fairly worships the ground she walks on. That's saying a good deal when you consider what a golf fiend she is. Cause and effect. The way those people flaunt their money fairly makes me Roman 99. Sour grapes, always did have that effect. Page 277. No dissension. Mrs. Storm, how is your debating society getting along? Mrs. Khan, very well, we have 40 members, and we all agree beautifully. Why are they not speaking? They quarreled about which loved the other the most. Well, and now each is afraid to give in for fear of offending the other. In keeping, I really believe he married her only because he wanted a good housekeeper. And now I suppose he wishes he could give her a month's warning. He knew. I never saw a married couple who got on so well together as Mr. and Mrs. Rigby. I know each of them does exactly as she likes. Arranged to fit. Elsie mummy, if I was a fairy I'd change everything into cake and eat it all up. Page 278. Mother, I am afraid such a lot of cake would make you sick. Elsie, oh, but I'd change myself into an elephant first. Probably. I want to buy you something useful for your birthday. What can you suggest? Oh, I think a really useful diamond ring would do as well as anything. Sure signs. Afraid you're going to have insomnia. What are the symptoms? Twins. Such a waste. Mrs. Busy, I am so sorry to hear that your wife has been throwing the crockery at you again. Casey, where did she hit you? Casey, faith, mum, that's what I do be after complainin'. Av 'twas a whole set, av dishes broke to pieces, and she never hit me once. Too one-sided. What is the use of quarreling, my dear girl? Let us forgive and forget. Page 279. That is just the trouble. I am always forgiving, and you are always forgetting. Discretion. Miss Busy, I am glad to hear that you are married, O'Brien, and hope that you and Bridget don't have many differences of opinion. O'Brien, faith, ma'am, we have a good many, but I don't let her know about them. Better unsaid. Carly Littlebrain, yes, the doctors saved my life, but it cost me over $1,000. Miss Thoughtless, oh, Mr. Littlebrain, what extravagance. Letting him know. Flora, I'm writing to tell Jack that I didn't mean what I said in my last letter. Dora, what did you say in your last letter? Flora, that I didn't mean what I said in the one before. Why indeed? The husband, why is it that women always say "I'll be ready in 2 seconds"? Page 280. The wife, humph, and why is it that men always say, "Oh, I am ready now"? Madge, have you given Jack your final answer yet? Mabel, not yet, but I have given him my final no. Only their way. First Lady, effusively, I am more than charmed to see you, my dear M.R. Sarum. Second Lady, more effusively, how lovely of you, so am I delighted. I do hope we'll meet again very, very soon, my dearest M.R. Suma. Inadvertent. Prospective bride, I am glad I decided to be married in a traveling dresser. Wedding dress costs such a lot. Dressmaker, yes, miss, and the next time you wanted to wear it, it would be out of fashion. Making sure. Papa the Earl wants me to send him a photograph to show to his parents. I thought he had dozens of your photos. Yes, but he wants a photo of your certified check. Page 281. More desperate still. Oh, there's no use of my giving you any hope, because I cannot believe in love in a cottage. But I've known cases of love in a four-room flat with steam heat and all improvements. Sympathy. The tabby cat, I am just heartbroken. I had 6 of the loveliest kittens, and they went and gave one away. The parrot, wasn't it too bad of them to go and break the set? Popular opinions. First burglar say build a doctor what fixed a leg. I broke doing dat second story. Job didn't do a ting, but soak me 50 plunks. Second burglar, oh say wasn't that robbery. More opportunity. The wife, really my dear, you are awfully extravagant. Our neighbor Mr. Flint is just twice as self-denying as you are. The husband, but he has just twice as much money to be self-denying with. Page 282. Jackie dear, your hands are frightfully dirty. Not frightfully, mummy, a lot of that's shading. The ant well we've struck. The gnat what for? The ant longer hours. Effie George and I have been downstairs in the dining room, Mr. Mitcham, we've been playing husband and wife. Mr. Mitcham, how did you do that, my dear? Effie, why, Georgie sat at one end of the table and I sat at the other, and Georgie said this food isn't fit to eat, and I said it's all y'all get, and Georgie said damn, and I got up and left the room. Not what she meant. I am sorry to hear that they have separated. Is there no chance of their becoming reconciled? They seem to be quite reconciled. By the by, talking of old times, do you remember that occasion when I made such an awful ass of myself? See which? Jones, who is of an inquiring mind, ain't you getting tired of hearing people say that is the beautiful Miss Belsize? Page 283. Miss Belsize, a professional beauty. Oh no, I am getting tired of hearing people say is that the beautiful Miss Belsize. Mrs. Montague, smart suddenly to bashful youth who has not opened his lips since he was introduced to her a quarter of an hour ago, and now let us talk of something else. Mamma, it's very late. Emily, has anybody taken you down to supper? Fair debutante, who has a fine healthy appetite. Oh yes, Mammy's rule people. Guest, well, goodbye old man, and you've really got a very nice little place here. Host, yes, but it's rather bare just now. I hope the trees will have grown a good bit before you're back, old man. She, no, I can't give you another dance, but I'll introduce you to the prettiest girl in the room. But I don't want to dance with the prettiest girl in the room. I want to dance with you. I warn you, sir, the discourtesy of this bank is beyond all limits. One word more and I withdraw my overdraft. Wife, at upper window, where you been this hour of the night? I've been at me union, considerin' this airstrike. Page 284. Well, you can stay down there and consider this air lockout. Motor launch officer who has rung for full speed, without result. What's the matter? Voice from below one of the cylinders, is missing, sir. Commander, well, look sharp and find the bally thing we want to get on. Mother, did you remember to pray for everybody, dear? Daughter, well, mummy, I prayed for you, but Jack prayed for daddy. He's looking after him just now. Justification. Wife, 2 bottles of ginger ale, dear. Why, yes, have you forgotten that this is the anniversary of our wedding day? First flapper, the cheek of that conductor, he glared at me as if I hadn't paid any fare. Second flapper, and what did you do? First flapper, I just glared back at him as if I had. Molly, who has been naughty and condemned to no toast. Oh, mummy, anything but that. I'd rather have a hard smack anywhere you like. Page 285. Lady to doctor who has volunteered to treat her pet dog, and if you find you can't cure him, doctor, will you please put him out of pain, and of course, you must charge me just as for an ordinary patient. Governess, well, Molly, what are little girls made of? Molly, sugar and spice and all that's nice. Governess, and what are little boys made of? Molly, snips and snails and puppy dogs' tails. I told Bobby that yesterday, and he could hardly believe it. I say, dear old bean, will you lend me your motorbike? Of course, why ask? Well, I couldn't find the beastly thing. Irate parent, while you stood at the gate bidding my daughter good night, did it ever dawn upon you? The suitor, certainly not, sir. I never stayed as late as that. Wife, my dear, we've simply got to change our family doctor. He's so absent-minded. Why, this afternoon, he was examining me with his stethoscope, and while he was listening, he called out suddenly, "Halloa, who is it speaking?" Mrs. Goodhart, I am soliciting for the poor. What do you do with your cast-off clothing? Page 286. Mr. Hardup, I hang them up carefully and go to bed. Then I put them on again in the morning. "What's the matter, little boy?" said the kind-hearted man. "Are you lost?" "No," was the manful answer. "I ain't lost, I am here. But I'd like to know where father and mother have wandered to." Helen's elder sister, "You know all the stars are worlds like ours." Helen, "Well, I shouldn't like to live on one. It would be so horrid when it twinkled. Can I ave the arternoon off to see a bloke about a job for my missus? Y'all be back in the morning, I suppose." Yusuf, "She don't get it." Child, "Mother, I have been good today, so patient with nurse." The schoolmaster was explaining what to do in case of fire. The pupils listened with respectful attention until he came to his final instruction. "Above all things," he said, "if your clothing catches fire, remain cool." Wife, "Yes, dear, I thought I'd buy you something you'd never think of buying for yourself." Husband, as he gazes with horror at the canary-colored socks, "Yes, dear, and you have succeeded." Page 287. Podger to new acquaintance, "I wonder if that fat old girl is really trying to flirt with me. Cooler, I can easily find out by asking her. Is my wife." Young husband, "It seems to me, my dear, that there is something wrong with this cake." The bride, smiling triumphantly, "That shows what you know about it. The cookery book says it's perfectly delicious." Wife, referring to guest, "He's a most attractive man. Is he married?" Husband, "I dunno, he's a reserved chap, keeps all his troubles to himself." Questioning a class, an inspector asked, "If you were to say to me, you was here yesterday, would that be right?" "No, sir," was the reply. "And why not?" "Please, sir, because you wasn't." Salesman, "Another advantage of this machine, madam, is that it is foolproof." Sweet thing, placidly, "No doubt to the ordinary kind, but you don't know my husband." The stage manager, "Now, then we're all ready, run up the curtain." The new hand, "What you're talking about, run up the curtain, think I am a bloomin' squirrel." Page 288. Old gentleman to new gardener, "Why do you always pull your barrow instead of pushing it?" The gardener, "Cause I hates the sight of the blooming thing." "My dear, you're not going to the links today?" "Oh yes, auntie, I shall try and put in a round. But it's pouring. Why, I wouldn't send a dog out to golf in such weather." Lady who has purchased a ready-made dress, "Tiresome, this dress. Is the fasteners come undone as quick as you do them up?" Cook, acting as lady's maid, "Yes'm, they do. That's why I wouldn't have it myself when I tried it on at the shop the other day." His reputation. Waitress, "He ain't no good, Lils. One of these fellers what chooses the price first and then runs his fingers along the bill o' fare to see what he gets for it. Not up to date." Penelope, "What made George and Alice break their engagement?" Clarissa, he complained that she was too effeminate for the present day. Some wise person once said that silence was golden, did he not? Page 289. I believe so. Why? I was just thinking how extravagant some women are. Not restricted. That gentleman who is being introduced to Miss Binks is a free thinker. Which is he, a bachelor or a widower? John, you wait here, Mirandy, while I buy your tickets. Mirandy, dayn't you do it, John. You can't say for sure that the train'll show up. I don't never believe in payin' for a thing till I get it. The wife, oh, you needn't sneer. I mean every word I say. I'm not sneering, my dear, I am just thinking what a lot you must mean. The escort, who's that fellow who seems to know you? The lady, only a second cousin, once removed. The escort, well, he looks as if he wanted removing again. Voice far off, cuckoo, cuckoo, cuckoo. Satiated camper, all right, who's arguing about it? Page 290. A great athlete. Mickey Bryan and Patsy Kelly had been schoolmates together, but they had drifted apart in after life. They met one day, and the conversation turned on athletics. Did ye ever meet my brother Dennis? Asked Pat. He has just won a gold medal in a foot race. Bedad replied, Mike sure and thoughts foine, but did I ever tell ye about my uncle at Ballycluna? I don't remember, replied Pat. Well said, Mike. He's got a gold medal for 5 miles and one for 10 miles, 2 sets of carvers, for cycling a silver medal, for swimming 2 cups, for wrestling and badges, for boxing and rowing. Begorra, said Pat, he must have been a wonderful athlete indeed. Sure, and he's no athlete at Allat, all came the reply, he keeps the pawn shop. Nothing new to him. The motor car was driven by a determined young woman who had knocked down a man without injuring him much. She did not try to get away. Instead, she stopped the car, descended to the solid earth, and faced him manfully. I am sorry it happened, she said grudgingly, but it was all your fault. You must have been walking carelessly. I am an experienced driver. I've been driving a car for 7 years. Page 291. Well, replied her victim angrily, I am not a novice myself. I've been walking for 57 years. Lady to peddler, no thank you, we never buy anything at the door. Peddler, then, I've just the thing for you, madam. You will, I am sure, appreciate these tasteful little no peddler's notices. There is a lot to be said for the cheap car we read, yes, but it is just as well not to say it when there are women and children around. Mother, it is rude to whisper Humphrey. Humphrey, aged 5, well, I was saying what a funny nose that man's got, so, you see, it would have been much ruder if I'd said it aloud. She pouting, you don't value my kisses as you used to. He value them, why, before we were married, I used to expect a dozen in payment for a box of candy, and now I consider only one of them sufficient payment for a new dress. Knowledge. The son of the family was home on his first vacation, since he had attained to the dignity of college prefect. Pg 292, he and his father were discussing affairs of the day. And finally, the boy remarked, say, Gov, I hope, when I am as old as you are, ill no more than you do. Ill go you one better, my boy, the father replied, I hope that, when you are that old, you will know as much as you think you do now. A humbling sight. An old Scotchwoman, who had resisted all entreaties of her friends to have her photo taken, was at last induced to employ the services of a local artist in order to send her likeness to a son in America. On receiving the first impression, she failed to recognize the figure thereon depicted as herself, so card in hand. She set out for the artist's studio to ask if there was no mistake. Is that me? She queried. Yes, madam, replied the artist. And is it like me? She again asked. Yes, madam, it's a speaking likeness. Aweel, she said resignedly, it's a humblin' sicht. Dolly, yes, Miss Feathers is a pretty girl, but she doesn't wear very well. Polly, kindly, I know, but the poor thing wears the best she has, I suppose. Troublesome customer. A woman who had visited every department of one of the big London shops and worried the majority of Pg 293, the salesman, without spending a penny, so exasperated one of them that he ventured to make a mild protest. Madam, he asked, are you shopping here? The lady looked surprised, but not by any means annoyed. Certainly, she replied, what else should I be doing? For a moment the salesman hesitated, then he blurted out, well, madam, I thought perhaps you were taking an inventory. Officer to sailor who has rescued him from drowning, thank you, Smith, tomorrow I will thank you before all the crew at retreat. Sailor, don't do that, sir, they'll half kill me. Steward, can I do anything for you, sir? Passenger faintly, you might present my compliments to the chief engineer and ask him if there is any hope of the boilers blowing up. Lady to box office manager, can you tell me what they are playing tomorrow night? Box office manager, you never can tell, madam. Lady, don't they even let you know? Village idiot, beg pardon, ma'am, seeing you're painting the church, I thought I'd better tell you the clock is 10 minutes fast. Page 294. Employer rebuking employee for slackness. Have you any idea of the meaning of esprit de corps? Stenographer, no, I haven't, and if it's anything vulgar, I don't want to. Sympathetic lady, what's the matter with your hand, my little man? Boy sawed the top of my finger off. Sympathetic lady dear, how did you do that? Boy sawing. Remembered. Blinks after inviting his friend Jinx, who has just returned from abroad to dinner, is telling him what a fine memory his little son Bobby has. And do you suppose he will remember me, said Jinx. Remember you? Why, he remembers every face that he ever saw. An hour later, they entered the house, and after Jinx had shaken hands with Mrs. Blinks, he calls Bobby over to him. And do you remember me, my little man? Course I do, you're the same man that Pa brought home last summer, and Ma was so wild about it that she didn't speak to Pa for a whole week. Page 295. Natural deduction. The man that argues with a woman is a fool, said Mr. Gadspur. I agree with you, said Mr. Tubal. And if he expects to have the last word, he's an even bigger fool. Quite so, quite so. What did you and the missus quarrel about this morning? Too good. Well, Alice, said a southern woman to a colored girl, formerly in her employ, I hear that you have married. Yashum, are done got me a husband now. Is he a good provider, Alice? Yashum, he's powerful good provider, but ours powerful scared he's gwine get catched at it. An arrow in judgment. Mother, what have you been fighting again? Johnny, good little boys don't fight. Johnny, yes, I know that I thought he was a good little boy, but after I hit him once, I found he wasn't. Teaching the young idea. Little Willie looked up from the paper he had been reading and inquired of his father. Page 296. Dad, who was Mozart? Good gracious, boy, you don't know that, indignantly returned his parent. Go and read your Shakespeare. He takes your time. The chief objection we have to the man who knows it all, remarked the observer of events and things, is that he insists that everyone he knows shall know it all too. The floor held. Did your watch stop when it dropped on the floor? Asked one man of his friend. Sure was the answer. Did you think it would go through? His difficulty. Real estate agent, this tobacco plantation is a bargain. I don't see why you hesitate. What are you worrying about? Prospective but inexperienced purchaser, I was just wondering whether I should plant cigars or cigarettes. Page 297. The real job. What's this new conference they're going to have in America? Oh, they're going to make peace among the Allies. Off like a shot. It was a case of attempted murder in which the prisoner was accused of having fired twice at his intended victim. One of the witnesses for the prosecution was being severely cross-examined by the defending counsel. You say that you heard both shots fired? He asked sternly. Yes, sir. How near were you to the scene of the affair? At the time the first shot was fired, I was about 20 feet from the prisoner. 20 feet, humph. Now tell the court how far you were off when you heard the second shot. Well, sir, replied the witness slowly, I didn't exactly measure the distance, but speaking approximately, I should say about half a mile. Answered. She, and what would you be now if it weren't for my money? He, a bachelor. Page 298. To be sure. Lily Harold proposed to me last night while turning the music for me at the piano. Edith, R.I.C. dear, you played right into his hands. A close call. Pat was a simple country yokel who had never strayed from the outskirts of his native village, and because he stood in a railway station for the first time of his life, his amazement was great. The vastness of his surroundings completely dazzled him, but when the 3 express dashed through the station that did it, he kept his eyes glued on the tunnel through which it had disappeared, staring after it, as though some kind of miracle had happened. He remained like this for several minutes, much to the amusement of the onlookers, until at length an inquisitive porter asked him what he was staring at. I was just thinkin', he said, pulling himself together, what a terrible smash there'd have been if he'd missed the ole. Breathless visitor. Doctor, can you help me? My name is Jones. Doctor, no, I am sorry. I simply can't do anything for that. Page 299. They were talking over the days that will never return, so they asserted the days when there was no thirst in the land, but they had particular reference to the old state militia camp of long ago, for be it known, there was much taken to camp in those days that had little to do with military training, and it was carried in capacious jugs and big bottles. Everybody expected his city friends to run down to the camp and be called upon to act as an assuager of thirst. The year I have reference to, said one of the old-timers, was a notably wet one. The first night in camp, everybody seemed to be bent on sampling what everybody else had brought down from the city. The result was that when the company of which I was a member was ordered to fall in the next morning to answer the roll call, there was a pretty wobbly lineup. We had a new sergeant new to the routine of a camp, and after he had checked up, he should have reported, "Sir, the company is present," and accounted for. Instead, he got rattled and said, "Sir, the company is full." Our captain, looking us over sarcastically, remarked, "I should say as much full as a tick." Ready and willing. Magistrate, can't this case be settled out of court? Mulligan, sure, that's what we were trying to do, Your Honor, when the police interfered. An old darky visited a doctor and received instructions as to what he should do. Shaking his head, he PG 300 was about to leave the office when the doctor called out, "Hey there, uncle, you forgot to pay me." "Pay you foe? What boss for my advice?" "Nasa boss," said Rastus, shuffling out. East complimented it from all angles and decided not to take it. An airman had been taking up passengers for short trips, and by the time his last trip came was absolutely fed up by being asked silly questions. He told his passengers, two ladies, that on no account were they to speak to him, that he could not talk and give his attention to his machine, and that they must keep silent. Up they went, and the airman quite enjoyed himself. He looped the loop and practiced all sorts of stunts to his own satisfaction, with no interruption from his passengers, until he felt a touch on his arm. "What is it?" he said impatiently. "I am so sorry to trouble you," said a voice behind, "and I know I ought to speak. I do apologize sincerely, but I can't help it. I thought perhaps you ought to know Anne is gone." "Chloe, I show mighter knowed. I gwine have bad luck if I do dat washin' on fright." "Daphne, what bad luck done come to you?" "Chloe, I send home dat pink silk petticoat wid de filly age, what I was gwine keep out to wear to church on Sunday." The professor was deeply absorbed in some scientific subject when the nurse announced the arrival of a boy. "What, who?" stammered the professor absently. "Why, interrupt Mason, my wife at home." Page 301. Sarcasm. Everything that could be done to make the great unemployed meeting a success had been accomplished. A large hall and a good speaker had been engaged. When the latter arrived, he seemed in a crabby frame of mind. Looking round, he beckoned the chairman. "I should like to have a glass of water on my table, if you please," he said. "To drink?" was the chairman's idiotic question. "Oh no," was the sarcastic retort. "When I've been speaking half an hour, I do a high dive." "None at all." Sandy had gone to the station to see his cousin off. "Mackie said ye micht like to leave me a bob or twa, tea drink ye a safe journey." "Moan I canna," was the reply, "o' my spare cash, I jie tea, my old mither." "That's strange, your mither said you niver gave her anything." "Well, if I dinna jie my old mither anything, what sort of chance die think you've got?" "Art and nature." "Husband, what was that you were playing, my dear?" "Wife, did you like it?" Page 302. "It was love-lithe melody, divine the harmony exquisite." "It is the very thing I played last evening, and you said it was horrid." "Well, the steak was burnt last evening." "Misunderstood." "Mistress, don't call them jugs, Mary, they're yours." "Maid, oh thank you, ma'am, and are all them little basins mine too?" "All brains." A gentleman who was walking through a public gallery where a number of artists were at work overheard the following amusing conversation between a big, heavy-looking man who was painting on a large picture and a weak-looking little cripple who, limping over to where he sat, looked over his shoulder for a few minutes and said timidly, I beg your pardon, sir, may I ask what medium you paint with? Brains, shouted the other, in a voice of thunder. Oh, indeed, that accounts for its fogginess, which caused a roar of laughter. 13-1. Just before the service, the clergyman was called into the vestibule by a young couple who asked that PG 303 he should marry them. He answered he had not time then, but that if they would wait until after the sermon, he would be glad to do so accordingly. Just before the end of the service, he announced, "Will those who wish to be married today please come forward?" 13 women and 1 man quickly stepped up. "A good actor. Neighbor, I hear that you had an actor employed on your farm." "Farmer, yes, and he's a fairly good actor too. Why, I thought he was working the last week he was here." "Too sad for that." A tourist was chatting with the proprietor of the village inn. "This place boasts of a choral society, doesn't it?" he asked. The innkeeper looked pained. "We don't boast about it," he replied in low, sad tones. "We endure it with all the calm resignation we can." The swain and his swainess had just encountered a bulldog that looked as if his bite might be quite as PG 304 bad as his bark. "Why, Percy," she exclaimed, as he started a strategic retreat, "you always swore you would face death for me. I would," he flung back over his shoulder, "but that darn dog ain't dead." Wife enthusiastically, "I saw the most gorgeous chiffonier today, dear, but of course I know we cannot afford." Hubby resignedly, "When have they promised to deliver it?" Realized. Lawyer, "When I was a boy, my highest ambition was to be a pirate." Client, "You're in luck. It isn't every man who can realize the dreams of his youth. Never miss one." Elder sister, "Oh, you fancy yourself very wise, I dare say, but I could give you a wrinkle or two." Younger sister, "No doubt, and never miss them." A bad night. The boy who had made good in town asked his old mother to come to London. He gave the old lady the PG 305 best room in the hotel, with a private bath adjoining. The next morning, the boy asked, "Did you have a good night's rest?" "Well, no, I didn't," she replied. "The room was all right, and the bed was pretty, but I couldn't sleep very much, for I was afraid someone would want to take a bath, and the only way to it was through my room." Dribbed. The shaded lights, music in the distance, sweet perfumes from the costly flowers about. Theme everything was just right for a proposal, and Timkins decided to chance his luck. She was pretty, which was good, and also he believed an heiress, which was better. "Are you not afraid that someone will marry you for your money?" he asked gently. "Oh dear, no," smiled the girl. "Such an idea never entered my head." "Ah, Miss Liscombe," he sighed, "in your sweet innocence, you do not dream how coldly, cruelly mercenary some men are." "Perhaps I don't," replied the girl calmly. "I would not for a moment have such a terrible fate befall you," he said passionately. "You are too good, too beautiful. The man who wins you should love you for yourself alone." "Hell have to," the girl remarked. "It's my cousin Jenny who has the money, not Roman one. You seem to have got us mixed. I haven't a penny myself." PG 306. "Oh, her," stammered the young man. "What pleasant weather we are having, aren't we?" The gloomy guest. The best man noticed that one of the wedding guests, a gloomy-looking young man, did not seem to be enjoying himself. He was wandering about as though he had lost his last friend. The best man took it upon himself to cheer him up. "Have you kissed the bride?" he asked, by way of introduction. "Not lately," replied the gloomy one, with a faraway expression. "Why did you take Meyerbeer off the dinner card?" People kept thinking it was something to drink. A well-known admiral, a stickler for uniform, stopped opposite a very portly sailor whose medal ribbon was an inch or so too low down. Fixing the man with his eye, the admiral asked, "Did you get that medal for eating my man on the man?" Replying, "No, sir," the admiral rapped out, "Then why the deuce do you wear it on your stomach?" "First, little girl, what's your last name?" "Annie." "Second, little girl, don't know, yet I ain't married." "Closeman, I didn't see you in church last Sunday." "Keen, don't doubt it, I took up the collection." PG 307. A southern family had a coal-black cook named Sarah, and when her husband was killed in an accident, Sarah appeared on the day of the funeral dressed in a sable outfit, except in one respect. Why, Sarah, said her mistress, "What made you get white gloves?" Sarah drew herself up and said in tones of dignity, "Don't you s'pose I wants dem niggers to see dat Issei got on gloves?" Dad sternly, "Where were you last night?" Son, "Oh, just riding around with some of the boys." Dad, "Well, tell em not to leave their hairpins in the car," said the guest upon approaching his host's home in the suburb. "Are there some of your family on the veranda?" The girl in short dresses is your daughter, the young man in riding breeches is your son, and the woman in the tea-gown is your charming wife, said the host. "No, you are all wrong. The girl in the short dresses is my grandmother, the young fellow in riding breeches is my wife, and the woman in the tea-gown is my 10-year-old daughter, who likes to dress up in her great-grandmother's dresses." A bumptious young American farmer went to England to learn his business, but where he went, he pretended that it was far easier to teach the farmers than to learn anything from them. "I've got an idea," he said one day to a grizzled old Northumbrian agriculturist, "for a new kind of fertilizer, which will be 10,000 times as effective as any that has ever been PG 308 tried condensed fertilizer. That's what it is. Enough for an acre of ground would go in one of my waistcoat pockets." "I don't doubt it, young gentleman," said the veteran of the soil. "What is more, you'll be able to put the crop into the other waistcoat pocket." Weary Willie slouched into the pawnshop. "How much will you give me for this overcoat?" he asked, producing a faded but neatly mended garment. Isaac looked at it critically. $4, he said. "Why," cried Weary Willie, "the coat's worth $10 if it's worth a penny." "I wouldn't give you $10 for two like that," sniffed Isaac. $4 or nothing." "Are you sure that's all it's worth?" asked Weary Willie. $4, repeated Isaac. "Well, here's your $4, said Weary Willie. "This overcoat was hanging outside your shop, and I was wondering how much it was really worth." "Not in the business." "I'm not quite sure about your washing machine. Will you demonstrate it again?" "No, madam, we only do 1 week's washing." Her views. "Mrs. DeVere, I suppose now that you have been abroad you have your own views of foreign life." PG 309. "Mrs. Profiteer, no, we ain't got no views. We didn't take no camera. It's so common." A good match. Proprietor, what made that customer walk out? Did you offend him? Assistant, I don't know. He said he wanted a hat to suit his head, and I showed him a soft hat. Life's biggest problem. Old Job, the best way to get the most out of life is to fall in love with a great problem or a beautiful woman. Old Steve, why not choose the latter and get both? He just introduced. What a very homely person that gentleman near the piano is. Mrs. Black. She isn't he, that is Mr. Black. He, how true it is, Mrs. Black, that the homely men always get the prettiest wives. A customer entered the small-town barber shop. How soon can you cut my hair? He asked of the proprietor, who was seated in an easy chair, perusing the pages of a novel. Bill, said the barber, addressing his errand boy, run over and tell the editor if he's done editing the paper id, like my scissors. Page 310. Pompous publisher to aspiring novice in literature. I have been reading your manuscript, my dear lady, and there is much in it I think very good. But there are parts somewhat vague. Now, you should always write so that the most ignorant can understand. Youthful authoress wishing to show herself most ready to accept advice. Oh yes, I am sure. But tell me which are the parts that have given you trouble. Fishy record. First stenog reading, think of those Spaniards going 3,000 miles on a galleon. Second stenog, or forget it, ya can't believe all ya hear about them, foreign cars. A group of tourists were looking over the inferno of Vesuvius in full eruption. Ain't this just like hell, ejaculated a Yank. Are these Americans, exclaimed a Frenchman, where have they not been? Lay down, pup, lay down, that's a good doggy, lay down, I tell you. Mr. Yowl, have to say lie down, he's a Boston Terrier. Lady, well, what do you want? Tramp lady, believe me, I am no ordinary beggar, I was at the front. Lady with interest, really. PG 311. Tramp, yes ma'am, but I couldn't make anybody hear, so I came round to the back. The doctor has ordered her to the seashore now, they're having a consultation. Of doctors. Of dressmakers. You discharged your office boy. Yes, said Dr. Dubwaite, he never did anything but stand around and look wise. I guess you've seen the last of him. I don't know about that, he may turn up here someday as an efficiency expert. But why don't you think he will propose soon? Well, he gave me a box of stationery yesterday with my initials on it, such a lot, so I know it's all over between us. Perfect agreement. Mother, hush, you two children are always quarreling. Why can't you agree once in a while? Georgia, we do agree. Mama Edith wants the largest apple, and so do Roman 1. Jack is in love with you. Her nonsense. That's what I said when I heard it. Her, how dared you? Page 312. Professor endeavoring to impress on class the definition of cynic young man. What would you call a man who pretends to know everything? Senior, a professor. A young lady who was inspecting bicycles said to the clerk, "What's the name of this wheel?" "That is the Belvedere," answered the salesman. He was rewarded by a stony glance and the icy question, "Can you recommend the Belvedere?" "What this country needs is more production." "What this country needs," replied Farmer Corntassel with a slight trace of irritation, "is less talk about what it needs and more enthusiasm about delivering the goods. Bottled courage. Is this stuff guaranteed to make a rabbit slap a bulldog in the face?" "My dear sir," said the bootlegger with a pained expression, "this stuff will make a tenant snap his fingers under his landlord's nose." "If a man has a beautiful stenographer, do you suppose that will cause him to take more interest in his business?" asked Mr. Piglatch. "I don't know whether he will take more interest in PG 313, his business," said Mr. Pecton thoughtfully, "but his wife will." It worked. A tramp entered a baker's, shivering piteously. "A loaf, please, mum," he said, placing the money on the counter. The woman gave him one. As he took it, he said, with shaking voice, "Where's the nearest hospital, mum, please?" "The nearest hospital," she ejaculated. "Yes, mum, I'm feeling bad. I believe I am sickening for something, the scarlet fever, I think." "What?" she shrieked. "Get out of my shop." He turned to obey. "Here, take your money back," she said. He did so, and offering the bread said humbly, "Y'all take your loaf, want your mum. Get out of my shop." He crawled out, and with bowed head went around the corner. Presently, another mountain of misery joined him. "Well, Bill," he said. "Right o' Enery," came the answer. "It worked a treat. Now you do it for a bit o' bacon, and then we can have lunch." "Films fever." "Nurse, you were very naughty in church. Guy, do you know where little boys and girls go to who don't put their pennies in the collection box?" "Guy, yes, nurse, to the pictures." Page 314. The druggist's turn. The druggist danced and chortled till the bottles danced on the shelves. "What's up?" asked the soda clerk. "Have you been taking something?" "No, but do you remember when our water pipes were frozen last winter?" "Yes, but what?" "Well, the plumber who fixed them has just come in to have a prescription filled." "Wrong brother." A wealthy gentleman has a brother who is hard of hearing, while he himself is remarkable for having a very prominent nose. Once this gentleman dined at a friend's house, where he sat between two young ladies who talked to him very loudly, rather to his annoyance. Finally, one of them shouted a commonplace remark, and then said in an ordinary tone to the other, "Did you ever see such an ugly nose?" "Pardon me, ladies," said the gentleman, "it is my brother who is deaf." A candidate for Congress from a certain western state was never shy about telling the voters why they should send him to Washington I'm a practical farmer, he said boastfully at one meeting. I can plow, reap, milk cows, shoe a horse. In fact, I should like you to tell me one thing about a farm, which I can PG 315. Not do. Then, in the impressive silence, a voice asked from the back of the hall, can you lay an egg? Doctor, you are a great deal better this morning. I see you followed my directions, and that prescription did the business. What, you haven't taken any of it? Patient, no, it says on the label, keep the bottle tightly corked. And about the salary, said the movie star. Well, said the manager, suppose we call it 5,000 a week. All right. Of course you understand that the 5,000 is merely what we call it. You will get 500. Prospective employer, I suppose you have some experience of livestock. Applicant for post, well, I ain't ever looked after horses nor milked cows and never handled poultry, but I've bred canaries. A Scotchman had been presented with a pint flask of rare old Scotch whiskey. He was walking briskly along the road toward home when along came a Ford, which he did not sidestep quite in time. It threw him down and hurt his leg quite badly. He got up and limped down the road. Suddenly, he noticed that something warm and wet was trickling down his leg. Oh Lord, he groaned, I hope that's blood. Page 316. Mr. Graham, do you know Miss F? If I had my way, I'd put every woman in jail. Miss F? Why, Mr. Graham, I am surprised. I didn't know you felt that way about us. What sort of a nation do you think this would be if you put all the women in jail? Mr. Graham, stagnation, of course. Guilty. Sister Hubby received an anonymous letter this morning informing him of something I did before we were married. Brother, well, the best thing you can do is to confess. Sister, I know it, but he won't let me read the letter, and I don't know what to confess. I'd like to see the man who could persuade me to promise to love, honor, and obey him, said Miss Wellonthway. I don't blame you, remarked the newly-made bride. How ya talks bout society like ya knows so much bout it, nigger. I bet dey don eben have evenin dresses where ya come from. Zat so dey's doin' well to have evenins where ya come from. Second story worker, hello Bill, I see you got a new overcoat. What did it cost you? Page 317. Burglar, 6 months, I never wears cheap clothes. The sweet young thing was being shown through the boiler shop. What's that thing, she asked, pointing with a dainty parasol. That's an engine boiler, said the guide. And why do they boil engines, she inquired. To make the engine tender, replied the resourceful guide. He was a Scot with the usual characteristics of his race. Wishing to know his fate, he telegraphed a proposal of marriage to the girl of his choice. After waiting all day at the telegraph office, he received the affirmative answer late at night. Well, if I were you, said the operator, I'd think twice before I married the girl who kept me waiting for an answer so long. Nana, said the Scot, the girl for me is the girl who waits for the night rates. Too enthusiastic. Wifey Henry, do you think me an angel? Hubby, why certainly, my dear, I am very enthusiastic. I think all women are angels. You needn't be so enthusiastic as all that. Page 318. Bad both ways. Dob, what's that piece of cord tied around your finger for? Both my wife put it there to remind me to post her letter. And did you post it? No, she forgot to give it to me. His little mistake. A certain country vicar who used to distribute books to his parishioners as reading material, one day deciding to surprise them, gave them each a Bible neatly wrapped up in brown paper. A few days later, he called round on each of his flock, and the first place he called at was the village butcher's. Well, Mr. Simpson, he said, how did you like that little book one gave you the other day? Simpson was rather taken aback at the query. For truth to tell, the little book still remained in its brown paper, wrapping somewhere under the counter. Splendid, lied Simpson bravely, but he added in a burst of confidence, it ended like they all end. Oh, exclaimed the vicar, in what way? And Simpson, thinking he was on safe ground, replied, why they lived happy ever after. Your wife looks stunning tonight. Her gown is a poem. What do you mean poem? Replied the struggling author. That gown is 2 poems and a short story. Page 319. Tough on the senator. The senator was back home looking after his political fences and asked the minister about some of his old acquaintances. How is old Mr. Jones? He inquired. Will I be likely to see him today? You'll never see Mr. Jones again, said the minister. He has gone to heaven. Redeeming trait. I know I am old, but I am crazy about you, stated Mr. Moneybags. When I go, I'll leave all my fortune to you if you'll have me. Have you any bad habits? Asked Miss Goldilocks thoughtfully. Only that I walk in my sleep, if you could call that a bad habit. You dear old thing, of course I'll marry you, and we'll have our honeymoon on the top floor of some tall hotel, won't we? Oh. There was a distinct air of chastened resignation about him as he penned the following note. Dear Miss Brown, I return herewith your kind note, in which you accept my offer of marriage. I would draw your attention to the fact that it begins, Dear George. I do not know who George is, but my name, as you will remember, is Thomas. Page 320. Not a father. A Protestant Episcopal clergyman was walking down a city street. Wearing the garb of his profession, he was seen by 2 Irish boys. Good morning, father, said one of the boys. Hush, he ain't no father, said the other. He's got a wife and 2 kids. Wedding declared off. John Willie pleadingly, why can't we be married right away, Elsie? Elsie coyly, oh, I can't bear to leave father alone just now. John Willie earnestly, but my darling, he has had you such a very long time. Elsie freezingly, sir. Perhaps. You are a little goose, remarked a young Roman 1000 Roman 500 playfully to the girl he was engaged to marry. Of course I am, was the laughing response. Haven't I got a quack? A northern man in an optician's shop in Nashville overheard an amusing conversation between the proprietor of the establishment and an aged darky who was just leaving the place with a pair of new spectacles. As the old fellow neared the door, his eye PG 321 lighted upon an extraordinary-looking instrument. Conspicuously placed upon a counter, the venerable Negro paused for several moments to gaze in open-mouthed wonder at this thing, the like of which he had never seen before. After a long struggle with his curiosity, he was vanquished. Turning to the optician, he asked, What is it, boss? That is an ophthalmometer, replied the optician in his gravest manner. Show, muttered the old man to himself. As he backed out of the door, his eyes still fastened upon the curious-looking thing on the counter. Show, that's what I was afeared it was. In many of the rural districts of the United States, where money does not circulate with great rapidity, services are paid for in kind. Farmers, for example, will give potatoes, eggs, etc. in payment for debts. A young surgeon who had occasion to operate in one of these districts hopefully approached the husband of the patient and asked for his fee, which amounted to $100. Said the old man, I haven't much ready cash on hand. Suppose you let me pay you in kind. Well, I guess that will be all right, replied the young doctor cheerfully. What do you deal in horseradish, doc? Answered the old man. The ferryboat was well on her way when a violent storm arose. The ferryman and his mate, both Highlanders, held a consultation, and after a short debate, the ferryman turned to his passengers and remarked anxiously, Well, just tack your tuppences now, for we dinna ken what micht come over us. Page 322. No doubt. Lend me 10, Tom. I think not. You want. I want. You've no doubt of my character, have you? I haven't. Well, why want you then? Because I have no doubt of your character. Officer drilling, recruits hail you in case of fire. What do you do? Recruit, I yell. Officer, yell what? Recruit, why what do you suppose? Cease firing. Doctor at door to butler, tell your master the doctor is here. Butler, the master is in great pain, sir. He is receiving nobody. Young woman holding out hand. Will you please tell me how to pronounce the name of the stone in this ring? Is it turquoise or turquoise? Jeweler, after inspecting it, the correct pronunciation is glass. Once in a rush season, an office boy was kept working overtime for several nights. He didn't like it, and growled to his boss, "You've kept me working every night, till 9 o'clock for 3 nights runnin', now PG 323. And I'm worn out, Mr. Brown. I ain't no machine. I can't go forever." His boss gave a hard laugh. "Wrong." He said, "Wrong, my boy, you go forever next payday." The bellboy of the Welcome Hotel has invented an ingenious system of calling sleepy guests the other night. A man left instructions that he wished to be called early next morning. He was disturbed by a loud tattoo upon the door. "Well," he demanded sharply, "I've got a message for you, sir." Yawning until he strained his face, the guest jumped out of bed and unlocked the door. The bellboy handed him an envelope and then went away quickly. The guest opened the envelope and took out a slip of paper bearing the words, "It's time to get up." A Negro was brought before a justice of the peace. He was suspected of stealing. There were no witnesses, but appearances were against him. The following dialogue took place. "You've stolen no chickens?" "No, sir." "Have you stolen any geese?" "No, sir." "Any turkeys?" "No, sir." The man was discharged. As he stepped out of the dock, he stopped before the justice and said with a broad grin, "Faux de Lord Squire, if you'd said ducks, you'd a had me." Page 324. A little boy, the youngest member of a large family, was taken to see his married sister's new baby. He seemed more interested in the contents of the baby's basket than in the baby, and after examining the pretty trifles, picked up a powder puff. Much surprised at his discovery, and looking rather shocked, he said, "Isn't she rather young for that sort of thing?" The alleged humorists. "I can read my husband like a book." "Then be careful to stick to your own library, my dear. I took that pretty girl from the store home the other night and stole a kiss." "What did she say?" "Will that be old? No kick coming." "Merchant, look here, that safe you sold me last month you said was a burglar-proof safe, and I found it cracked this morning and rifled of its contents." Agent, "Well, isn't that proof that you've had a burglar?" "No nonsense about it." The new vicar was paying a visit amongst the patients in the local hospital. When he entered ward PG 325 No. 2, he came across a pale-looking man lying in a cot, heavily swathed in bandages. There he stopped, and after administering a few words of comfort to the unfortunate sufferer, he remarked in cheering tones, "Never mind, my man, you'll soon be all right. Keep on smiling, that's the way in the world." "I shall never smile again," replied the youth sadly. "Nonsense," ejaculated the vicar. "There ain't no nonsense about it," exclaimed the other heatedly. "It's through smiling at another chap's girl that I am here now." "Too true." Screen actress, "I have a certificate from my doctors saying that I cannot act today." Manager, "Why did you go to all that trouble? I could have given you a certificate saying that you never could act." Conservative. He was a stout man, and his feet were big in proportion. He wore stout boots too, with broad, square, sensibly shaped toes, and when he came into the boot shop to buy another pair, he found he had some difficulty in getting what he wanted. A dozen, 2 dozen, 3 dozen pairs were brought and shown him. No, square toes must have square toes," he insisted. Page 326. "But sir, everybody is wearing shoes with pointed toes. They are fashionable this season." "I am sorry," said the stout man gravely as he got up and prepared to leave the shop. "I am very sorry to have troubled you, I am sure, but you see I am still wearing my last season's feet." He had heard of them. It was company field training. The captain saw a young soldier trying to cook his breakfast with a badly made fire. Going to him, he showed him how to make a quick cooking fire, saying, "Look at the time you are wasting. When I was in the Himalayas, I often had to hunt my breakfast. I used to go about 2 miles in the jungle, shoot my food skin, or pluck it, then cook and eat it, and return to the camp under half an hour." Then he unwisely added, "Of course you will have heard of the Himalayas." "Yes, sir," replied the young soldier, and also of Ananias and George Washington. Mr. Goodsoul, well, what do you want? Benny the bum I wanna, no kin I borry a red lantern, often you I find I gotta sleep in the street, tonight an ill hafta, warn the traffic to drive around me. What did he mean? A merchant in a Wisconsin town who had a Swedish clerk sent him out to do some collecting when he returned from an unsuccessful trip, he reported. Page 327. Jim Janssen say he will pay ven, he sells his hogs. Jim Olsen he will pay ven, he sell his wheat, and Bill Pack say he will pay in January. Well, said the boss, that's the first time Bill ever set a date to pay. Did he really say he would pay in January? Well, I tank, so said the clerk. He said it bane a damn cold day ven, you get that money I tank, that bane in January. True to life. Sandy had been photographed, and as he was looking intently at his picture, Ian Macpherson came along. What's that ye have there? He asked. My photograph, replied Sandy, showing it proudly. Wit die, think o' it. Man, it's fine, exclaimed Ian in great admiration. It's just like ye tea and wit, mick the like o' they cost. I dinna ken, replied Sandy, I hinna paid yet. Moan, said Ian more firmly than ever, it's awful like ye. What he preferred. And did you say you preferred charges against this man? Asked the judge, looking over his gold-rimmed spectacles. No, Your Honor, was the quick reply of the man to whom money was owed. I prefer the cash. Page 328. What was the last card oi dealt ye moik? A spade. Oi knew at oi saw ye spit on your hands before ye picked it up. During the period after the university examinations, when an unusually large number of students flunked, one of the boys went to his professor and said, I don't think this is fair, sir. I don't think I should have a 0 on this examination. I know it, replied the professor, but we do not have any mark lower than that. The long-suffering professor smothered his wrath and went down into the cellar. Are you the plumber? He inquired of a grimmer-looking person who was tinkering with the pipes. Yes, governor, he answered. Been in the trade long. 'Bout a year, governor. Ever made any mistakes? Bless you, no, governor. Oh, then I suppose it is quite all right. I imagined you had connected up the wrong pipes, for the chandelier in the drawing room is spraying like a fountain, and the bathroom tap is on fire. A bright little newsie entered a business office and, approaching a glum-looking man at one of the desks, began with an ingratiating smile, I am selling thimbles to raise enough money to. Out with you, interrupted the man. Page 329. Wouldn't you like to look at some nice thimbles? I should say not. They're a fine, and I'd like to make a sale, the boy continued. Turning in his chair to fully face the lad, the grouch caustically inquired, what 7 kinds of blue blazes do you think I want with a thimble? Edging toward the door to make a safe getaway, the boy answered, use it for a hat. The lady was waiting to buy a ticket at the picture show when a stranger bumped her shoulder. She glared at him, feeling it was done intentionally. Well, he growled, don't eat me up. You are in no danger, sir, she said, I am a Jewess. Sam on board, the transport had just been issued his first pair of hobnails. One thing sure, he ruminated, if I falls overboard, I suddenly will go down at tension. Blood relations. Actor, are these poor relations of yours blood relations? Full purse, yes, they are ever bleeding me. There had been a collision near Euston Station between a timber cart and a cab. The cart driver said, with mock sympathy, oh well, PG 330, you can't help it, you're doing your bit, you and your 'orse, and your blankety cabs all over You're doing your bit too, ain't ya? Was the cabbie's rejoinder, a carrying of 2 lots o' woodon in your cart, and the other under your blinkin' at. Zgodged. A parsimonious farmer notorious for the small rations he doled out to his employees said to a farmhand eating his breakfast, Jock, there's a fly in your parritch. That disna matter, replied Jock gloomily. It'll no droon. The farmer stared at him. What do you mean? He asked angrily. That's as much as saying, ye havena enough mulk. Oh, replied Jock still more gloomily, there's more than enough for all the parish I have. The brute. Mrs. Newlywed, what does that inscription mean on that ring you gave me, Archie? Mr. Newlywed, faithful to the last, my dear. Mrs. Newlywed, oh, how could you? You always said I was the first. The whole truth. Angus, a mason, was slipping out of the yard to get a refresher during working hours when he suddenly ran into the boss. Page 331. Hallo, said the boss pleasantly, were you looking for me? I answered Angus, I was looking for ye, but I didna want to see ye. The consumer, inflamed. Ever get any nice butter? Queried old Grumpy. Supply in every day, replied his provision merchant suavely. Then why in thunder don't you sell it? Asked Grumpy. How he did it. First theatrical manager, do you have any trouble with the girl who is playing the flapper in your new show? Second theatrical manager, no, if she attempts to be skittish, I just threaten to publish the photographs of her two sons who are lieutenants in the army. Reality. A man who is the father of a year-old youngster met his pastor on Sunday afternoon. Why weren't you at church this morning? Was the first question of the spiritual advisor. I couldn't come, was the answer. I had to stop at home and mind the baby. Our nurse is Roman 99. Page 332. That's no excuse, said the pastor. It isn't. Well, next Sunday I'll bring him to church with me and see how you like it. Pure carelessness. It was visiting day at the prison, and the uplifters were on deck. My good man, said one kindly lady, I hope that since you have come here, you have had time for meditation and have decided to correct your faults. I have that, mum, replied the prisoner in heartfelt tones. Believe me, the next job I pull this baby wears gloves. A level-headed car. Irate motorist, say this darned car won't climb a hill. You said it was a fine machine. Dealer, I said on the level, it's a good car. Suspicious. It was while on maneuvers in rural England, and a soldier was being tried for the shooting of a chicken on prohibited ground. Look here, my man, said the commanding officer to the farmer who brought the accusation. Are you quite certain that this is the man who shot your bird? Will you swear to him? Page 333. No, I won't do that, replied the farmer, but I will say he's the man I suspect doing it. That's not enough to convict a man, retorted the Roman 100 considerably nettled. What raised your suspicions? Well, replied the sturdy yeoman, it was this way. I see I am on my property with a gun, then I heard the gun go off, then I see I am putting the chicken in his knapsack, and it didn't seem sense know how to think the bird committed suicide. A wonder. That fellow Jones is a hard-headed cuss, remarked Brown. That so? Asked Smith. Yes, replied Brown, why he could read a patent medicine almanac and not have a solitary symptom of some disease. In a fix. Mrs. Muggins, it's raining, and Mrs. Goodsoul wants to go home, and I have no umbrella to lend her, except my New Guinea one. Can't I let her have yours? Mr. Muggins, hardly. The only umbrella I've got has her husband's name on the handle. Page 334. Zugged. It was a very wet night, so Bill and his sweetheart decided to visit the picture palace. On the way, she evidently was annoyed with her lover, for she turned to him and said angrily, I wish tha would jye up sucking thigh teeth. It's so rude when people are about. Don't thee talk so silly, he replied in aggrieved tones. It's my rubber eel pads that's causing that noise. Half and half. Mrs. Murphy is very fat, and the other day, laden with parcels and packages, she was trying to mount the steps of a Dublin tramcar. Helplessly looking on stood the conductor, a diminutive little chap. Mrs. Murphy, having reached the platform, said, with a glance of withering scorn, if ye was half a man, ye would have helped me up. The little conductor calmly replied, "Sure, ma'am, if ye was half a woman I would." "Revenge is sweet." "Yes," proudly announced the ex-captain, who is manager of a new seaside hotel. "All our employees are former servicemen, every one of them. The reception clerk is an old infantry man. The waiters have all been non-coms. The chef was a messergeant. The house PG 335 doctor was a base hospital surgeon. The house detective was an intelligence man. Even the pages were cadets." "And have you any former military police?" he was asked. "Yes," he replied joyously. "When there's a good stiff wind blowing, we set them to clean the outsides of the windows on the 8th floor." "No effect." "You tell me," said the judge, "that this is the person who knocked you down with his motorcar. Could you swear to the man?" "I did," returned the complainant eagerly, but he only swore back at me and drove on. "A future financier," Ma exclaimed, young Teddy bursting into the house. "Mrs. Johnson said she would give me a penny if I told her what you said about her." "I never heard of such a thing," answered his mother indignantly. "You're a very good boy not to have told. I wouldn't have her think I even mentioned her. Here's an apple, Sonny, for being such a wise little lad." "I should think I am, Ma. When she showed me the penny I told her that what you said was something awful and worth 6 pence at least." Page 336. "A bad case. Rather absent-minded, isn't he?" "Extremely so. Why, the other night, when he got home, he knew there was something he wanted to do, but he couldn't remember what it was until he had sat up over an hour trying to think." "And did he finally remember it?" "Yes, he discovered that he wanted to go to bed early." Black superstition. Architect, have you any suggestions for the study, Mr. Quickridge? Quickridge only that it must be brown. Great thinkers, I understand, are generally found in a brown study. Half a duck deep. Coming to a river with which he was unfamiliar, a traveler asked a youngster if it was deep. "No," replied the boy, and the rider started to cross, but soon found that he and his horse had to swim for their lives. When the traveler reached the other side, he turned and shouted, "I thought you said it wasn't deep." "It isn't," was the reply. "It only takes grandfather's ducks up to their middles." Page 337. Couldn't resist it. "Look here," began the youth, as he entered a butcher's shop and displayed two lovely-looking black and blue eyes. "You have fresh beef for sale." "I have," responded the butcher. "And fresh beef is good for black eyes, is it not?" "It is." "Very well, I have the eyes, you have the beef. Do you think you can sell me a pound or so without asking how I got ornamented?" "I'll do my best, sir." The butcher cut off the meat and received his money without another look at his customer at the last moment. However, the old Adam proved too strong for him. "Look here," he said, handing back the cash, "I'll make you a present of the beef. Now tell me all about the fight." "Do you know anything about palmistry, Herbert?" she asked. "Oh, not much," he answered, "although I had an experience last night which might be considered a remarkable example of palmistry. I happened to glance at the hand of a friend, and I immediately predicted he would presently become the possessor of a considerable amount of money. Before he left the room, he had a nice little sum handed to him." "And you foretold that from his hand?" "Yes, it had 4 aces in it." Page 338. Young Harold was late for Sunday school, and the minister inquired the cause. "I was going fishing, but father wouldn't let me," announced the lad. "That's the right kind of a father to have," replied the reverend gentleman. "Did he explain the reason why he would not let you go?" "Yes, sir, he said there wasn't bait enough for 2. "My good man, you had better take the trolley car home." "No, ush, my wife wouldn't let me keep it in th house." "Mrs. Newlywed, oh Jack, you left the kitchen door open, and the draft has shut my cookery book, so that now I haven't the faintest idea what it is I am cooking." "Goin' in that house over there," said the first tramp. "I tried that house last week. I ain't goin' there any more," replied tramp no. 2. "'Fraid on account of the dog." "Me trousers are." Trousers are what? Frayed on account of the dog. A question of locality. Bobby, said the lady in the tramcar severely, why don't you get up and give your seat to your PG 339 father? Doesn't it pain you to see him reaching for the strap? Not in a car, said Bobby, it does at home. Her soft answer. They had had their usual altercation over the breakfast table, and hubby exclaimed, what would you do if I were one of those husbands who get up cross in the morning, bang the things about and kick because the coffee is cold? Why, replied his wife, I should make it hot for you. He was wrong. Prison visitor, am I right in presuming that it was your passion for strong drink that brought you here? Prisoner, I don't think you can know this place. Governor, it's the last place on earth I'd come to if I was looking for anything to drink. Opening father's eyes. Papa, said little Horatio, can you explain philosophy to me? Of course I can, answered his proud parent. Natural philosophy, my son, is the science of cause and reason. Now, for instance, you see the steam PG 340 coming out of that kettle, but you don't know why or for what reason it does so, and oh, but I do, Papa, chirped little Horatio knowingly. The reason the steam comes out of the kettle is so that Ma can open your letters without you knowing it. Nice. She had only been married a month when her friend called to see how she was getting on. We're getting on fine, exclaimed the young wife. We have a joint account in the bank. It's such fun to pay bills by check. What do you mean by joint account? Asked the caller. Do you put in equal sums? Oh, I don't put in anything, was the explanation. Tom puts it in, and I draw it out. Not needed. Oh, Grady, and why do you want to sell your nightshirt? Pat, sure, and what good is it to me now when I've me new job, av night watchman and sleep in the day times? She could use him. Rastus, said the judge sternly, you're a plain no-count and shiftless, and for this fight I'm going to send you away for a year at hard labor. Page 341. Please, Judge, interrupted Mrs. Rastus from the rear of the courtroom. Will yo Hannah Jess split dat sentence? Don't send him away from home, but let dat hard labor stand. Declined with thanks. Farmer Brown was an old-fashioned farmer. He firmly believed in that quaint and worn-out saying, early to bed, early to rise. He couldn't get along at all with the modern type of farmhands, so, after thinking matters over, Brown decided to reform. After many trials, he secured a strapping big fellow and resolved to keep that hand at any cost. Accordingly, the first morning he waited until 4 o'clock before he called him for breakfast. Get out of there quick if you want anything to eat. Thanks very much, said the new hand, but I never eat anything just before going to sleep. Managing the managers. This conversation was overheard in the corridor of the offices of a large firm. Needless to say, the speakers were lady clerks. He's given me such a fearful telling off, said one, just because I couldn't find him his copy of Who's Who. Pooh, don't cry, you little silly, you've got to PG 342 manage him. When you've been here 6 weeks like I have, y'all jolly well tell him to buy a copy of Where's Which and find his old Who's Who himself. A great light. The skipper was examining an ambitious gob who wanted to be a gunner's mate. How much does a 6-pound shell weigh, he asked. I don't know, the gob confessed. Well, what time does the 12 o'clock train leave? 12 o'clock. All right then, how much does a 6-pound shell weigh? Ah, said the youthful mariner, a great light dawning on him, 12 pounds. The two flappers at the Strand seemed barely in their teens, yet their conversation stamped them as seasoned film fans. They were discussing titles of pictures in general, and the tiny blonde expressed regret that the recent German importations had had their titles changed for American consumption. If they had only called that picture Du Barry instead of Passion, think what a hit it would have made. Her bobbed-hair companion tossed her head and scoffed, don't you believe it, there's millions of folks never heard of Du Barry, but everyone knows about Passion. Page 343. We will take as our text this morning, announced the absent-minded clergyman, consulting his memorandum, the 6th and 7th verses of the 31st chapter of Proverbs, never suspecting that his vivacious son and heir had found the memorandum in his study on the previous night, and knowing that his papa had composed a sermon celebrating the increased severity of dry law enforcement, had diabolically changed the chapter and verse numerals to indicate a very different text. The absent-minded clergyman turned to the place and read aloud these words of Solomon, "Give strong drink unto him that is ready to perish, and wine unto those that be of heavy hearts. Let him drink, and forget his past poverty, and remember his misery no more." You don't mean to say it cost you $7,000 to have your family tree looked up? No, $2,000 to have it looked up, and $5,000 to have it hushed up. The aristocrat returning to school, my ancestors, came over with William the Conqueror. The new girl, that's nothing, my father came over in the same boat with Mary Pickford. It was Judgment Day, and throngs of people were crowding around the pearly gates, trying to convince St. Peter that they were entitled to enter heaven. To the first applicant, St. Peter said, "What kind of a car do you own?" "A Packard," was the reply. "PG 344. "All right," said St. Peter, "you go over there with the Presbyterians." The next in line testified that he owned a Buick and was told to stand over with the Congregationalists. Behind him was the owner of a Dodge, who was ordered to stand with the Baptists. Finally, a meek little individual came along. "What kind of a car do you own?" was the question. "A Ford," was the answer. "You just think you own a car, you go over there with the Christian Scientists." The housewife, "My goodness, I don't believe you've washed yourself for a year." The hobo, "Just about that, you see, I only washes before I eats." The professor, "A diamond is the hardest known substance inasmuch as it will cut glass." The cynic, "Glass, my dear sir, a diamond will even make an impression on a woman's heart." "Boss, what do you mean by such language? Are you the manager here, or am I?" Jones, "I know I am not the manager." The boss, "Very well then, if you're not the manager, why do you talk like a blamed idiot?" "Pa, what's an actor?" "An actor, my boy, is a person who can walk to the side of a stage, peer into the wings at a group of other actors waiting for their cues, a number of board stage PG 345 hands, and a lot of theatrical odds and ends, and exclaim, 'What a lovely view there is from this window. Is she making a rich marriage?' I should hope to tell you he is a butcher who has been arrested 3 times for profiteering." Sandy scored. A pompous Scottish laird met a farmer one morning and observed, "Well, Sandy, you're getting very bent. Why don't you stand up straight like me?" "A moan," replied Sandy, "Dicey yon field of corn." "I do," said the laird. "Ah, well," said Sandy, "ye'll notice that the full hides hang down and that the empty yins stand up." "With a reservation." "Miss Smith," Belinda sighed the young man passionately, "there is something I want to tell you, something that I—" "What is it?" asked the girl, as she leaned back in her chair with a bored expression on her face. The young man drew a long breath, and his face turned to dull purple. "It is a question which is very near to any heart," he said awkwardly. "Could you think you could ever marry a man like me?" PG 346. "Oh yes," replied Belinda quite calmly, "that is, if he wasn't too much like you. Too smart." A Chinaman entered a jeweler's in Liverpool and asked to be shown some welly good watches. The proprietor, a Jew, being absent, the prospective customer was attended to by his daughter, who got out 3 watches, marked respectively 5 4 and 3 10s, and laid them in a row on the counter. The Chink, after looking very closely at them, called the attention of the Jewess to a watch on a shelf behind her. As she turned to obtain the watch, he placed the higher-priced watch in the place of the lower-priced one, and not caring for the watch now shown him, said, "Me no licky, that I tacky cheapy watch," paid 3 10s, and departed. Soon the girl discovered the deception and told her father on his return. "Never mind, my dear," said he, with a smile, "dose watches cost all de same £1 pound, but vat a scoundrel dat Chinaman must be." Old enough to know that. Are all flowers popular? Asked the teacher. No, ma'am, replied one of the bright little girls. What flowers are not popular? Wallflowers, ma'am. Page 347. Native born. He hit me on the cocoa, your honors. Your head. Yes, your honor. Why don't you speak the English language? I do, your honor. I never was out of this country in me life. The Jonah. Now, children, said the Sunday school teacher, I have told you the story of Jonah, and the whale. Willie, you may tell me what this story teaches. Yes'm, said Willie, the bright-eyed son. The pastor, it teaches that you can't keep a good man down. The substitute. A tourist at an hotel in Ireland asked the girl who waited at the table if he could have some poached eggs. We haven't any eggs, sir, she replied then, after a moment's reflection, but I think I could get ye some poached salmon. Might have been worse. The maiden of 40 or so was much upset. Quoth she to a younger friend, Kate talked so outrageously yesterday, she actually told me I was nothing but a hopeless old maid. Page 348. That's pretty frank, exclaimed the friend. Yes, wasn't it unladylike of her? It certainly was rude, agreed the other. Still, it's better than having her tell lies about you. Good or bad turn? Did your late employer give you a testimonial, Jack? Yes, Tom, but the way employers look at it when I apply for a job make one think there's something wrong with it. What does it say then? Why, he said I was one of the best men his firm had ever turned out. Talking sense. Darling, he asked, as he drew his fiancée closer to him, am I the first man you have ever kissed? William, replied the American girl somewhat testily, before we go any further, I would like to ask you a few questions. You are no doubt fully aware that my father is a millionaire, something like 10 times over, aren't you? Yes. You understand, no doubt, that when he dies, all of his vast fortune will be left to me. Yes. You know that I have $250,000 in cash in my name at the bank. Page 349. Yes. And own $2.5 million worth of property. Yes. That my diamonds are insured to the value of $250,000. Yes. My horses and motor cars are worth $75,000. Yes. Then, for goodness sake, talk sense. What difference would it make to you if I had been kissed by 1,000 men before I met you? A magic healer. During an exciting game of football, a player had 2 fingers of his right hand badly smashed, and on his way home from the ground, he dropped into the doctor's to have them attended to. Doctor, he asked anxiously, when this hand of mine heals, will I be able to play the piano? Certainly, you will, the doctor assured him. Then you're a wonder, doctor, I never could before. She took them. I don't know whether I like these photos or not, said the young woman, they seem rather indistinct. Page 350. But you must remember, madam, said the wily photographer, that your face is not at all plain. But he's on his way. Uncle Tom arrived at the station with the goat he was to ship north, but the freight agent was having difficulty in billing him. What's this goat's destination, uncle? He asked. So, I say, what's his destination? Where's he going? Uncle Tom searched carefully for the tag. A bit of frayed cord was all that remained. Dat ornery goat, he exploded wrathfully. Yo, no, sir, dat ignorant goat done completely et up his destination. Her match. Tommy, what's an echo, pa? Pa, an echo, my son, is the only thing that can deprive a woman of the last word. Why is it you never get to the office on time in the morning? Demanded the boss angrily. It's like this, boss, explained the tardy one. You kept telling me not to watch the clock during office hours, and I got so I didn't watch it at home either. Page 351. Scientific proof. One day a teacher was having a first-grade class in physiology. She asked them if they knew that there was a burning fire in the body all of the time. One little girl spoke up and said, "Yes'm, when it is a cold day, I can see the smoke." Bolshi tubthumper yars, there didn't ought to be no poor, we all ought to be wealthy, and the wealthy starvin' like us. Sunday school teacher, now Alfred, if you are always kind and polite to your playmates, what will be the result? Alfred, they'll think they can lick me. A natural picture. A man and his eldest son went to have their photographs taken together, and the photographer said to the young man, "It will make a better picture if you put your hand on your father's shoulder." Said the father, "It would make a more natural picture if he put it in my pocket." Nothing to smile at. A Londoner was telling funny stories to a party of commercial men. An old Scotsman sitting in a corner seat, PG 352, apparently took not the smallest notice, and no matter how loud the laughter, went on quietly reading his paper. This exasperated the storyteller, until at last he said, "I think it would take an inch auger to put a joke into a Scotsman's head." A voice from behind the paper replied, "Aye man, but it would need to hae a finer point than ony o' your stories I'm thinking." Drew blank. The MacTavish was not a mean man, no, he just knew the value of money. So when the MacTavish developed a sore throat, he meditated fearfully upon the expenditure of a doctor's fee. As an alternative, he hung about for a day and a half outside the local doctor's establishment. Finally, he managed to catch the great man. "Say, doctor, whose business why ye the new?" "Oh, fair. I suppose ye've a deal o' prescribing TD for colds and sore throats." "Aye. And what do ye generally gie for a sore throat?" "Nathan," replied the canny old doctor, "I dinna want a sore throat. A friend in need." What true friendship consists in depends on the temperament of the man who has a friend. It is PG 353, related that at the funeral of Mr. Scroggs, who died extremely poor, the usually cold-blooded Squire Tightfist was much affected. "You thought a great deal of him, I suppose?" someone asked him. "Thought a great deal of him, I should think I Roman 999. There was a true friend. He never asked me to lend him a cent, though I knew well enough he was starving to death. What he preferred. He was one of the few remaining old-time darkies. He had finished the odd jobs for which he had been employed, and hat in hand appeared at the back door. "How much is it, uncle?" he was asked. "Yo say how much, jest, whatever yo say, missus." "Oh, but I would rather you'd say how much," the lady of the house replied. "Yes, mum, but mum I'd rather have de 75 cents. Yo would gimme dan de 50 cents I'd charge yo." Ready to join. "Minister, would you care to join us in the new missionary movement?" "Miss Allah, mode I'm crazy to try it. Is it anything like the fox trot?" Page 354. Helpful pie. "He, do you think your father would be willing to help me in the future?" She, well, I heard him say he felt like kicking you into the middle of next week." "Daughter," said the old man sternly, "I positively forbid you marrying this young scapegrace. He is an inveterate poker player." "But Papa," tearfully protested Alicia Hortense, "poker playing is not such an awful habit. Why, at your own club." "That's where I got my information, daughter. I'll have no daughter of mine bringing home a man that I can't beat with a flush, a full house, and fours. I think Lucille take one of the children to the park with me. Which one do you think would go best with this dress?" He knew. Mr. and Mrs. Smith had been invited to a friend's for tea, and the time had arrived for preparing for the visit. "Come along, dearie," said Mr. Smith to her 3-year-old son, "and have your face washed." "Don't want to be washed," came the reply. "But," said mother, "you don't want to be a dirty boy, do you?" "I want my little boy to have a nice clean face for the ladies to kiss." Page 355. Upon this persuasion, he gave way, and was washed a few minutes later. He stood watching his father washing. "Ha ha, Daddy," he cried, "I know why you're a washing." They willed. Which weeds are the easiest to kill? Asked young flickers of Farmer Sassafras as he watched that good man at his work. Widow's weeds, replied the farmer, you have only to say wilt thou, and they wilt. Not strong enough. Muriel, aged 4, was taken by her governess to have tea with an aunt. Presently, she began to eat a piece of very rich cake. Oh, I just love this chocolate cake, she exclaimed, it's awfully nice. Muriel dear, corrected her governess, it is wrong to say you love cake, and I've frequently pointed out that just is wrongly used in such a sentence again. Awfully is quite wrong, very would be more correct, dear. Now repeat your remark, please. Muriel obediently repeated, I like chocolate cake, it is very good. That's better, dear, said the governess approvingly. But it sounds as if I was talking about bread, protested the little girl. Page 356. Why he picked pictures. An English mother was visiting her son at college. Well, dear, she said, what languages did you decide to take? I have decided to take Pictish, mother, he replied. Pictish, said the puzzled lady, why Pictish? Only 5 words of it remain, he said. Played them both up. A small boy was playing with an iron hoop in the street, when suddenly it bounced through the railings and broke the kitchen window of one of the areas. The lady of the house waited with anger in her eyes for the appearance of the hoop's owner. He arrived. Please, I've broken your window, he said, and father's come to mend it. Sure enough, the boy was followed by a man who at once set to work, while the boy, taking his hoop, ran off the window. Finished, the man said. That'll be 3 shillings, mum. 3 shillings, gasped the woman, but your son broke it, the little fellow with the hoop. You're his father, aren't you? The man shook his head. Never seen him before, he said. He came round to my place and said his mother wanted her window mended. You're his mother, aren't you? And the good woman could only shake her head, for once words failed her. Page 357. Just as at last. It was the usual domestic storm. Oh dear, moaned wifey in tears, I wish I'd taken poor mother's advice and never married you. Hubby, the strong, silent man, swung round on her quickly and at last found voice. Did your mother try to stop you marrying me? He demanded. Wifey nodded violently. A look of deep remorse crossed hubby's face. Great Scott, he cried in broken tones, how I wronged that woman. In order to be filled. 2 Negroes were working in a coal bin in a Mississippi town, one down in the bin throwing out the coal, and the other wielding a shovel. The one inside picked up a large lump, and heaving it carelessly into the air, struck the other a resounding blow on the head. As soon as the victim had recovered from his momentary daze, he walked over to the edge of the bin, and peering down at his mate said, Nigger, how come you don't watch where you throws dat coal? You done hit me smack on de head. The other one looked surprised. Did I hit you? You sure did, came the answer, and I just wants to tell you I've been promising the bill a man a long time, and you certainly does resemble my promise. Page 358. And would you love me as much if father lost all his money? Has he? Why, no. Of course I would, darling. Why do you object to children in your apartment house? As a matter of kindness, people who are raising families can't be expected to pay the rentals I require. Caustic. A good story is told of a poky old Scot who, like many others, finds himself rather short of cash. Just now his account was 60 overdrawn, and the banker rang him up on the telephone to tell him about it, and to suggest that he had better bring it down a bit or clear it altogether. Oh, I, replied the pocky one, I am 60 short, am I? Will you just look up and tell me who my account stood in June? Oh, the banker said you were all right, then you had 250 to your credit. Aye, and did I ring you up in June? Was the caustic rejoinder. The newly elected president of a banking institution was being introduced to the employees. He singled out one of the men in the cashier's cage, questioning him in detail about his work, etc. I have been here 40 years, said the cashier's assistant, with conscious PG 359 pride, and in all that time, I only made one slight mistake. Good, replied the president, let me congratulate you, but hereafter be more careful. First sailor searching vainly for his ship after a few hours' leave, but she was air when we went ashore, wasn't she? Second sailor, it's them blokes at Washington they've started scrapping the fleet and begun on us. Not worth much. The tourist from the east had stopped to change tires in a desolate region of the far south, I suppose. He remarked to a native onlooker that even in these isolated parts, the bare necessities of life have risen tremendously in price. You're right, stranger, replied the native, and it ain't worth drinkin' when ye get it. Nothing to fear. Irate golfer, you must take your children away from here, madam. This is no place for them. Mother, now don't you worrithy, can't ear nothin' knew their father was a sergeant major, he was. Misled. The client I bought and paid for 2 dozen glass decanters that were advertised at 16 a dozen FOB, and when they were delivered, they were empty. Page 360. The lawyer, well, what do you expect? The client, full of booze, isn't that what FOB means? During a conversation between an Irishman and a Jew, the Irishman asked how it was that the Jews were so wise. Because, said the Jew, we eat a certain kind of fish, and he offered to sell one for $10. After paying his money, the Irishman received a small dried fish. He bit into it, then exclaimed, why, this is only a smoked herring. See, said the Jew, you are getting wise already. Yes, said the old man to his visitor, I am proud of my girls, and would like to see them comfortably married, and as I have made a little money, they will not go penniless to their husbands. There is Mary, 25 years old, and a really good girl. I shall give her 1,000. When she marries, then comes Bet, who wants C35 again. I shall give her 3,000, and the man who takes Eliza, who is 40, will have 5,000 with her. The young man reflected a moment, and then asked, you haven't won about 50, have you? Mary, said the mistress, did you ask everyone for cards today, as I told you when they called? Yes, Roman 1001, fellow, he wouldn't give me no card, but I swiped his hat and shoved him off TH steps. Here's his name on TH sweatband. Page 361. He proposed to me last night, mother, what shall I do? But my dear daughter, you've only known him 3 weeks. I know that, mother, but on the other hand, if I delay in accepting him, he might find out some things about me he won't like too. Would you marry a man to reform him? What does he do? He drinks. Marry him, girlie, and find out where he gets it. We need him badly in our set. I would like to have a globe of the earth. What size, madam? Life size, of course. Wife, George, is that you? George, why certainly, who else you pecting at this time o' night? She tenderly, and are mine the only lips you have kissed? He, yes, and they are the sweetest of all. Jazz, my girl, told me she weighed 120 the other night. Beau stripped. Jazz, yes, she was in an evening gown. Mrs. Newlywed, on her first day's shopping, IP 362, want 2 pieces of steak and about half a pint of gravy. Farmer, would you like to buy a jug of cider? Tourist, weller, is it ambitious and willing to work? Papa, why did you permit young Gaybird to kiss you in the parlor last night? Daughter, because I was afraid he'd catch cold in the hall. It was a case of love at first sight when I met Jack. Then why didn't you marry him? I met him again so often. Interviewer, what sort of girls make the best showgirls? Stage manager, those who have the most to show, of course. She, what do you mean by kissing me? What do you mean? He nothing. She, then don't you dare do it again. I won't have any man kissing me, unless he means business. Die here. Foreman, ow, is it that little feller always carries 2 planks to your one? Page 363. Labor costs, he's too blinkin' lazy to go back for the other one. Lady in box, can you look over my shoulders? Sailor, I've just been looking over both of them, and by gosh, they are great. How times have changed. Yes. Imagine Rosa Ben-Hur painting a flock of Ford tractors. Sailor Bill, these New York gals seem to be wearin' sort o' light canvas. Sailor Dan, yes, you seldom see a full-rigged skirt or anything. Tramp, would you please help a poor man whose wife is out o' work? I 'ear your husband has turned Bolshie. Well, not absolutely, but as a Lenin that way. A popular Oklahoma City salesman recently married and was accompanied by his wife as he entered the dining room of a Texas hotel famed for its excellent cuisine. His order was served promptly, but the fried chicken he had been telling his wife so much about was not in evidence. "Where is my chicken?" he asked somewhat irritably. The dusky waiter, leaning over and bringing his mouth in close proximity to the salesman's ear, replied, "Page 364. Fus mean de lil gal with blue eyes and fluffy hair, she don't walk he no mo." Do you really believe in heredity? Most certainly, I do. That is how I came into all my money. An attorney of Los Angeles advertised for a chauffeur. Some 20-odd responded and were being questioned as to qualifications, efficiency, and whether married or single. Finally turning to a Negro chap, he said, "How about you, George? Are you married?" Quickly the Negro responded, "Nossier, boss, nossier. I makes my own living." A boy and his mother were taking in the circus, looking at the hippopotamus. He said, "Ma, ain't that the ugliest damn thing you ever saw?" Bill said his ma, "Didn't I tell you never to say ain't?" "Vel, Ikey, my boy," said Saul to his son, "I've made my will and left it all to you." "That's very good of you, father," remarked Ike, eyeing him suspiciously. "But bless you, it cost a lot of money for the lawyer and fees and things." "Vel," said Ike more suspiciously, "vel, it ain't fair I should pay all dot. Is it so? Ill shust, take it off from your next month's salary." Mr. McNabb, after having his lease read over to him, "I will not sign that I have not been able to keep 10 PG 365 commandments for a mansion in heaven, and I am no gone to tackle about 100 for 2 rooms in the high street." "Come, Dorothy," said her father impatiently, "throw your doll on the bed, and hurry, or we shall be late." "Daddy, how can you reprove the child? I isn't that kind of a mother. You say you doted on your last mistress." "Yes, Mum, I certainly." Roman 999. "Then why did you leave her?" "We couldn't continue to be friends on my wages, Mum." "What's the matter with Smith? Got lumbago or spinal curvature or something?" "No, he has to walk that way to fit some shirts his wife made for him." "James, have you whispered today without permission?" "Only once." "Leroy, should James have said once?" "Nom, he should have said twict." "It appears to be your record, Mary," said the magistrate, "that you have already been convicted 35 times of stealing." "I guess that's right, Your Honor," answered Mary. "No woman is perfect." Page 366. "That you, dearie, I am detained at the office on very important business, and I may not be home until late. Don't sit up for me. I want dearie y'all come home as early as you can. Want you and John dear." "Yes, what is it?" "Please don't draw to any inside straits." "The city, nephew. I am glad to see Aunt Hetty dresses her hair sensibly instead of wearing those silly puffs over the ears. Uncle told him she tried him once and they got tangled up with the telephone receiver, and she missed more'n half the gossip goin' on over our 20-party line." "Ethel," said the bishop, "you seem to be a bright little girl. Can you repeat a verse from the Bible?" "I'll say I can." "Well, my dear, let us have it." "The Lord is my shepherd, I should worry." Wishing to give his Scotch steward a treat, a man invited him to London, and on the night after his arrival took him to a hotel to dine. During the early part of the dinner, the steward was noticed to help himself very liberally to the champagne glass, after glass of the wine disappearing still. He seemed very downhearted and morose. Presently, he was heard to remark, "Well, I hope they'll Not be very long why the whiskey as I dinna get on vera wheel, why these mineral waters. Page 367. An astronomer was entertaining a Scotch friend. He showed his visitor the moon through a telescope and asked him what he thought of the satellite. "It's a richt," replied the Scot, who was an enthusiastic golfer, "but it's awful foo o' bunkers." "What are you doing, Marjorie?" "Say writing a letter to Lily Smith." "But darling, you don't know how to write." "That's no difference, Mama. Lily don't know how to read." "What sort of an appearing man is he?" "Little dreed-up feller," replied the gaunt Missourian, "that looks like he always ate at the second table." "Did you hear about the awful trouble that has befallen Mrs. Talkalot?" "Don't tell me she has lost her voice." "No, her husband has lost his hearing." Two darky boys in a southern city met on the street, each wearing a new suit. One asked, "Nigger, how much do they set you back for dem clothes?" $40 was the response. $40. "Yes, sir, $40. "Look at me," said the first. "Say got on a suit what's mos perzactly like yourn, and I don't pay but $10 for mine. Somebody sure flimflammed you." Page 368. The possessor of the $40 suit took hold of one of the coat sleeves of the $10 suit and pulled on it. It stretched, then straightening up, he said, "See here, boy, the fust big rain yo gets catched out in dat coat of yourn is gwine to say good be nigger farm now on Ise gwine to be yo vest. Do you think I shall live until I am 90, doctor?" "How old are you now?" 40. "Do you drink, gamble, smoke, or have you any vices of any kind?" "No, I don't drink, I never gamble, I loathe smoking. In fact, I haven't any vices." "Well, good heavens, what do you want to live another 50 years for?" "I say, Madge, it's bitterly cold. Hadn't you better put something on your chest?" "Don't worry, old thing, I've powdered it 3 times." "Father, well, son, you certainly made a fool of yourself. That girl robbed you of every cent you had." "Son, well, Dad, you have to hand it to me for picking them clever."